Hmm. Hmm. This party started. Get these likes and shares. Let's get this going. I found my other phone. Alright. Always live, man. Blinded to our privilege. Let's talk about it. Let's get this going. I ain't my 4 year already. I'm already on the folio page already. Get this party started. Sometimes we gotta pop out and show. Alright, get this going, man. We're just getting started. We're just getting started. Like, going. What was that? That what's the deal, nerdy? What's the deal? I see you ain't hitting them likes. Preferred is still only. Still only.
What kind of shenanigans you up to now?
You already know. Something to get us thinking, as always. You feel me?
Always, my boy, always.
Preferred to still say the case of being held by what? Makes stuff prettier.
So, bro, tell me
You're still
what you
breaking
was
up.
using last night.
Oh, there you go.
All right, hold on a second. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So, sexless relationships, period, true love. What was your topics and yesterday before we got offline?
Day before yesterday about is it love or lust? Most people are in lust.
Specifically, the hypocritical. I think that was the fourth one last night.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
You got that prompt saved?
something about the opposite. Yeah, I remember. Basically people that has the Basically, has to get taught too nice be the worst ones, basically, or they be the ones with an attitude. So that's what it was. It was hypocritical. This dude came in here on some other stuff. Boy. People just make the comments just to get blocked.
Oh, let me have the sort of Damocles bag.
Get shot. You said what? Say it again. Let's see.
I said, let me have the sword of Damocles back. I need to have some fun.
I need that. We'll see, man. You gotta earn it again, man. Got to earn it again, my brother. 'Cause I done got so many people that's on there. I do actually gotta go through my list and see who need to be on there, who not. I just need.
Anyway, so some of the conversation that Purdy was having went right along with what you were talking about last night, and the hypocritical part of the fact that they want to be talked to nice, and then I was told my tone was all wrong. I was told that I was egotistical, that I was condescending. Doesn't that sound like some of your talking points last night when people they want to be talked to nice and coddled and treated like kids, but they grown ass adults?
Yep. Yes, sir. A lot that's like that, man.
Oh, I know they are, and that's the fun part, bruh. So somebody else said exactly what I said. They worded it different, made it sound a little smoother and nice, and then everybody agreed with them. And I was like, I said the same thing. And they were like, no, you didn't. I was like, really? Okay, we're gonna break this down. And then they started trying to use bodily autonomy, and I'm like, what does that have to do with the prompt?
Oh, yeah, deflection. That's cool.
Dude, there was so much deflection that was stupid. That's why I was like, I don't understand. Help me make this make sense. So you know that
Stuff ain't meant to make sense.
There were some white knights in the room that had to come in and defend the chivalry of women.
Hey, you know you gotta have a couple of those. Gotta have a couple of those.
It was crazy.
Hey, nerdy, it wasn't feeling you earlier. You stuck your chest out like that was funny, though. I was like, yeah, they don't like that, man. Back so feelings, man.
That part. So, with that being said, nowhere in any of the statements that I had said did I say that people don't have the right to bodily autonomy, and if they have medical issues that they couldn't, that would be a reason not to. Or for women, they have myriad of medical reasons monthly and or because of children birth and all that stuff. Nowhere in that did I say that wasn't a valid reason to not. You know what I mean? But turn around, it became a whole battle cry for these women. And I was just like, that doesn't make any sense. We're not talking about that. We're talking about you not giving it up because you don't want to.
Loki, what are we talking about right now? Because I read the thing on the side, and it don't sound like we're talking about that.
We ain't talking about that yet.
Yeah, we ain't talking about that.
We going over some prompts that he had the other night that carried into a live I was in a little bit ago.
Oh, they can't handle you, nerdy? You already know the doors always welcome over here, nerdy, man. Everybody can't handle it. That's what it is. Yeah.
But yeah, nah, like I'm gonna land my plane with this. It's shame that I am called condescending and arrogant and egotistical because people want to identify as a pizza and think that they're a sandwich. If you know and understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. Let's not wake them up.
Like my homeboy says, I am the League of Shadows. That came from old boy that made the Single Mom song.
Mm-hmm.
I played that while I was at work last night. Girl was bugging. So I played that for her and she got all in her feelings.
Wow. Let's go ahead and get it started then since my man sitting here. What you trying to get on, man? So how you feel about the topic, man? Are we blinded to
Read the
our
first one off.
privileges?
What do you mean? Are we blind?
Go.
What do you mean blinded? Like, define blinded.
Uh, do we see our privileges?
Oh yeah, yeah. You can see
Okay.
privilege everywhere, bro. Holy shit.
Mhm.
White
All
privilege.
right. So
You
then
see that?
answer the
Pasted
prompt for
everywhere.
what it is.
What
The
do you mean?
first one.
Like, are we?
Are we blind to our privileges?
So are you saying like, do we just overlook stuff because we think it's a privilege? Is that what you're trying to say here?
No, so basically I'm saying that do majority of us, right? Do you believe majority of us don't see the privileges we have?
Yeah, I think we do. I don't think we see what privileges we have.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I guess all right. I'll take that answer then. What you got for that, Gabe?
For the what? Sorry, you cut out for me.
Yes.
No,
We are
I was talking
completely
to
blind.
Gabe. He got one bar too.
My fault.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I'm in a bad area. Can you hear me now?
I'd rather stay down here.
Yeah.
It's safe. It's late. I'm just sleeping. I want to. Okay, for sure, Tati. Gotcha.
Lord.
Hey y'all, if
Can you
y'all
hear me
down
now?
here, for people that's in here, keep hitting them likes. I already got a few people hitting them
Yeah,
likes. So I
I can hear
appreciate
you right.
y'all. And share the live. If y'all got some people, go ahead and share it about 10 people. Or if y'all don't know how to share, hold your finger where my box is at for like 2 seconds. You'll see a list of people and just share it to all of them. Ones that you think they'll come and ones you think they not. You know what I'm saying? We just gonna spread it out and I'm gonna get them to share a little later so we can just get this room a little filled up so we can open some minds a little bit. So we got a few things.
You can hear me now.
I got you. Yeah, what you got? Are we blinded to our privileges?
All
I'm
right.
gonna get Michael.
Yes.
All right. Why do you say that?
You can hear me.
Yeah.
Because the privileges that we have, we don't see them for one reason. Because they're a general thing that we go through on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'll give an anecdotal example of a privilege that people don't think is a privilege.
Yeah.
And this is gonna hurt some feelings. The privilege of not having to worry about chewing bubblegum and walking down the street for some people.
Mm.
I don't know if you heard me.
Yeah, I heard.
Nah,
Said sure. I was going to walk. I try to marinate what you meant by that, but yeah, I figured that if you talk long enough, you'll explain it.
Hold on. I'm trying to figure out why my signal's acting like it's butt. Lord. I ain't never had this bad a service. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna drop him. Come
All right,
back.
let me get Michael in then real quick. Mike, so what is privilege? Who is it compared to, and who determines that?
privilege is something that you get that some other people just do not get. Like, it's
Okay.
like a right is something that everyone gets. A privilege is something that a certain group of people gets, either compared to another race, gender, or fucking, I don't know, height, even weight. It don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think like some privileges that you can see today are just like, I'm not really about this. I don't really know, but like, when you see like fucking what's it called? There's this thing called like the pink tax or whatever, right? And that's like the women, like everything that's like pink in the fucking what's it called? Like if it's pink and like labeled for girls, it's like technically like 30 something percent more than something blue or for guys. And it's now I don't know how true that is, but I feel like I saw that on like a report or something. Or like the fact that there's more you don't hear you don't hear like white guys getting shot by cops that much. You see black guys getting shot by cops more because there's more of a stigma, and that's privilege for the white people. And I don't think that there should be a stigma, but you know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm back. I got decent signal now. Okay, so chewing bubblegum walking down the street. You just hit it on the head, Michael, when you said that black men are being unalived by police officers in comparison to white men on a regular basis. And it's publicized more at that. So, and as far as the female tax thing, look, man, they got pretty privilege. They get stuff paid for.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um.
Did I answer the second one?
No, we ain't do
I
the
think you
second one
did.
yet. Yeah, we still on the first prompt. The first prompt had 3 questions anyways in it.
Well, nah. What is privilege, and who it compared to, and who determines it?
Yeah.
Did I do that one?
Did you? I thought that's what you did.
Oh no,
Go
I
ahead.
didn't do
You can
that.
just go ahead and
Okay,
yeah.
I'll run that one out real quick. I'll hit this fade. Okay.
Okay, let me
So
read it.
why is privilege, and who it is compared to?
Yeah.
Why is privilege? Because privilege is a thing that people get when they
It's what
are
is
put in a
privilege? Yeah,
special.
what is privilege and who is it compared to? So, what do you see privilege is? I think he said, well, when one group gets something, the other one can't. So I can understand that. So, what is privilege in your book?
When somebody's put in a special category because they look a certain way, have a certain amount of money, etc.
Mm-hmm.
And who determines it? An outside factor outside of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
If we serious, I mean, like, if we serious, like, privileges were set like a long time.
It is what?
I didn't hear him.
Hold up, my signal is bad.
He may have to drop and come back.
No, you do got one bar. I see it.
Yeah.
You said
All
pretty
right.
privilege is
So,
real. It most definitely is.
all right,
Uh,
is YT privilege or pretty privilege that more dangerous to the mental today? Go ahead, Michael.
It was a, but yeah, privilege has been determined, like just because of history and how all that's worked out. Like, it's always been this type of way, just due to someone who believes they have more power gives themselves the ability to do something a little bit more than someone else.
Well, that's facts. All right, so I'm just gonna say it like this: white privilege is so dangerous to the mental health of their own people. It's unreal. They don't even recognize that they have a privilege.
Oh, for sure, bro. What's it called? Like, if you, now look, I'm not black, I'm Mexican, but you know what I mean? Like, there is a stigma like, oh shit, he's black, he's cool. You know what I mean? So like, people just like white people, and they'll be like, oh, I want to be black because like it's cool, and then at the same time, they don't realize like, shit, they got it good, bro. Like, they got it
Well,
so good. I
well,
not to say
Michael,
like
I have a
everyone have
question.
privileges. All right.
All right, so canonically speaking, uh, all the indigenous Mexicans are black.
Mhm.
So you're black.
See, I
You
want to
might be
say
a
that.
lighter. You might be a lighter shade, but you're still black.
Would you technically say that? I'd say I'm closer to being like native than being black.
Same
Yeah,
difference.
you know what I mean?
And I say that because all the indigenous people of the Americas were from our complexion to dark copper colored, all the way around all of the land of North, Middle, and South America until colonization and conquering of our land started.
Yeah, but like at the same time, if you want to say like, oh, but you just a different shade, that's just like just say that everyone's black at that point, bro. Like at that point, everyone's black.
Well,
You just a
no.
different shade
Well,
because
no.
dudes,
The
you know,
the
they don't look good.
the ones that have no melanin, little to no melanin, they are melanin deficient. So they would not be classified as that. And the words that we're using like that are in connotation of law. So we're not looking at a skin color, we're looking at a status.
Right, like Caucasian or Hispanic or
Well,
native or I don't know how you say it. Indigenous,
well,
technically, right?
right. Well, Caucasian would mean they came from the Caucasus Mountains. That's the region of Europe that they came from. The indigenous and or 99.9% of the melanated world, we have our root origins in our lands, but we also still have a root origin as a people across the planet. Because most of the
So,
dialects of Spanish that I was taught when I was younger, that based off of indigenous plus Spanish, all have a connotation of a form of Hebrew.
I mean, yeah, but like, do you kind of understand where I'm at though? Like,
Yeah,
how
I get it.
how how are you gonna say like, but they were just in the mountain though? Trust it, like we don't know that. Like, we all got some type of blood from everywhere, somewhere. You know what I mean? But like, I don't think that's exactly that doesn't make you like black though. Like, I could be fucking .1 Nigerian. I don't think I'd be black.
You would, the one drop rule applies across the planet, not just here in America.
Oh shit! Wait.
Sorry, Kev. We're gonna move on. Back to privilege.
Yeah, my bad. But
But yeah,
pretty privilege, fucking that shit runs America. That shit runs. or at least in America. I don't know. I don't,
Yeah, that's why I
I don't
asked them too
know anywhere.
specifically. I just want to see everybody hit is it where they come from.
Because pretty
Man,
privilege,
pretty privilege is
if you
dangerous to
go,
the mental health of people.
you look at like anything, if you look at like top actors, top something, it don't matter. If they're
So
famous,
Medusa,
they gotta at least look somewhat good, right? Unless they play a
my two
sport.
new friends from yesterday. I remember Nerdy and Medusa. Welcome back. What you call it?
But pretty privilege is awful. Like that shit, like people who have pretty privilege don't think pretty privilege is real. And I'm a cute
That's
motherfucker,
because
so I know. But
it's subjective to them.
as you
They
know,
don't
look,
recognize that they have it because they have it. You know? I'll give a really, really bad example. Bleach blonde, big back, body.
Blur it out.
She tried to use her white tea privilege to talk shit about another person, and her privilege got her fucked up. Have you seen that, Kev?
What's that?
The meme that's currently going around social media about that senator talking smack to a black woman, and she got called out, being called a bad built, bodied, bleach blonde, big back.
Nah, I never hear that.
Yeah, you gotta look at that.
It'll
That's
flow
wild.
past probably. Just trying to pick up. I know everything can take time though. So I don't pick up until about 12 o'clock. What was I about to say?
Well, you want to hit the last one before we hit the bonus? Because I'm not looking forward to the bonus.
Go ahead, do your third thizzle, man. I'm gonna go ahead and voice a couple of these things before some people come in. Get a couple of them going, then I'll say some of them over. Just tell my point.
Yeah, I can't read that one.
Which one?
With my glasses on.
I know as soon as I start talking to the TikTok, what they do all the time. Boots. Let me see. Let's see.
On the phone.
Which one you trying to get? You already picked that one. So you said which one pretty privilege or what T privileges is what's more damaging to the mental today?
I'm gonna have to say both.
Mm.
They're both damaging because it causes hysteria, especially here in America.
I got one in my mind that I pick over, but let's see.
Run that.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna do all mine in a minute. So you on the next one? They have to my man. He dropped. All right. Yeah. So is it the decisions you made that set you back or your environment? Why can't you move forward? Low key, this whole topic is kind of, I'm trying to pull something out of people, man. Trying to see where everybody mind it. It's the victim. I'm gonna say why the room was low. This is the victim mentality test right here. Based on how people answer this question.
I heard half of it. Loud ass car went by.
So you heard half of it? Boy, you be in the middle of the traffic.
No, I'm actually I'm at my job. I'm off today. Figure I'd come in and terrorize people. The life of a boss.
Life of a boss. So the last one is the decisions you made, is it the decisions you made that set you back or your environment?
The decisions you made. Fuck that victim shit. You the one that chose to push that plate away. You ain't gonna blame God for how you look.
Man, why can't you move forward?
Because you're mentally and physically weak. Looking for coddling in a situation that you don't need to be coddled. What else can I say?
What can I say? Alright, let me get a couple of them in then while we get it going.
Run that shit.
Checking something.
Run me
Let's
that
see,
fade,
let's
my boy.
see. Let's go. What the heck? Alright, what is... Alright, so are we blinded by our... Are we blinded to privileges, to our privileges? I put it this way just to want to see, because I know everybody feel like privileges work one way. You know, we don't have any privileges and stuff like that. I already know the deal with that. I would say we most definitely is, and we just don't see it because we so used to comparing our life to other people, and that's the problem. And the other thing is like why not compare it to people that's worse than you? You know what I'm saying? And if you realize how things can become worse, you realize how privileged you are. But there's a lot of people got the mentality or so dang on spoiled now and really don't know what hard times really is, or might have made it through their hard times, right? Or still act like they're living in their hard times, and what they do is get more of a more expensive life and claim that they're struggling. That's what they do nowadays. So I think the spoiledness is overtaking the actual. It blinds them to the privilege that they have. You know, some people can afford to get a new TV. They're not stressing about let me buy a new couch. You know, they barely got any furniture to even live on. A lot of us is privileged and really blinded to it, but it's gonna get deeper as the night go on. That's just a little step on that. So, what is privilege? I just say that the ability to do something that a lot of people can't. Um, for the most part, what I see even in the definition is just say different groups. Privilege can be between religions, genders, uh, jobs, position, and status. You know, it can work many of ways depending on how you look at it. It can be a personal thing. It can be so. It's many ways. So the whole point of this is I'm trying to make people be aware privilege work more than just one way. I think we only look at it one way, and that's why a lot of us still stuck up in victim mentality, and also um, at the end of the day, a lot of people lazy. That's just what it is. People don't like to put in their work. We love the microwave more than actually just waiting on cooking it and sitting it on the stove and baking it. You know, everybody ain't got time to bake. That's what it is, and baking is what gets you the best results for the most part. It's called patience. So that's what I think privilege is, and who is it compared to? And I think we compare it to people that's better than us all the time, or what we feel is better than us. The people that we think is better than us, right? Um, say you cook, there you go, we got a guy. You know, I don't cook, but we
Hey,
have to.
that's
We have. Huh?
I would say she said that's a handy thing.
The facts. Um, I think I got to look at what I just said. But yeah, for the most part, yeah, we just what we do is because a lot of us just think we at the bottom. We got our little feelings hurt. We've been through something that was quick or whatever and never got over it. We talk ourselves down every day. We never uplift each other. We can only rely on other people
Yeah, I'll give you that. You hit number 3 yet?
Uh,
So,
It always win. I told you. I knew it. Every time I told, that's when it happened. They don't do that all the time. It's weird. But we always for the most part, we always. Hey, your background loud, brother. Um, the thing is, we always compare ourselves to what we feel is better than. Oh, that's what I was getting to. And it'd be crazy because the people we think is doing better than us, it'd be struggling internally. You know what I'm saying? Because we really, I think somebody asked the question before about, can money make you happy and all this. I was just in a live about that too, and I'm like, yeah, that's the fact. That's the point. We really think, and I understand money can bring us out of certain struggles because I get that's how the world operates and stuff. But if you only go as far as that, you know, and you really don't, you can't find these things inside of you. Because I'm actually made the post about that, and I think I clipped that day before yesterday or this morning, or was it today? Because today though, I made a clip about the video I did before. Like we don't look within ourselves. We don't look for that peace, all that stuff. But we wait. The thing is, like I said, we wait for the big trip. When I get on this big trip, that's gonna be the best time of my life. That's gonna be truly happy. We wait on till a partner come in our life. Oh man, this person really completed me. She made, or he made, whatever the situation is. Ooh man, you are my happiness. You know what I'm saying? You made me smile. I used to be horrible before I met you, and then I don't think that's a good thing, man. But I can get it though. Now, if we do say that, right? I used to be horrible before I met you. Hey, in the midst of it, you gotta take that as a motivation, or not a person that you're relying on that. Um, because even in the midst of it, you gotta have your time to yourself. Like, okay, one day if this person is not around, can I really? Am I? Do I really know myself? Am I really happy? Is I'm happy only because I'm in this situation and stuff. So I mean, I have to think about stuff like that. You have to find these because like the thing is the person that you around, you know, for the most part, it's not their job. It's not their job. Even Will Smith said that before. It ain't his job to make somebody happy, man. I can't. It's only so much of hey, you all right? You all right? We there to help motivate each other and stuff, not actually make this person be that. It just don't work like that. And if that person can't motivate you, you got to find a way to overcome whatever issues that we have. Because I know a lot of us come in certain situations with issues, and then we try to bring it on to the next person, thinking that they're gonna change the internal issues that we haven't dealt with ourselves. So, I guess to get back to the thing is like a lot of us, we always we can't look beyond just our, us being we always think we at the bottom, man. And that's what made me more little. And when people learn what gratefulness is and appreciation, I think that's when you really find true happiness and stuff. What's the deal, Saint? Little head? The deal, man. Uh, when we really, and that's really the key to life. That's going. What's up? Oh, I thought you said something. Your loud
say what up
background
to
be throwing me off.
AJ.
Oh, you're talking
Yeah,
to
I know
AJ.
it's the music.
Yeah. Um, but what I'm getting to is that I think when we get gratefulness, when we realize what gratefulness is and appreciation, we will see how privileged we really is, like low key. And I had to learn that myself. Because the thing is, we always compare it to, well, okay, they don't have to worry about this. They don't want, what I'm saying? I understand it though. I understand it, but then again, it's other people like we can compare ourselves to. If you always comparing yourself to the top part, I could be comparing myself forever to LeBron James or something like that. I'd be trash. I'd be literally, if I'm comparing to his lifestyle, not knowing what the heck he going through, but because it's a lifestyle that I see and I want it, I'm like, man, I can't, I spent all my life like, dang, I wish I was LeBron. I wish I had this money. I wish I had this women. I wish, all this other stuff, but we don't know what this person going through. This person probably, buying the facial expression, to act like he happy. We don't know what's going on. And I'm not trying to wish the worst on nobody either, but I'm just saying that you can't make it seem like that because somebody's living this high life and they get to buy what they want and all this other stuff that they live in their best life. Like I said, I talked about this. What was that yesterday when I was talking about? Everybody's saying what happened with Robin Williams. That all shocked us. That should have been the wake up call. That money don't, the money can't buy you happiness. My boy was going through some things. It's a lot of celebrities that be going through things, but all we keep looking at is that, oh, they privileged. They don't know the struggle like me, and they don't. But they've been struggling internally. You can't buy that, no matter what money you get. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the richest things that you can literally have. And I was talking about that too, is that, have that inner peace. Find that within yourself. Find that happy, all that stuff. Like, shoot, I feel, man, the way as much work I put in myself, I feel internally richer than a lot of people because I see there's a lot of people that's going through stuff. I see a lot of people that just stuck at like, hey, I can't be, and that's why I be having a low patience for a lot of people because I'm like, what the heck is you crying for? What the heck you get to wake up and see another day and other people in their grave and stuff, and you still crying about because you ain't get your way with a person that you chose in your life or whatever that so-called you tricked you. Whatever, you got your own life. How long you gonna keep talking about that I got tricked and they played me and we need to hurry up and put everybody in the box, all men this and all women that. I'm not about to keep living my whole rest of my life with that. It's like you can keep crying all you want. That ain't gonna help nobody change, and they can care less about what you talking about. That's you sitting here stressing, and then and then like I was saying, most of the people they're not worried about what you're saying. Anyways, though, I mean, some people just like whatever. Some people purposely wanted to mess your life up. So it's like that's why I tell a lot of people stop internalizing what people say to you or do to you. Most of them projecting how they feel in general. That's just what that is. They just projecting something. Most of the time, it's never you. It's just somebody never found a way to escape whatever was going on in them. So, but like I said, that's why people are so blinded to their privileges. It just go back to that. When you keep thinking the worst of yourself, you're going to keep on not seeing what you really have. Like I said, I had to learn one of them other ways. Little stuff happened in my life and to wake me up. It just took me to lose a light bill one time. And I'm like, bro, I'm so used to just being in this every day and come back home, always lights on. Hey, just come on, get on TV, watch Netflix. One of the times I let my lights cut off because it was my own thing because I was just taking advantage of it, not paying my bill on time. But I just it was like a wake up call. Seeing water running all the time. You never appreciative of it running. We so entitled that this must happen all that stuff until it's gone. And you like, dang, I never realized that I had water running. You know what I'm saying? I'm keeping this going. I'm keeping I could have, man, and people can't even afford it. You know what I'm saying? I could afford it, but I just let it go. But it's like a wake up call, like, dang, I'm so used to these things just always constantly running. And I'm not noticing like this is a freaking privilege. You know what I'm saying? This is a privilege compared to a lot of people. But like I said, what's up with the heck? I heard throwing me off with this Terry Crews head. But yeah, most of the time, yeah, we don't see that. So, like I said, a lot of us we are blinded to our privilege, and they can admit it or not. Anybody that's on this app got the time to pull up a phone and cry to me on this thing about how hurt they is and all that stuff. I'm not buying it. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say I'll be like most of the time, like, man, whatever. I ain't trying to hear you cry all you want to. But at least you got an app to cry on. At least you get to pay your cell phone bill just to cry on this thing. That's why I'm not buying a lot of that stuff.
And I'll give you an example of privilege. We live in a country where there are restaurants on every corner. And there are people in this country that don't even have the privilege to have a meal. You feel me?
Right.
Being privileged to be able to have a cell phone. Because it's not a fucking right, it's a privilege.
Yeah.
Being privileged to wear designer clothes. It's not a right, that's a privilege.
But privilege can
being privileged to be able to say whatever we want to an extent and not be put on the chopping block, so to speak. Like most Americans, we are so privileged, it's scary. Yeah. And when you step outside the United States, everybody starts like tripping. They're like, man, it's too rough over here. They're too strict. They're too this. Well, maybe if you would follow the rules of their country and realize how privileged you have it over here, you wouldn't be acting like that. Just saying.
Yeah. I even say this, and I'm gonna let you go, Black. I know you next. I'm gonna let Black. I'm trying to see the AJ coming before. So
Yeah,
Black
AJ's up.
Medusa. I'm gonna let y'all go and then get AJ in here. So I even say this too. Like this, how deep it is, man. It's in America though. I feel like this is a privileged country, but because I feel like even our homeless people are more privileged than people that's around this world. You know what I'm saying? They can find trash to eat out of. They can find clothes, even shelter. You know, they can find something and make their own little spot. It's people that literally got dirty water that's outside of here that has nothing, barely can find a crumb, and they trying to share that. You know, we got thrown away freaking McDonald's fried because it was cold. You know what I'm saying? We got people don't really realize how. Oh, that's why I'm not buying a lot of this stuff. You know, people just don't realize how privileged we really is as a freaking country overall. But like I said, we compare. But we gonna get to it though. But go ahead, Blackwater. I know you was about to go, man.
I just want to say, gotta also look into account that being overprivileged can be a negative thing as well as positive. It's a dark and a light side to it.
Yep.
Having so many privileges, it kind of makes it harder to make decisions. It kind of makes it harder to actually be grateful of what you do have. For example, we got all these people in college. You know, that first year of college, they start out, they pick their first degree, and they still not really informed on what they want to do in college, and then they get into the second year of college and they still can't decide. All these privileges they have is affecting them. It's affecting them negatively. So what I'm saying is, if it was a situation to where you didn't have all these choices and you only had one choice, it'll be easy to decide. Same when we dealing with what we want to watch on TV. If we had like olden days when we had the 58 channels and the cable TV with 99 channels, if we had that, people wouldn't be flipping through channels trying to find something to watch because they only had one choice something to watch, and they chose that. Because if you go to certain cultures, when you get married, they don't choose who they marry. Their marriage is set already for them to be married, and 99% of their marriages are arranged, and they're 99% successful because they don't have a choice on those marriages.
Mm-hmm.
So us not understanding how much privilege we have, it does affect us mentally. So many privileges can make you blind to the fact of what you can do and what you can't do. And I'm gonna land my plane with that.
Nice. Facts. That's facts. Go ahead, Medusa.
She on teacup.
What? Oh, you got more? Go ahead.
Yeah, nah. Okay, so 2 things. One, the thing about homeless people, if you ain't never been homeless, you don't know what type of privileges they actually think they got. Okay, so take that with a grain of salt when you talk about somebody that's in a position in their life that they don't have what you have. But the marriage thing in other countries, the marriage thing in other countries, look, there's a reason why they do that system over in other countries. It's not necessarily that it's a love thing. They know that their child, son or daughter, is going to be taken care of in a manner that they deem fit. So that in itself is a privilege. That somebody is looking out for your well-being.
Facts.
So
yeah, they don't have a choice in those marriages. I mean, like here, we have choices in marriages. We have choices on who we want to be with.
Bro.
We have that's probably why we have so many problems now to this day, because nobody can decide.
Exactly.
So many choices.
The more spoiled we are, right? It's crazy.
Emotions. People getting married off of emotions now these days. They ain't getting married off of logic. Oh, I think I like him because I think he cute. I think I love him. Like, they're getting married off of emotions. And if they're building off of emotions, then what is that going to lead to? It's going to lead to failure because there's no foundation.
Bars. Keep going.
Yeah, and I wanted to touch on that. Just understand we do got these different races dating, interracial interracial relationships going on, but most of the time that's off of emotion.
Mm-hmm.
At one point in time, we wasn't able to go out and marry who we want to marry because you had to marry what you had. If we go back to those days where, people can't be with certain people, there was a time for that. And now that the time has changed, we got people picking up relationships off emotion, and it's going to continue, and it's going to hinder the growth of population in America in the future because of those decisions that we're making now and all of the choices that we have and the privilege that we are given. But that's just like you and your whole family being house builders, and then you wake up one morning, oh man, I want to be a painter. But it's in your lineage, it's in your DNA to be a house builder. That's what you're gonna make the most profit off of. That's what your family been doing for the longest. But you want to change it and be a painter. Little stuff like that. I'm gonna let my point.
Well, with that one, I'm gonna say it like this: you can build a house, but who gonna decorate that mug? He just opened up an avenue of revenue that y'all didn't think about. Just saying.
Said bashing interracial. I don't think that's what happened. I think it.
Yeah, nah, that's not what happened. I'm gonna need.
I'm gonna let me hold up real quick. Let me just let everybody better talk. Go ahead, AJ, and then Jerome.
I'm still listening, trying to get a. I'll go after.
Just on the topic.
I'll go after Jerome.
Okay, go after Jerome. All right, gotcha.
Well, hold the hell on, damn it! I need everybody to be tapping this damn screen. I only see 2 people tapping, and that's me and Kev, and Kelsey. I don't see nobody else tapping in this room. Sean, I see you tapping. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get this up to 15K. There's no reason why we shouldn't be there by now. I also need y'all to share this out. I see we got 41 likes, 41 shares. Majority of that was from me. Share out this live. Get some people in here. Let's have a conversation. Ain't that hard? I see you, Sean. I see you. But yeah, everybody keep tapping the screen. Let's go. That's crazy. Go ahead, Jerome.
Yeah, I'm tapping. Damn.
What? Imperial?
First off, when you deal with a marriage, all right, there's a reason why the man gives off the damn woman, all right?
We ain't talking about that, bro. I just thought about that. We ain't talking about that. What you got on the privilege, though?
Give me a synopsis of what we talking about right now.
We're just talking about privileges. Yeah, I'm gonna let you know. Yeah, we talking about privileges. So, are we blinded to our privileges?
Blinded to our privileges. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying to figure out where you coming at. What angle you coming at?
Do you believe we have privileges? Let's say that then.
Okay. Well,
in America,
I'll give you something better. So, with privileges, what comes with privileges, positive and negative, in a sense. If you want something to give you a subject matter, what comes with it?
Okay, well, first off, when you're dealing with it, whether you believe it or not, yeah, if you have a man in your life, you have a privilege, because every time that girl gets into a situation, especially, let's just say your girl goes out at nighttime and she's dealing with, she's just going to the club or whatever the case is. She's out there, she's with the club, she's at the club. Let's say she's with a couple of friends, right? If something happens, you don't turn around and you say, look, I'm about to go get my sister. The first thing you say is, I'm about to go get my uncle, I'm about to go get my brother. So at the end of the day, you always going to deal with a man. If that's what we're talking about right now. I have no clue what we're talking about right now. But all I know is when stuff hit the fan, the first thing a woman says, she never says, I'm going to go get my mama. She doesn't say that. The first thing she says is, I'm going to go get my daddy, or I'm going to go get my brothers, or something like that. So at the end of the day, you always going to talk about I don't know if that's what we're talking about right now. But at the end of the day, they always, I'm going to go get my brother on you. I'm going to go get my uncle on you. I'm going to go get my daddy on you. They never turn around and say, I'm going to go get my mama on you. Yeah. So at the end of the day, you always going to look for a man for your protection and your providing. All right. So as much as you want to say, well, I don't need a man to protect me and provide me this, that, and third. Look, I got a people. No, that's not what you say when things hit the fan, when somebody's going at you. The first thing you say is, I'm calling my brothers. right now, and I'm calling my uncles right now. I'm calling my daddy right now. And then that's when things hit the fan, because your daddy come over there with his uncles, with your brother. Yeah. So just give it. Yeah, y'all know that. All right.
Right.
Am I on subject right now?
Now
I
you
don't
on
know
your
if
own
I'm on
subject,
subject.
but we ain't knocking it. I wanted to give y'all some food for thought as well. When you speak on privileges, we also have the privilege of AI. You know what I mean? And most people don't take it and use it to where it can be used, but that's a huge privilege, man. A huge privilege, and we don't use it to our benefit at all. You know what I mean? If I was to dive into it, I can, but just think about that, man. You got a computer at your fingertips that at one point in time we weren't able to access, but now we can. Imagine the power you have. You can type in the sentence that you want wrote. You can ask for a plan. You can do anything from that one little computer, and it's at the palm of your hands. I feel like with us having so much privilege to access technology, it hinders us from using it because it's at our fingertips.
Yeah.
But no. I'm gonna get on the subject. So it says, is white privilege or pretty privilege that more damaging to the mental today? Damaging to the mental today? Of course. I believe that.
Which one you think is more damaging to the mental overall? That's what I was getting to. YT or pretty privilege?
I feel like they both play hand in hand with each other because the beauty standard is based off of the YT. Long hair, light, fair skin is based off of the YT. The darker, the more unliked you are. So it's based off of the YT. So that's why I say they both go hand in hand. Because if you look at it, it's based off of YT. I mean, it's changing now as the communities are evolving, but from the base, it was always based off of that. Even when you look at the doll scheme, when you got a daughter or a son, well, a daughter mostly, and you give her a doll, and you make her choose a doll. Which doll would you rather have, the YT doll or the black doll? And she gonna probably choose that YT doll because it's programmed to show that is pretty, and the other one is not. When you see black things, it's usually negative denotations added onto it. When you look at the news, they always point up a black thing, da da da. So yeah, I'm gonna land my plane with that. I'm gonna let somebody else speak. I feel like I've been talking y'all head off, but yeah, that's what I feel about that.
No, you good.
Yes, sir.
AJ, go ahead, and then I'll tell y'all what I feel now.
Yeah.
You can do the first two or the first three. The topic and the two.
I can't read the top because your box kind of in the way.
Are we blinded to our privileges?
I wouldn't necessarily say that we're blind. Well, I mean, I guess for the most part, I guess most people would be. I can't really say that like we're not. We definitely are. I think we like to take advantage of things, especially things that are easy to us, and we like to focus on things that we don't have. I wouldn't necessarily call that privilege. I would just say that's just lack of gratitude.
Yep.
At the end of the day, and so on and so forth. If you don't know how to appreciate what you have, or you don't practice discipline of gratitude, then that explains why a lot of people's mental health is where it is today. Right? People tend to overindulge in the negative, so we like to sit there and look at
bars.
We like to look at, when we overindulge in negative is the reason why, depression's at an all-time high, people deleting themselves is at an all-time high. So people are constantly focusing on the negative, and privilege is another thing that plays into that. You know what I mean? It's another way of looking at things that you don't have, right? And so on and so forth. And if you don't know how to change your mindset, that's the type of shit that'll swallow you up and spit you right back out. You'll lose out on opportunity. You'll lose out on yourself. So on and so forth. In life, you're going to have obstacles. There's going to be things that are, some people may have things easier than others, and so on and so forth. I'm not sitting there saying that those are not factors. Those are factors. But that doesn't mean that you can't get to the end goal. You absolutely can. You just have to work differently, right? At the end of the day, just learn how to be clever. It is what it is. As a matter of fact, that's how you get through life. right? You can work hard or you can work smart. Figure it out. What is privilege and who is it compared to and who determines that? Society determines that at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Well, first it starts with society. Society will determine what the privilege is and who has the privilege, right? And then that gets turned down, through social conditioning down to us, and everything else. And then at the end of the day, this is where you get to be the adult, right? This is where you have to wake up and realize that you have more power as an adult than you think you do. Are you going to play into that game? That's just where I'm at. You can keep playing into that game, or you can just be like, you know what? Yes, is it going to impact me? Yeah, but it doesn't have to consume my entire life. I've accomplished things in my life that most people told me would be impossible for me to accomplish. I have done those things. I don't let things like privilege get in the way. That's an obstacle. And everybody who has privilege and may have an easier time, cool, you got a head start. So if I beat you to the finish line, I don't know what the fuck you were doing. Point blank, period. Is YT privilege or pretty privilege what's damaging to today's mental? I don't think either one of those things is. It's not one over the other. At the end of the day, it's not YT privilege or pretty privilege, right? It's really not. At the end of the day, it's how people want to interpret that and how much they want to indulge. If you are somebody who is constantly looking for an excuse as to why you can't get something done, you'll fall into these. Right. And if we shatter the YT privilege, then you'll say it's pretty privilege. And if we get rid of those two things, then you'll find something else. Oh, well, I can't do it because, it's snowing outside, or I got a flat tire, or my foot hurt, or I didn't feel like waking up this early, or whatever else. A lot of the time it's habit. What sets a lot of people back is habit and mindset. If your mindset is shit, you're constantly indulging in negative things, you have the wrong types of habits, you're not going to get where you need to get to. Sorry. Ain't got nothing to do with YT privilege or pretty privilege. It really don't. Right? Now, are there benefits? Hold on. Now, are there benefits if you do have those things? Yeah, there are. Right? There are going to be benefits for the people who do possess those things. All I'm saying is that that's not a deterrent as to why you can't get something done. That's all I'm saying. Some people are going to have it easier than others. It is what it is. That's life. It's not everything and everybody gets the same opportunities. Not everybody is going to get the same treatment. We're not, you know what I mean? We're designed equal as far as we're all, human, but not everybody's meant to do the same shit. Just point blank, period. So I'll go ahead and yield. What up, Sean?
Yeah, I just
He
wanna
at
say
work.
something
He
to-
ain't gonna be able to come in yet. He at work. He just fill in the box for the moment.
Can I say something to that? What she said?
Go ahead, and then I'm gonna explain to y'all what I'm thing after that.
So when you're saying that these privileges doesn't matter and it's just a mindset, but you got to also bring into factor, what if your mindset was created? What if your mindset was created by your environment? And you need something to pull you out of that because you're not in control of those things controlling your environment.
Well,
You
so
gotta-
the thing, so I guess my response to that would be, you're only as limited as you allow it to be limited. So if you're going to allow things like, oh, well, I was never taught this. I've been in the wrong environment. I didn't grow up in the best environment. I didn't grow up in the best environment. I wasn't, I wasn't around people who were supportive. I had to go out and find these things. I had to go out there and seek and look for people who were doing the things that I wanted to do and inspired to be the person that I wanted to be today. Right? I had to find those role models. I had to find those things. That is what started changing my mindset and shit.
So
You cannot let things like, oh, because I grew up here, that I have to be this way. You can't just continuously be the product of your environment. That's all I'm saying.
So you're saying that people who get their lives taken away from going to jail, from making mistakes that they had no choice of making, they gotta figure it out, huh?
What do you mean?
Like
Give me-
people who get
Because
say it again?
can you repeat that?
I said, so people who make mistakes in situations that they have to do things, they got to figure it out. Like the cards that they were dealt, they got to figure it out no matter what.
We all have to figure out the
I
cards that
think
we're
we all gotta do that.
That's
Right,
not.
I get that.
That's
I
not
get
a-
We
that.
all
You know
have
what I'm
to.
saying?
Yeah, nobody's
So,
gonna
I
just
guess-
hand
I guess
a booklet and
my
say,
whole thing, I guess my thing when it comes to that, right? If you've made a mistake, you've gone to jail, you've made a mistake in your life, fine, whatever. But you can either choose to allow that mistake to define the rest of your life. That's a you choice. That's not an everybody else choice. You're just gonna have different obstacles. That's it. Right? I know people who've had terrible records. Literally turn their lives around and become very, very influential and impactful in the way that they move. Right? They're not CEOs, they don't have to be. Right? But they're out here and they're helping out with youth programs. They're volunteering. They're doing what they can to make sure that other young people are not falling into these things. So we can't say that just because you've made that mistake that you are just stuck there. Oh, well, you've gone to jail, so you're screwed. You're just going to be that. If that's your mindset, then stay there.
So if a system is built against you, you gotta figure that system out. Yeah.
The system's built against everybody.
No, man.
It's built against everybody.
No.
And I am a brown person, so yes, is it rigged against me? Absolutely. Do I know what it's like to work and not have all the tools that I need? Absolutely. But does that stop me from doing my job and doing what I need to do? Absolutely not. I still have to get it done. I still got to I still got to make bills. I still got to do everything that I got to do. It's all the same shit. I'm just not going to allow that to break me, is all I'm saying. It's a change of mindset.
Okay, I get that. So,
Speak on that. May I say something, Kev? And Water?
Yeah, let me finish one thing with her though. Let's go into some statistics, some factual data. So, 13%.
Knowing that statistics can be skewed, but go ahead.
13% of America is Black people, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And out of that 13%, 50% of America's prison is filled with that 13%. 50% of America is filled with 13% of the African American. The African Americans fill 50% of the prison, and it's only 13% of them in America. So that system right there, that's a tough system to beat, if you ask me.
Are you trying to? I guess when you're saying you're trying to beat the system, I'm not understanding what you mean.
So I'm saying when it's a system,
you're not going to override the systematic crap that's here. You're going to have to deal with that. The point is that you cannot allow that to break you. If you want to do something in life, you can still go do those things. You're just going to have different obstacles. That's all I'm saying. You have to be able to take and push through those obstacles. Does anybody? You think that there hasn't been people who have, who've grown up in those environments and become successful?
I mean, it's a couple, but it's not a lot.
But do they exist? Is my point.
Of course. They exist? Of course.
So how did they get there? It wasn't a miracle. They didn't just wake up lucky. There's no magic.
It's a lot of luck involved. I can say that. Because me speaking for myself and my experiences, luck has played a great trial for me. And I know I'm far as heck in life right now, but luck, other than most of my people I know, has played a great part for me. So, I mean, we speaking on experience, if we're being subjective, yeah. We're being subjective right now. You give me your opinion, but I'm speaking on statistics. So that's all I'm saying.
That's fair. I'm not taking away from your experience. I'm just saying, for me, from what I've seen, from what I've experienced also, you can get places even with odds stacked against you. And sometimes it's all about being strategic and doing what you have to do. Yes, there may be a little bit of luck, but you could still get it done. It's a lot of the time it's mindset. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that that's for everybody. I'm not saying that those very far off cases, you know what I mean, where things are completely stacked against you, you have no choice. Those are different. But there are, for the most part, for most of us, majority of us, we have a choice. That's all I'm saying.
Majority? No. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm done.
That's your opinion. My opinion is majority, from what I've seen and what I've worked with and everything else, it's a mindset. You and I can disagree on that.
Yeah, because I'm speaking on statistics. You speaking on opinion, so I get that.
I'm not speaking on opinion. Okay, whatever. It is what it is. Go ahead.
Ooh, you just said it again, AJ. It is what it is. And I heard this from somebody the other day, and we were talking about it is what it is, that statement. And if you look at fatalism, a lot of people don't know what fatalism is, and it kind of ties back into what you and Water were talking about, and probably Kev, and I don't know what, I'm just coming up onto the panel. The belief that events are predetermined by fate or destiny. So are we going off fate or destiny or luck? I literally, when I broke this word down the other day and I broke down ism and fatalism, I had never heard that before. And a nurse told me that. A nurse told me that. The belief that events are, and I had to research it, the belief that events are predetermined by fate or destiny, and humans cannot, like, like carry it out, I guess. So when you say it is what it is, that it is what it is, you're actually setting yourself up for saying that I'm just gonna settle. I'm in fatalism.
I can understand what you're saying.
Right. That's where I'm just bringing that up because
Yeah,
it was
I think in
powerful
this
that you
case,
brought that up.
yeah, I think in this case between me and Blackwater, and like I said, I definitely want to go deeper with this with, Blackwater for sure if he's down. I just don't also want to take up, like all of the space because I do want, other people to talk. Because I am interested to hear more of his side, but it's definitely, we definitely have two different lived experiences for sure. So, when I'm saying like it is what it is, it's just like, hey, we have different experiences. That's all. It's just a figure of speech. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and you. If y'all can keep tapping the screen though, let's get it up.
Wait, yeah, share. I know y'all know how to share, man.
How we only get 8 shares from when I asked?
I know it was only Sean. I seen Sean and you did it so far.
Y'all, okay, I'm gonna need everybody go hold Kev's box down right now and go start clicking and send, you know what I mean? Go down the list. Go down the list. You can send it
There
to
you
like
go.
40 people.
There y'all go.
There y'all go. Because I'm not getting off the mic until y'all get these shares up to about 70. There at least need to be 70 shares out of all y'all. I think that's enough. There's 18 people in here. Y'all can do it.
I actually have to drop down. I'm so sorry. And I know I just came back up, but I appreciate you, Kat, for always having me on the panel and everybody that's been here. But I know I gotta drop down because I got work.
Okay, for sure.
I gotta get some stuff done, and appreciate you, AJ, and you, Water. I know we were in a live earlier, and it was beautiful.
Yeah,
it
we
was
chopped
beautiful.
it
So
up.
I love the knowledge and the wisdom that comes into these lives that are peaceful and are kind and compassionate, and bringing a lot of wisdom to people's lives. So appreciate you all.
Mhm.
Y'all, let's get 2 more shares. Come on now. I asked for 70. Y'all left me at 68. Come on now. 2 more. Go share. 2 more friends.
2 more.
2 more friends. That's all. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, Nay was probably woke up. Oh, Nay woke up from last night.
All right. Go ahead, Kev. I know you wanted to say something.
Hey, Nay. All right. All right. So I guess I explain what I mean on this one though.
Is that enough?
That's good, man. You do a wonderful
AJ?
job, man. You doing a wonderful job, my brother.
Thank you. I can't get you to share the screen, but at least I got you to share the live. That's a win in my book.
Got
Thank
120. Yeah, get all
I'm
y'all
still
peoples
tapping.
up there. Yeah, but then I'm gonna get the new people to come in here and they gonna share. That's a privilege to share. It's like, no. All right. So
I need that FYP in the comments. FYP in the comments.
Hashtag FYP. Hashtag FYP. Let's get to 25K. Y'all can take another break after that. Wait before picking me. Oh yeah, for sure. I got you. I love my mods. You see, love my mods. They on it. So
I'm not a mod again yet.
With the first,
I ain't earned it.
You a mod at heart.
I was your first mod. Get it right.
Yeah, I give it to you. It was one of my first mods. Between you and Kanai, I don't know. Kanai and Bert. I think Bert, Kanai. It was either Bert, Kanai. Then I met you maybe about a day after I did a live with Kanai and them though. Wasn't there the first day because you called me off guard. I think I met you like a month later because you had called me off guard when I met you. I was like, who is this? He's like, I'm one of the angels, and I'm like, who is this guy?
By name. I
Yeah.
mean, get it right, get it tight, pimp it.
So all right, I'm gonna tell y'all what I mean about that, and I'm more leaning towards pretty privilege, right? I think that's more. So the way I worded it, is it white tea privilege or pretty privilege that's more damaging to the mental today? The reason why I say pretty privilege, because it was like really a trick question, in a way. The reason why I said I would say pretty privilege is because well, YT privilege, most of the time it's us identifying them, and we always like, they got this over us, they got that, you got that, you know what I'm saying? We do that with each other, you know what I'm saying? Oh, as soon as we got some money, no, they got that, I got that. This like get to a point, start turning to hating to a certain extent, right? And we tell them how privileged they are. Now the difference with the pretty privilege, I feel like that's more damaging to the mental, especially to whoever been getting by in life, not getting checked. You know what I'm saying? Because they look good and stuff. So I think that's more damaging because it make people think that they doing is right because nobody really want to check people like that. They don't want to they just give them the free way of living, or they give them. I mean, it's all type of things. They even use them for like maybe some special type projects or something, so I think that's more damaging because it make a person think that they're what they're doing is right. Because I talk to this day, right? I really wanted to focus on the pretty privilege thing because I was just talking, I just hearing some people how they, and I just I'm looking like, what the heck? I'm like, dog, how people just allow you getting away with saying stuff like this and you don't, but people don't check them. You know what I'm saying? People don't check people if they I mean, it could be man or women, you know what I'm saying? Whoever dude that might be used to getting the 304, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. They got that privilege or tall privilege, something like that. They really don't get checked on the silly stuff that come out their mouth or the way they living and stuff because people want them. You know what I'm saying? So I think pretty privilege is more damaging to the mental today than they actually affecting people around them too. The YT privilege is more of how we view them and the things that we compare ourselves to. Like, hey, you don't got to run through that. And it's just they don't have to get pulled. It's not. It's more of how the system is with that situation. And I don't think it's messing. It's messing us more of physically than mentally. I would say on that part, maybe a little mentally, but I think it's more physical than anything. And it's also because it's our natural way to look at it, like, there's somebody that's doing better than us again. And most of us, I believe that we are really we're more privileged than we think, and that's why I'm trying to kind of wake us up on that situation. So yeah, I think that because like you can't say it's their mentality, right? Because it's like we call it out. You know what I'm saying? And you got that over us. You got that over us, and all that stuff. What we do with the pretty privilege, we more enable them. We don't really kind of let them know. We don't call it out. Hey, you only getting away because of that. Like they doing it recently, right? But they're not doing it. You're not going to do it to a person that you kind of attracted to, or until you mature a little bit. But throughout time, that privileges have been overriding a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? We're not looking at how toxic these celebrities is. Because we just look at, we look at the money, we look at the look, the shape and stuff, but we think they automatically smart sometimes until we really get to talking to them. So I think that pretty privilege is like dang near tearing up a lot, in this world though. You know what I'm saying? So it's really, like I said, it was really and I'm glad somebody said apples and oranges because I made it like that because I wanted to see where everybody's mind is at. Because I know a lot of people going to go for that first, you know what I'm saying? But that's just us. We call that out, and we call those privileges out. We hardly call pretty privileges out. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of the difference on that. It's not hurting our mind because we see what's happening. You know what I'm saying? But it hurt our mind when we just, get mesmerized and all this other stuff. So that is messing the mental up. So that's the reason why I made that question like that. Yes, it really ain't no balance. They really just not really comparable because it's two different things though. So that's the reason why I did it like that. I just want to see what everybody's thoughts was on that. That's why I
see
did
where
that.
you're coming from with that though.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you're right. Because like at the end of the day, like there are people who don't get like, because I've seen people get like they talk reckless, like out the side of their neck to people. I'm like, bro, if you were anybody else, you would have gotten your ish rocked. But because you're like considered pretty or whatever, everybody just lets you slide. Like that's crazy. But like, yeah, I guess like
Bars.
I never really like paid too much attention. But I don't know, because I've also been accused of having pretty privilege, even though I don't. So like I don't know. Maybe that's
Yeah, but it's a subjective thing too. Yeah, so I can feel it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you just got pretty privilege. I'm like, I just speak the truth. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to come at nobody.
hmm
But I mean, I feel like anybody can say that, but it's definitely, yeah, you definitely right. They definitely, people don't get called out. And I've also seen, pretty men do the same shit.
Yeah,
You know what I
facts. I
mean?
mentioned that. Yep.
Handsome dudes, you know what I mean? Out here
hmm
saying the most deplorable, problematic-ish, you know what I mean? Like
hmm
I've seen some of those dudes like in those same rooms with like women that are putting men down.
hmm
Especially putting black men down and they're just up there, going off and so on and so forth, and like nobody's checking them. Nobody's saying nothing.
Facts.
I'm like, bruh.
All day.
That stuff real, y'all. That stuff is real. I'm telling you, they don't. That's
Look,
real.
I'm gonna look. Kev, what did I say earlier when I first jumped in and it was just you and me? About the anarchy and chaos of the live that I was in with all the bleach blonde, bad built bodies talking all that smack.
Mm. Mm. My brain don't feel like thinking right now. It's a lot. I done said so much within that time.
Yeah, I already know.
But what
the
you was
point I'm
getting to
making
though?
is,
Yeah.
yeah, that's the point I'm getting to is all these people that are talking all this smack from a perspective about black men in general. You ain't us. You ain't walked a mile in our shoe. How dare you? We gonna let you walk a mile in our shoes. I guarantee you. There's a very famous college professor, and she old and white tea. She said, "Would you, if you want to be treated like black people are treated here in America, stand up." No, a white person stood up in the room. I rest my case.
I just want to say, I do see that a lot too with the pretty privilege, because you got to look at it. It was a certain time where males even had it. I mean, males and females, it go both ways. Because if you were a nice swagged out guy in school back in those days, man, the teacher let you get away with anything, male, female, and they knew who was and who wasn't. And you noticed the people who were not the prettiest got the most ish from anybody. Hell, even the teachers. I just wanted to touch on that because y'all was talking about that pretty privilege.
I'm gonna let you guys go. God bless you. Stay safe, okay?
You good? I'm about to let you go. I know everybody done jumped in front, but was you good?
No, I don't want to be rude. I was muted, but I'm gonna let you guys go. I'm gonna go.
For sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
God
man.
bless you guys. God bless you. God bless you.
All right, got you, my brother. Yeah. Go ahead, John.
Well, he didn't want to talk.
No, I guess he about to drop. Yeah, he about to drop. Yeah, I was about to literally go to him though. I know he was trying to go, but it is what it is. So.
Yeah, so I wanted to touch on it says is it the decisions you made that set you back or the environment? Why can't you move forward? So I wanted to say this, like, so it kind of touches back on what No Saint was talking about, me and her, about the environment, etc. If you think about it, I never lived in a black community a day in my life. I lived in a white community populated by black people. I'm gonna let y'all think about what I said. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna need you to say that one more time, real quick. One more time again, please.
I said I never lived in a black community a day in my life. I never lived in the black community a day in my life. I lived in a white community populated by black people.
Okay.
I get it.
For sure. Yeah, I get it. It took me a second. I was like, wait, huh? Say that one more time again.
Right. So with that being said, if you think about our systems that's above us, you think about the judicial system, you think about the pharmacy system, you think about the banks. you don't see a black person over those. You don't see a black face when you think of those things. Just saying, you don't. So those things are the fuel of those communities. You saying you live in a system of black community? Yeah. So those things are not what you see when you think of those high powering systems. So the decisions that those systems make trickle downs on the people that's not making those decisions for those systems. You don't even see them on the school board system. I ain't want to dive too much in on this topic because I didn't know what the topic was going to be about, but I'm looking at the last question you asked that I can read about your environment. But that's why I was saying, like, if your environment is set for you to do this and that, you don't have control over that environment. The people that have control have to make a change to that environment for you to do something about it. We can't change that. They have to change that.
So
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I feel about that situation.
I think that makes more sense now that you kind of explained it that way. I kind of get where you're coming from, for sure.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. No, I mean it's all good, bro. It's all love. And everything else. So I guess like my counter question to you as far as that goes, then if you're somebody who's not trying to fall into all of that, right? How do you survive that? Is it something that you just have to adapt to your environment for the time being until you try to find a way out, or
So to be honest,
do you just give up and just be like, fuck it, this is where we go?
so to be honest,
Yeah.
it's more of a factor on how lucky are you in a sense, because like, you know, it depends on what cards you were given and the resources that you have. And I wanted to let me finish a little piece more of that. So when you think of the school system, if you dive into the school system, you think about certain classes that you were taught in school. Most of the technical classes that dives into information that you can use is not taught by the black face. Majority of them, most cases, majority of them, you might have a black PE teacher, you might have a black history teacher, because it'll sit more well with you if you're hearing that from your own people. So the way to combat that is, like I said, it depends on how good you are, as in with faith. That's my opinion, because what I've seen thus far, a lot of lucky stuff has been happening for me. Not saying that that's what I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna leave it at that, because there's been situations where I got out of things that I wasn't supposed to get out of, and it wasn't because I chose to do it. It was more of a, oh shit, it's happening. It was more of a reactionary problem than a reactive, you know. No, I'm sorry. Did I say that right? It was more of a reaction than a response. Am I saying that right?
Reaction.
So you know how you plan something so you don't have to react.
Yeah.
Like a proactive situation.
Right. So it was more of those situations along those lines. So that's what I'm saying with me, because it was some situations I'm like, damn, how did I get out of that? Like, damn, man, blah 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 blah. That's my brother though. Like, I didn't choose that brother. He was just my brother, and the situations that he chose, it chose my situations in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
If it weren't for little things, if it weren't for little, so
Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Like I said, I have the exact opposite. I went to, when I was in school, I was the only black kid there. I was the only one. So, I had to deal with that on a whole other spectrum, if that makes sense. So,
the one talking black friend
makes sense on why you know what I mean? I can see why the mindsets between you and me would be very different. For sure. It's definitely interesting. We're on different spectrums. I like it.
And where you from? You from up north, down south?
Oh, bro, I'm from YT, Atlanta. I'm from Denver.
Oh.
If you know, y'all.
I've been to Denver. Just went to a club called Church. If it's called Church, I think it's called Church.
Nightclub. Yeah, that place is weird, bro. Like, I get it. It's a cool concept. Like, I get they wanted to do like a gothic style club, but could you at least take Baby Jesus up out of here? This is weird.
Yeah, and the church is crazy. A nightclub in a church was crazy.
Yeah. Like I said, I didn't mind. It was like, the building's cool. Like, that would have been cool. But could you take like all these, take Baby Jesus out of here and Mary and like half these saints? This is weird.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like the stuff I see. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild, but for sure. All right, I want to be quiet. I feel like I've been talking a lot.
No, I got a question for all of y'all. So since we were talking about thoughts earlier, what are thoughts to y'all? Like, if y'all had to define thoughts, what are they? Like if you had to put a word on it, like what is a thought?
What is a the?
Yeah,
Preconceived notion.
conceived notion.
Like, well, yeah, I guess like an unfiltered preconceived notion, because you got to kind of filter your thoughts there, people. Can't just be saying anything.
What about you, host? What is a thought?
I would say it is like a internal visual, internal. Oh, I'm trying to think of something.
It's fine. It's fine. I was more
internal talk. Talk to someone.
Okay, I feel that. So what I perceive as thought, I perceive thought as energy.
You're taking words out my mouth, boy.
You was gonna say that, yeah. He was gonna say
Everything
that.
energy, though.
Well, I got a question. Do you all have an internal monologue? Because I learned recently not everybody has one.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Like the whole internal monologue. Like I always have an internal monologue, but I guess there's some people who don't have one. And I was like, what?
Yeah,
so
some
like,
people don't have it.
You just never. You just say what you think. Like I'm confused.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
I feel like mine
AJ,
is more intensified.
It's not
under influence.
Alright, so can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Gabe, and I can hear that loud ass music. What you got, bro?
He got that one or 2 bars too.
Oh, never mind, bro. You got your one bar, bro. I'm gonna need you to fix your Mic Wi-Fi.
That's what I'm saying.
Make Wi-Fi.
So your Mic Wi-Fi.
Oh hell, hold on. Let me go outside. Let me step outside. It's because I'm inside.
Bro, why you have cell service?
Yeah,
from,
like,
1997. Gotta go stand in front of the fridge to make a phone
Nah,
call.
like the where I work, it's like a dead zone for fucking cell phones. Like they got big back roofs.
Got you. So Gabe, are you saying you don't have an internal monologue?
No, I'm saying I definitely have an internal monologue. That's because I've been here before. Anybody that ain't got one, they ain't got no soul or consciousness.
I mean, you would know. You've been here, apparently since the dawn of time. You know where everything started. So.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm sorry.
That's a fact.
The primordial soup had to happen.
Yeah, I get you.
Anyway, but nah, I think it's thought is energy and emotion.
Everything's energy.
So the reason why I say it's energy is because think about it like this: if you're in an environment where you got all negative thoughts coming at you, the energy's heavy. It's hard to move.
It's denser.
It's denser. It's heavier. Yeah, that's facts. And then when you at the house and you're in your peaceful setting with your family that's thinking all positive thoughts, it's like. So with that being said, it's energy to me. But when you think about it being as energy, you're able to manifest your thoughts and bring it to reality. For instance, when you cook things, like you think about what you're gonna cook and then you cook it, and then you put it inside of your body. So you bring your thought to reality.
Yeah, that's true. Because like where I'm from, like we don't, you can't feed somebody something if you're in a bad headspace.
Facts.
Because you make them sick.
Facts. That's why when you
don't make
right. Not what you was gonna say?
No, I'm saying no. I was agreeing with you. I'm sorry.
No, you good. So like when you eating at a restaurant or something like that, and you being disrespectful to the waitress or the cooks, be careful. But we also eat other things. I mean, for instance, when you're on TikTok, you're scrolling down your feed, you're also feeding
what you're mentally consuming. Yeah.
Facts.
That's why mindset is very important to me, right? It's like that's why I'm always preaching like change your mindset, switch it up, change it up. Because if you know what I mean, if you just stay in that negative, I've seen that eat people alive completely.
Right. And with that being said, the question is for you is how do you become how do you go to a level of or a state of being that brings you to a God level of like making decisions and being pure, etc.? What does that require in your own words?
What What do you mean?
So, what are the steps of becoming a more cleansed person in this world?
I mean, there's lots of steps it's gonna come with. You
If you had to
gotta.
put it in 3 steps, 3 steps.
Ooh, okay. One, you're gonna have to be honest with yourself. You know what I mean? That honesty is gonna be very important. Two, you're gonna have to clear out a lot of shit because it's like trying to fill up a bucket. You can't fill up a bucket that's already got water in it. You know what I mean? Everything's
Mm.
gonna fall out of it, so you gotta empty that out. Um, and then two, just make sure that you're just careful on what you consume, and that also involves the people in your environment that you're in. So if you need to get out of a certain environment and you have the ability to get out of there, get out of there. You know what I mean? Or do what you need to do to make sure you're safe or find an exit. Come up with an exit plan to try to get out of there as much as possible. Because I mean, to be honest, like I said, I didn't have the not to be that person, but it's like I didn't have the best upbringing, but like at the same time, that's what I had to do to kind of get through it, if that makes sense. Like I had to come up with an exit plan and be like, okay, I just need to get through this up until this point, and then this, like, I'm getting the fuck out of here at this time, and then we just start the counter and keep it going.
Thanks. Okay,
So
I feel that. I feel that.
that's how I would do it.
Anybody else? If not, I'll give mine. So I'm gonna give y'all something pertaining to us as a people. So I'm gonna use some real shit, but just bear with me. So I'm gonna use sperm as an
And
example.
after you, I'm gonna get other people in real quick because I don't want to.
Oh, go ahead. No. Matter of fact, all right, I'll make this quick then. So think about sperm for example. So when sperm is produced and it goes into the body, it's in a hostile environment, correct? And it's trying to survive because things in that environment is trying to take it out. Once it surpasses that environment, it has to face gravity. Correct? It has to face gravity. It has to go up. Then once it faces gravity, it has to compete and it has to win. If it doesn't win, it doesn't survive. So we use those same terms with us as a people. You get what I'm saying? So us as a people, we have to deal with a hostile environment. Within that hostile environment, we gotta deal with unforeseen forces that's dealing with our path, our route that we're taking. And once we compete or get past those unforeseen forces, we got to compete and we got to win. And I'm gonna land my plane with that.
Yo, I'm dead. All right, what's up, Unique? What's up, Jelly? We're gonna let Unique come in real quick. Unique, what you got on the topic?
Hey y'all, I came up because I got excited when I heard
I'm
someone
here to
talking about
disagree with everything Kid said. Let's get it, fair. You already know I'm
the
down.
internal monologue because that is something I was literally just talking with someone about the other day. But I can talk about the topic too. So, are y'all on a specific question? I know y'all talked about pretty privilege earlier.
We only went through like the first three low key, the topic, and then first two. So with the first one, are we blinded to our privileges? How you feel about that?
Um, I think some people can be, or maybe they don't want to acknowledge them, because I think you have to know that you're receiving a privilege sometimes. But then again, not everybody is self-aware like that. So it depends on the person. Some people are very self-aware where it's like I can acknowledge and this is not me saying I'm beautiful, but I can acknowledge there are certain privileges I know I have that maybe somebody else might not benefit from. Like I'll even say, as far as my skin tone, like that's a privilege in itself, right? So there's all kinds of things that people can benefit from, and I think it's just I won't say that people are being dishonest, but I think a lot of people know, but they don't want to accept the fact that they have that privilege, if that makes sense.
Okay, I like that.
And then the second one, I said apples and oranges for the second question because I feel like it's hard to compare like a privilege in society and systematic privileges with, the YT folk and pretty privilege. they can be kind of like intersected in some areas, but um, I think they are damaging in different ways, right? One is about like how you move in the world as far as all people go versus one that's very subjective. So,
Remember the
like
key word. The key word is mental, or
mental,
damaging to the mental. So us personally, or people personally, damaging to the
so
mental.
it's hard to say because I feel like some of it's kind of tied into itself. Like, I'll use the example for women, for example, like what the beauty standard is, right? So, what, well, we'll say in America, right? What some people might deem beautiful or what most people could deem beautiful in America can also kind of fall into that pretty privilege because if we're going off of what the standard of beauty is, it could be like, what is that girl's name? BB Hadid. Did CC
I say
Hadid ever?
BBL Drizzy.
Oh no, no.
Yeah, Drizzy.
But like the or let's say Kylie Jenner. That's a name I can throw out there,
Oh,
right?
Kylie Jenner, yeah.
That's a beauty standard, right? Which not everybody thinks she's beautiful, but that can be a beauty standard, and she's a Caucasian person. So it's like they kind of all kind of cycle into each other. Someone's self-worth can be tied up into that just the same as it could be with that pretty privilege. She receives pretty privilege, but she also receives a different privilege for who she is, right? So I think it's hard to say. I do agree though that when it comes with um, like a pretty privilege, I do think a lot of people have it. I do think people get away with stuff if someone thinks
Hmm.
they're attractive. If somebody feels like someone else is attractive or they have some kind of value, especially on like on the outside, they get away with a lot more stuff. I can attest to that. Even I've seen it firsthand on this app. It's like I've seen someone say
Facts.
something, and it's like, especially when those cameras come on, but it's like they'll say something, literally will be arguing down with somebody, and then somebody who think is a little cute says it, and it's like, oh, well, actually, oh yeah, ha 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 ha. Like, okay,
Hey, you know the
y'all are
funny thing
funny.
about that? You could actually tell though who the ones that got by in life because when you challenge them, it's the way they react to it. You know, so they not used to a person getting on them like, hold up, I'm used to getting away with saying silly stuff like this. What are you doing? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Facts,
Yeah,
that's
facts.
that stuff
true.
real. That
That's
stuff
true.
real though, and
But
people
I
don't.
also, the thing is though about that, like, I think it's temporary because if you notice, like anybody who got any real sense, right? Somebody who's beautiful, yeah, initially people can be enamored by their charms or whatever, but it always ends up, eventually you'll see past whatever that outside thing is. So I think most people can relate to that in real life. If you ever met somebody, they might look really good, and then they start talking. It's just like, oh, you're an airhead. Oh, okay,
Facts,
you're
facts,
you're not that
facts.
bright, or oh, okay, this is not somebody who's actually worth investing time into.
Yeah.
So I think,
But what's messing their mental up though, right? Is somebody that still want to sleep with that airhead, and that's why they just all. If you ever talk, like if you talk to some people, that was well, they in my inbox anyways. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
somebody want it. You know what I'm saying? So that's very that's mess up the mental like crazy. You know
that's
because they
true.
don't see the real. They can't tell the real and the fake.
But that comes back to like self-awareness too. Like,
Yep,
you have to
yep,
have self-awareness, and if you're not,
got
that's
to.
I feel like that's a lot of people getting traps. And tying back into what is it AJ? What AJ said about
Yeah,
the mental monologue. Me and my cousin were literally talking about this. How we were saying how people who don't have it, like if you can't talk through like your thoughts and talk through what you're about to do next inside your head before you do it, and you're just seeing like pictures or images, it's like, are those the people who like lash out really quickly first and then think about it after because they didn't have that internal monologue to kind of slow them down? Like, I
Definitely
don't
crash
know.
outs.
I don't know. That's strange. It's just read.
you
I
hear
don't know.
y'all. You ever try to imitate a voice and it don't come out when you try to come when you try to do it with your own mouth? You swear you breaking it down too. I sound just like Denzel Washington. Then you sound like a roach when you try to talk. I'm
Oh
like,
my
oops.
god.
But let me get well before I get some more people here, man. Let's keep tapping. There's 17 people up in here, man. Keep on tapping. Hey, give me up to like we could get to like at least 27K. I ain't hurting y'all. 27K, y'all can get the y'all get a little break after that. Hold on, let's support people up here. Y'all get a little, I remember this name before. I remember this name. It's a 27. We get the 27K. Share, right? Y'all haven't shared yet? Go on and hold your finger where my box is at and share to everybody. Just everybody. I don't care who it is. You know what I'm saying? If I don't mess with them, I block them anyway. So it is what it is. Just share to everybody on your list. You said what, brother?
I said, yeah, we know that.
Yeah, for sure. So keep on just share and hashtag FYP down there. Let's go ahead and keep me stretched out on this For You page. And if y'all want to give some of y'all favorite people up here, y'all can send about. Is my stuff about to freeze? Oh, God, I'm so scared. I got that. Oh, man, I got that like PTSD, man. This thing be freezing and cut off in the middle of stuff. Oh, wow, that's good. So yeah, keep doing that, and then go ahead, Jelly Bean. You next, and then I'm gonna get Black Patriarchy and my boy Coach, and then JJ.
What's going on, everybody? Hope y'all doing pretty good. Are we blinded by our privileges?
Yeah.
Kind of, but I think that people who don't have privilege are more blinded by the fact that they don't have privilege. What is privilege? Privilege is favoritism and a power position that puts you over people and kind of centers you. And who is it compared to, and who determines it? The people determined it. It's not something that you can determine for yourself. It's something that other people have to treat you like and kind of confirm and carry through. Is white privilege or pretty privilege more damaging to the mental today? I would say pretty privilege is more damaging because pretty privilege, now that we have social media and everybody's at your fingertips, the way that you look is more apparent to people, and it's so apparent to people that they're turning their lack of pretty privilege into a white supremacy problem, and it's not.
I like what you did on that one.
That's way more damaging mentally. A good example of that is fat phobia, for example. The people say things like fat phobia is anti-Black, but it's anti-Black to say that fat phobia is anti-Black because it works off the notion that Black women are just inherently big. It works off the notion that Black women are inherently unhealthy, and it works off the notion that Black women are inherently unattractive. So that is anti-Black in its surface, in its existence. Is the decision that you made, is there a decision that I made that set me back? Is it my environment? Why can't you move forward? I have had moments where my environment set me back, and then I made the decision to change my environment. And the reason that I can't move forward right now is what I recently realized about myself is that I have reached the difference between talent and genius. And what I mean by that is just that I don't put as much discipline into things because I get into doors based off talent. And if I put more discipline in, I would have reached the genius that I do believe that I could be at. But because I don't put discipline in, I sit in talent. And I think that discipline is very much the difference. And if I put more discipline in, then I will move forward. That's why I make sure to kind of set a routine for myself, read every day, work out, do the things that I need to do so that I can so that I can create a structure of discipline in order to move myself forward. How important is your image? Why and for who? My image used to be extremely important to me, and I realized that it caused me to operate out of a lot of ego. Just another quick thing about myself. I recently decided to stop being a stud. And in hindsight, I actually don't know why I was a stud, y'all. I really don't know. I don't have a good answer for you. I don't have a good answer. I don't have, one of these things. And I realized that the reason why I felt like I needed
because
to
you see
stay
that the power. I mean, the hecticness men go through. You like, never mind. I changed my mind.
Well, I think that, so this was the thing. I kind of believe that I felt like that would
This
put
what
me
you men dealing with?
No, now sometimes when on some some women lives, I be having to be quiet because I'd be like, no, you bitches in here. Yeah, sorry, y'all. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, but to get back, I realized that the reason that I wanted to stay like that for such a long time is because I wanted to keep having proximity to women and just kind of have my pick of the litter. And that became very egotistical when I also started to feel like, dang, I'm using proximity to women and to fuel my ego, to validate a false sense of masculinity that I actually don't occupy. And that's when I decided to kind of sit with myself and just, not do that anymore. And not only did I realize that, one, my proximity to women hasn't even changed. In fact, it's increased. So that was a waste of my time. Now I got all these man clothes I can't even do nothing with.
So
Play
what
those clothes, cheating me.
have you
But
ever talked to a guy after that, or nah? You just
yeah, I'm doing perfectly fine. Like, as far as men goes, yeah, it's kind of crazy because, to go back to the second topic, the pretty privilege, I didn't realize I experienced pretty privilege until I transitioned back into femininity, and I was hanging out with women that were masculine presenting, that I knew liked men. And they're not wanting to go to be feminine is because a lot of them did not feel comfortable or did not feel like men would accept them back into femininity because they had been perceived as masculine for so long, in the way that they carried themselves, in the way that they walked, the tattoos that they had. Like, you got to really ask yourself, as a female, why do you have dice and dollar signs tatted on you? You
that's
know what I'm
crazy.
saying? Like, you just you in too deep. And so I think that I didn't realize I experienced pretty privilege until I transitioned back. And the moment that I realized it is, I was dressing like Aaliyah for a little minute because I had a lot of pants, and y'all grown, you can't just throw away good jeans. You know what I'm saying? You just can't do that. So I was kind of dressing in the mix of the two, but I was still noticing that that, like, men were, I was getting the men that I desired. And then when I transitioned into, kind of just only being feminine, now all of my stuff pretty much looks like this. It did increase, but for the most part, that's when I realized that I experienced pretty privilege. But I think that my image was important to me because I was operating in a lot of ego. Because in all actuality, none of us have actually seen ourselves. You don't know what you look like. You have never taken your eyeballs and looked at your face. You've only seen a reflection of yourself. So why on earth am I so centered in what I look like? Why on earth am I so centered in me? Even when it comes to my intellect, I was moving in a lot of ego in my career because I'm like, dang, I don't know a lot of people who are, I was 25 at the time. I don't know a lot of people who are 25 and get to be a political strategist before they even graduate, So I was operating in so much ego that I actually feel like I had to have an ego check and an ego death that helped me move forward. So that's my thoughts on the topic, y'all.
Okay. Let me get before we go, man, keep tapping, y'all. Y'all to slow down. We almost at 28K now. Let's go there, cause y'all playing with me. It's gonna get to 28K. Matter of fact, no, just keep tapping till you get to 30. It's enough people. Get to 30K. I don't think I even see the shares move when I said that before. If y'all haven't shared, go ahead and share for me, man. It's it's the thing at the bottom that said that y'all can wake them up out they sleep, get they work. They ain't gotta go to work. They come in here. So no. But go ahead, my brother, coach in the building.
Absolutely. What's popping, Kev?
Not much, man. You already know.
Yeah, let me knock these questions out. What is privilege and who is it compared to and who determines that? Is that me or somebody else might messing up? It's like static.
Probably was mine. Let me
When I
turn this
say,
down. Is it good now?
yeah, it's good. So privilege is basically a special right that certain people get or groups get over other people. So I guess it would have to be to the people who's not getting that special right to determine and identify it, because typically people who receive it, unless they're sociopaths, don't recognize that they're getting a certain privilege. Some people do, but for the most part, the people getting privilege are unaware that they're getting a certain type of privilege. Is YT privilege or pretty privilege that's more damaging to the mental today? I'm gonna go ahead and say YT privilege is obviously more damaging than pretty privilege, and I'm gonna say that because YT privilege is the type of thing that creates ghettos. YT privilege is the type of thing that keeps disparities between finances and other groups, especially for Black people. Can we do more? Yes, we can. Can we work better at creating families for dual income so that we can not be at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to collective median ranges for finances? Absolutely. But for the most part, there's things in place to prevent that. And whether we fall victim to it is our choice or not. But I'm gonna say YT privilege is definitely more damaging than pretty privilege. Is it the decisions you made that set you back, or your environment? Why can't you move forward? So I'm gonna definitely say my environment prepped me to make bad decisions. However, I'm 100% responsible for any decisions that I make, right? So once I identify that I may be lacking in certain areas, it's up to me to whether or not I move forward or use the environment as an excuse. So I'm gonna say I am moving forward. And how important is your image? Why and for who? I really don't care about image. I mean, my name is Black Patriarchy, so I obviously don't give a fuck about my image. But you know, if I want to go out and look good, then I'll do that. If I want to go out and wear a hoodie with some shorts and some Jordans, then I'll do that too. It just depends on what I want to do. I don't like have this this desire to want to focus so much on my image that I make it like, oh, this is a priority. Like, I'm not trying to impress nobody.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, went through that smoothly.
Is he military?
How
Absolutely.
did you figure that out?
His profile, his page.
Oh, then bro, why you asked? You see my page?
I thought you was posting somebody else on there. I was about to say.
Nah,
I didn't
that's
see
me,
that
bro.
like you got a collared shirt on. I don't see the other picture you used to have.
He clicked my
Hey.
page.
Oh, you must have clicked on it. I was about to say, what the heck? How the heck?
Yeah.
Well, wait. One more question for him. Where you stationed at?
Oh, I'm out now. I'm a veteran, boy.
Oh, you got out as an E5?
Yeah, I got out. I ain't doing no 20 years, bro.
I'm an E5 right now, still locked in.
Still locked in. Hey, shit, do what it do, man. Hey, if you're gonna stay until you retire, do that. But I had to get out.
What's your MOS?
88 November.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah. So I had some opportunities, bro. I had to take them.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. Let me get JJ in, then I got all day after that. Some people coming up.
Oh, JJ Icefish.
JJ, where you at, man?
Hey
This
man,
thing.
I'm sorry. I've been talking to Saint AJ.
What did you do, my friend?
How you doing? I'm a little weird because adult sodas very much, and I'm also on the spectrum. So I apologize if I'm being rude. I don't want to be rude.
I mean, you're not rude, my friend. It's like I was telling you in the comments. Just
I know, but
as long as you're not going out of your way, you're perfectly fine to share, your opinions on any topic or anything. So,
But
you'll be all right, my friend.
I'm very much looking like a white tea. Very much. Puerto Rican.
Man, you must have got traumatized with some other lies that don't be accepting YT people or something. Cause you done mentioned that a few times. I told you this ain't that type of room, man.
Gabe, I'll let you up in a minute, bro. I did come up real quick. I do need y'all to keep tapping the screen because I'm about to shut the comments off. It's really as bad as it's getting. Because we should have been up to 35K. And so until we hit 35K, I'm gonna shut the comments off. Until we get there. Just saying. I need y'all to keep tapping the screen, and if you're in the boxes, I need you to keep tapping the screen. Thank you.
I don't want to be here anymore. There's too many people. I sound really bad sometimes, and I apologize.
All right, bro. Let me help you out, my brother. Gotcha. I don't want him getting tortured, man. I don't want you getting tortured.
Nah, Black Patriot. So you no, you didn't say that. I think it was Bean. Bean said it, right? That pretty privilege. You like pretty privilege over YT privilege?
Yeah, for the mental.
Oh, for the whoa, yeah.
That's more damaging to the mental today. Yeah.
They I blocked him that fast that his stuff was stuck in there. That was crazy.
Oh, you was stuck? Okay, bro. I didn't know what was Kev. I didn't know what you wanted to do in that. I was like, I'm trying to.
I know. I'm just saving him, man. It's obviously that he just, I don't know, there's something going on.
Y'all don't need to be up in the box if y'all ain't gonna be.
Bro, as soon as you said, "Let me help you out," I knew what you was trying to do.
I'm gonna say it like this.
Y'all like seeing people suffer, man. That's all it is, man. It's obviously something that he trying to feed something, and he don't. I actually be feeling sad for some people on here, low key.
Kev,
But
this
I
is
do
why I
think that they
said
should keep
sword of
getting on live
Damocles.
so that they can learn how to communicate with people. Though I think it's just like if you don't have good communication skills, I do think that talking to people on social audio will at least help you a little bit.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Practice.
Yeah.
It's a practice.
It's like practicing with no real fear of consequence. Like if you don't know how to talk to women, you probably need to download Tinder and shoot your shot a few times.
Stay on mute.
Like it's kind of, I don't know, like if you don't know how to talk to people as far as like, trying to shoot your shot, maybe you should try to slide in some Tinder, shoot your shot a few times, see what works, what doesn't work. So I just think, kind of in comparison.
I don't know. I'm on the wrong team for that.
Somebody got the Riz app.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with that.
Whole relationships with stairs. I'm gonna be quiet.
No. I wanted to feed on that because you said that. That's facts though. Because you got to think, like when you get on intellectual lives and you got people that spitting knowledge and you get up there, if you coming in crazy and you ain't got no knowledge, they gonna cook you. So it prepares you for that field when you're talking on a stage with big people or you just talking on a stage with different crowds.
Yeah, but I think the disadvantage of that is though, because I do see it on this app a lot. Like I said, this room is probably one of the very rare exceptions. But I've jumped up, like this is why I don't go to a lot of lives, but I have been on other lives where we're literally trying to have a conversation and somebody is literally just trying to argue for the sake of arguing, because apparently we can't have conversations. We gotta have debates about fucking everything. We can't just have a conversation.
Stimulations.
Yeah, I think these platforms give you I think that they give you good emotional regulation because either you're gonna get cussed out constantly, told off constantly, or you're gonna regulate yourself and be able to learn how to have conversation with people. And so I think it's a good and a bad side. Like the bad side is that it makes people perpetually online, and that's just a negative. The bad side is that sometimes people build parasocial relationships that they don't need to. So I'm not saying it's all good, but I do think that
After young lady, can I challenge you?
In 1 second, Santiago. 1 second.
Your best friend.
I need to ask you a question, Santiago, because I haven't seen you in a minute. But bruh, is that you in the picture? You changed your profile picture.
Who else is gonna be?
Hey, bro, I'm proud of you. Good job on graduating. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead, Santiago.
All right. Let me give some craziness real quick since we was talking about jumping into intellectual conversation.
Why she leave?
Oh, she back. Now, so I was in a halfway decent intellectual conversation.
Wait, before you get too deep, though, I'm about to get him a little run real quick. So I'm gonna turn the comments back on, though. But if it ain't back in, if we don't get to 35 in 10 minutes, we're gonna turn it right back off. So I'm gonna give y'all a little grace, but keep on tapping, though. We're gonna get to 35K.
And y'all better put in the comments. Thank you, Kev, because they just gonna keep them off till we hit 35.
Hey, run them bands, run them hands. That's the only options you got. But all right, so I'm gonna make this short and sweet.
Let's go.
I'm gonna make it short and sweet on this little anecdotal experience that I had. So we have an intellectual conversation, and all these deflections came in with the topic was basically smexless relationships, period, true love. The deflections came in with people coming up, with the medical issues. No, the conversation was literally, you ain't giving it out. Is it true love if they stay? That's the catch-22 of the conversation. There were so much deflections, and they kept saying that I was misogynistic and that I was condescending, arrogant, egotistical, like basically all the TikTok trigger words in order to try and shame a man into shutting up. And the disingenuous part was, I'm looking and I'm listening and I'm telling them there are good reasons to say no. Medical, yes. But blatantly saying no 180 days out of 365 is not a kosher thing. You're telling your partner you don't want them, essentially. But they deflect it all across the board, like the difference between YT privilege and pretty privilege. It's still a privilege at the end of the day. And I'm just saying that's anecdotal and crazy, but the point being is the deflection that was being made by some of these women to justify how they treated their partner ends up just showing that they are a Marxist feminist.
So I want to say something to that. So when you go on lives like that and you're dealing with interactions pertaining to that situation, you gotta walk lightly and you gotta say certain things in certain ways. But catch you on fire.
Yeah, my boy. Nah, I burnt the bridge and set the water on fire because I am that one. I am him. I will come with the fire and the smoke.
You Himothy, huh?
Mm-hmm. I'm Hemocles the Third. Get with it.
How about you be him and keep on tapping though? Keep on tapping. Everybody keep being him. Be like that. Be like him and tap.
I'm tapping. I'm tapping. Damn it.
It was 35. Y'all got about 5 more minutes before we shut the comments back off, man. I'm just that's crazy. That's crazy. I gotta do all that though. That's crazy. I'm just trying to, I know your fingers hurt, man. You could just go do one at a time. 1, 2, 3.
But yeah,
go ahead. Let me explain though a little bit what I mean on. I'm gonna re-say it because I said it earlier though. So with I think everybody answered for the most part that's up here. So reason why I picked the pretty privilege over the YT privilege, right? I picked that because first off, they not comparable. Privileges, it's a subjective thing for what I noticed. It just depends on how people feel about it and who they comparing themselves to. But I think the pretty privilege is more damaging to the mental because like most of the people, usually them are the ones that's not getting checked. They get enabled more than anything. So enabling to mess up a lot of people's mental. The YT privilege, right? We talk about that all the time. We the ones that actually spend our time, comparing ourselves to them and saying, hey, y'all can get this, you don't go through that, all that stuff. I wouldn't say that's damaging to the mental like that because we call it out. You know what I'm saying? It don't keep us in the Lulu land. But I think privilege is most definitely the Lululand stuff works for them for the most part because they don't get checked. They get used for different things. When we telling them one message, then they get countered with, somebody still mess with me regardless, so that can't be wrong. Stuff like that. That's why I said, and that's why I was mentioning before, is apples and oranges, and it most definitely is. It's really not comparable. But I noticed one of them already get called out. The other one hardly gets called out because we enable it. We don't enable YT privilege. You know what I'm saying? We don't. Not us personally. You know what I'm saying? So it's just something that we just, we live through. And it depends on the lifestyle that you're comparing it to, all the reasons behind the comparison and stuff. So that's the reason why I made those two though. But I only did that. And this whole thing is about trying to see where it's like a victim mentality test, low key, because that's why I was listening to how everybody answered their questions and stuff. It's really a test because it's like, a lot of us don't really realize how privileged we really are, and that's the reason why I say, are we blinded to our privileges? Hey, I've been talking crazy lately. Weird. I don't know what this. I don't know what's going on. It must be that word. I don't know. But for the most part, I believe it, just especially in America, right? A lot of us is more privileged than what we say, what we think. We be saying that we go through this and we don't have the right for that and all this other stuff. And like they just had the 4B movement like some months ago or a month ago or something like that. Like they got forced into them relationships. Funny stuff, man. And it's people that actually get forced into their stuff. That's why that last question or the last prompt, not the last one, but the prompt, it was what is so that that I asked, is the environment or does it set you back? Is it your decision? Because so most of the time, people make decisions. They make silly decisions in life, and then all of a sudden want to blame it on their environment or say that it's because of YT privilege. The reason why I slept with this person or something like that. No, you made that decision at the end of the day. So people always want to use that as they pick and choose when they want to use these which it's a fact, right? But they want to use it to why they are in the position they at now. And most of the time, that's no, because you chose wrong. You know what I'm saying? Yes, most of the time, our parents told us who to watch out for, but we wanted to do what we want to do anyways. And some of them parents have enabled it too, so I can understand that too. So overall, we can say the environment and stuff because it's the way we got raised and how TV and all that stuff, push it out and brainwash a lot of us and all that. But at the end of the day, it's what the decisions we took out of what we learned. We still had choices. We still pick and choose. Nobody forced us into the position we in now. You know what I'm saying? And then we also don't want to look past our desires. We just want to do what we want to do. We want to be having fun. We want to be happy, and that's all has been pushed, and that's all we have been basically living off of. So
Facts. I wanted to say
yeah.
something. You said desires. Yeah, desires is a big thing, man. Because
Yeah.
in this time and day and age, whatever you desire, you get, as in materialistic things. Like you could say, oh man, I want me a mix Alaskan bitch. You know what I mean? Going crazy, and somehow you go on Twitter. I mean, you go on Tinder and type in what you want, you get that. And I feel like that
I
what
don't think a lot of women are experiencing pretty privilege. I think that a lot of women are easy to fuck. And a lot of women don't understand the difference.
That's a new
Because
term.
getting pretty privilege is like pretty privilege is not, I ain't never paid to get in the club. Okay, yeah, you're a woman. Why would you pay to get in the club? That don't even make sense. Pretty privilege is more kind of centered on one, pretty privilege come with a lot of hate, but pretty privilege is centered in how people treat you and move around you. Like in just kind of in general, like well, one, I have never paid in the clubs to get in the club, so I am a part of that demographic. But pretty privilege is just sort of like an experience that I've had. Is just like, again, sort of my transition back into my femininity. That was a pretty privilege, I think. Also the way that men behave around me. Now it is also partly because of how I carry myself. I gotta acknowledge that. But the way that men move around me, the way that women move around me too. Also, just sort of like when I'm moving around the world, like for example, I've had a lot of people want to commission me to be the muse of their art. Not even be naked, just kind of be the muse of the art. That's something that's happened to me very frequently. Something that's happened to me very frequently is just sort of people being attracted to my aura and just stuff like that. A lot of women want to sort of get tips on how to have their hair like mine. Just it's a lot of things that go into pretty privilege. But pretty privilege comes with a lot of hate. It's not like this easy thing for real. And it's not, I'm not saying it because I think that I'm gorgeous or the pick of the litter or the best thing walking, but it's just I'm aware that I experience it. Part of me does wonder if colorism does play a role in that. So like Unique said, I think that YT supremacy does have some intersectionality when it comes to pretty privilege, but I do think that in 2024, because of how assimilated a good portion of us are, I do really believe that we are experiencing more pretty privileged mental issues, or honestly, we could even kind of say undesirability politic, which is kind of what I label people who don't experience pretty privilege. They usually subscribe to undesirability politic, but because they're not deemed desirable, I put the but
It
that's
does
just
help
kind of how I
out,
see it.
though. It
That's
does help
what?
out.
That doesn't what?
I said it does. It does help out, being pretty. I consider myself handsome. And, position I'm in now, honestly, I do base it off of my handsomeness. Not saying my jump shot in the gym and all that training didn't work out. I'm not saying I'm a ball. That's more so an analogy, a baller, more so an analogy. But you know, I do think my handsomeness did play a role in my position. So it
Yeah.
does help out.
Facts.
And I think that like the people who have more problems, like the people who want pretty privilege or desirability politic checked outside of men, like I think the women who want pretty privilege, people who experience it held accountable, are the people who don't experience it, because I'm sorry, but we just will never have equality of outcome. That's just not a real concept.
Mm.
But I
And
do
people are
match.
wanting that equality of outcome.
You
And
do
it's
have.
just
I
not gonna
mean,
happen.
on a man level, you do have to match it because it's really crazy that okay, let's just say two bums. You have a man bum, you have a woman bum, standing next together. That man bum is gonna look way worse off than a woman bum. This is something woman has. A man have to actually talk and walk that walk. A woman, not necessarily. She doesn't necessarily have to do all that because of her image. And then when words come out her mouth, you can tell you can tell what type of person it is, but people gonna bypass that. But men have to walk the walk and talk the talk.
Facts. And can I ride on that? Since you said that, like, it's only gonna be certain men who gonna be able to achieve or to be able to get a high body count, because there's a lot of men that can't do stuff like that. So with that being said, I was talking on the last. It was a conversation I was having with this guy. He was like, if we know that the guys who are handsome and can pull all the girls, getting the girls, sooner or later the man that can't get the girl is gonna go to the next thing they could get. And he was like, transgenders, and I'm like, whoa. But
Okay.
he brought the information up, and it was like, okay, I understand now. Like, you feel me? Like, it's possible, because you feel me. If you can't pull no pretty girl or you can't get no girl, then you're gonna try what's next
There's
or whatever.
always going to be
It's
somebody
more
for
so of a
the
nympho thing,
people at
to
the
be
end of the
honest.
day.
With that.
You say what?
It's more
I
so the
said,
nympho thing regarding that.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I don't think that they like that they're dating trans women because they're not handsome. I think that they dating trans women because they like dick.
No.
I
Okay, let
mean,
me give y'all an analogy. So think about it like this. Like I
Make
just
that
said,
plain.
Hold
hold
on.
on,
Everybody in the box put F1 in the
pause.
comments.
How
Pause.
did
'Cause
we
we
get
gotta,
on that? What the heck we
I don't
talking
know,
about?
but I'm about to pull us right off this topic because I already know exactly how this shit's gonna end up and where
Boy.
we gonna end. We
Yeah, I
are
like how
not
you
trying to get this
transition.
I
live
can't even leave for
bad. I
2
ain't
seconds.
trying
What
to
the
get
heck?
nobody. Bro, I'm trying to handle it. I ain't trying to get nobody, nannered. I ain't trying to deal with people coming in on the back end of this conversation, only hearing a part and getting triggered. We just gonna avoid that conversation all entirely, and we just gonna keep moving past that. Like I don't even want to. We ain't even gonna go there.
all right.
Cool. Go ahead, Santiago. I know you were Santiago. Did you answer the questions?
No, honestly I didn't.
Oh, okay. All right,
The
Santiago. If you want, go
privilege.
ahead and
I mean,
yeah,
I
run
kind
through
of
'em.
like touched on it regarding it. I was actually going off of what Jelly Bean said. You know, it is a addition to your character. I experienced it, and then she did speak something. You're going to experience hate. You're going to, and I have. Just the way I look, I experienced it, and then eh, as long as you know you got the walk, the match your talk, you'll be alright.
But now they say they're gonna trust the fool before they trust the genius. You know how they say.
But I
You
think, oh, sorry. No, I was just gonna say, I was like, I think that, I don't know. I feel like having pretty privilege, like, it's not something that I don't think anybody really notices until somebody kind of points that shit out to you, or you're put in a position to where it's pointed out. Because to you, it's just normal, right? Like, I've never had to pay to get into a club. I've never, you know what I mean? I can walk into, not that I drink, but I could walk into a bar right now. I don't even have to pay for any drinks. Um, all of those things, like, that's always kind of been like, I've always had that. But it wasn't ever really pointed out to me until I got into college. And then there were like some people, like some of my friends, like they didn't have that. Um, Same thing. So I guess that was like the only time it really pointed out to me. I guess as far as that goes. But then but on the other side of it too, though, is because I'm also somebody who like I value education. Like I love learning things. Not that I want to be indoctrinated, but I do love learning things. I love, seeing things from different point of views and giving understanding and things like that. Um, I've also been told on the opposite that I'm too pretty to be smart. Um, I've dealt with it like more on the back end, where people like kind of throw a lot of fucked up jabs, but I don't know. I
Let
don't
me
know.
ask you a question, because I'm experienced. I always experience this only because I talk like this now because this is TikTok. But when I'm at my job, I do articulate myself more on a professional level. But I see myself, and this is I don't know. I mean, I don't know you guys races, but I can conduct myself around a lot of YT people, and they adore me. Like I don't know if it's a fetish thing or what, because I'm the only black male. I mean, the other males are surgeons. I'm the only black male that works in that office. And then it's like, I don't know if it's like a thing that they, like a
It's
affirmative action thing or something, but they look highly of me. Now, I see that as more of a like, okay, of a privilege.
it's more of like a colorism thing, to be honest.
Or if I don't
Yeah,
know if
like
it's
when you're,
acceptance
because I
or
mean, it's
right.
yeah. I mean, like I
But there's
think
like
that's been
old white practitioners, like white ladies that, they just like love being around me. And I'm always like I can move in a room full of vultures. I could be there and I could be or North Philly, you know, in a gully block. I can move around places.
Called code switching.
yeah, that's all it is. Code
It's not
switching.
code switching. Everybody have multiple personalities. You do.
No, but what you're talking about is referred to code switching.
I
Like
understand
we
the
all
term.
have to do that. Like anybody who says that they don't, you lying, right? Like we all code switch the moment the police, like, you know what I mean? If a cop is driving behind you, you get pulled over, you're gonna code switch real quick.
But
Like
that's still
don't even
you.
act like you're not.
I feel like code
It's
switching is
still
part
you
of
though.
intellect too. Like you got to be intellectual to know when
It's
to
still
code
you.
switch.
You know.
Yeah, like we all have to do it.
So who code switch on here?
I
Who
know
code
I
switch?
have to because me in my job profession, me being the profession the job that I do, and me being a leader, I gotta code switch when I have to. Sometimes I gotta cut it on and cut it off because it's a time and place for everything, So even when I'm back at home, I know how to move. So you feel me? So I feel like it's a everyday thing for people who are on a certain level in life that they have to, like it becomes part of second nature in a sense. And if you're not able to do it, then you would go on a down spiral in life because you won't be able to maneuver through those avenues like you're doing at the moment. Because there's certain intellects that's not able to code switch or know when to code switch, or when they do it, is not as proficient as their primary code that they're already in. You get what I'm saying? So to be able to articulate yourself differently makes you different.
I still consider it yourself. It is code switching, but you're gonna have different personalities, and I'm actually not disagreeing with you. I agree with you, man. But as long as we all well, I understand it myself. Everybody gonna have a different opinion, but as long as you do believe that you're not acting fake around somebody else, it's just who you are. You're gonna act this way around certain people. Like how I talk to I don't got a woman right now, but I'm not gonna talk to my mom how I talk to my woman.
Right, and that's a code. So I mean, it's not really being fake in a sense, because if it was being fake, then you wouldn't be able to do it for as long as you're doing it.
It's
It's
just a
part of you.
different. It's
part
a
of you.
different avenue. Yeah, it's a different avenue we all have to face. And of course, you're not going to talk to anybody the same way you talk to your mom or your brother or anything else. It's a different relationship.
Yeah,
And that's part of the dynamics that play into it as well. You know what I mean? But yeah, when it comes to like professional, like work, like everybody does that.
right. And
Right? You're not going to talk to your boss the same way you're going to talk to your homies. Like, when you're at home, nobody does that.
right, and if
I
you
don't even
talk
talk
to
to
your
people
mom,
I work with the same way I talk to people on here. Like, that's crazy.
Absolutely.
If you talking to your mom like that, you might be crazy in general.
That part. Yeah, I'm gonna go knock me into next Thursday.
Yeah, you got some mental problems. You got some at home
No.
problems if you talking to your mom the way you talking to your homies. Like,
That part. Like my mom's old school. She gonna beat you to the white meat show.
right? I seen it though. I ain't gonna say I ain't seen it. I
That's
seen
what I'm
some
saying.
talking shit, and it's crazy. Like that video. Like, yeah, moms, you talking to your mom's all crazy. Yeah, mom, she had a fat butt, didn't she? And your mom's like, heck yeah, she did. Like, you talking to me just the same way. I'm looking at you like, bro, what? Like, it's traumatic to me, bro. Like, it's too close, in a sense. Like, you might
Well,
have relations with her. How you sounding?
That's
I ain't talked to you. I ain't see y'all in a minute. Okay,
that's
what's
weird.
up? AJ, I do remember your name. I just don't remember the face. You say you remember me. You know, hopefully it was a
Alright.
good taste I put in your mouth, honestly.
Whoa.
Honestly, Santiago, you and I have had different types of runnings in here. I definitely understand you a
Are
lot.
you light skinned?
I am. I'm very
Yes,
light bright.
I know who. Yeah, okay. Yes, you did looked out for me
Yeah.
a few
Yeah, I'm
times.
very light bright. Yeah, you and I have had some run-ins. We've had our ups and downs, but for the most part, I've definitely now that I think you and I had a conversation, I understand you better. We good. As I said, me and Santiago have come a long way, but he's cool people. Yeah. So
That was funny
we
though.
good.
Like that. I hope I left a good taste in your mouth. That was crazy.
Yeah, that is a bit wild to say, but you know, I'm gonna let it slide.
No, it was not
We're
sexual.
we're
No,
just
no,
gonna
it wasn't. It
continue
wasn't
the
that.
end of what
either
to us.
sardines or you know.
No, you good, Santiago. You good, bro.
No, when he spoke on being handsome in certain situations, like growing up in school, like I mean, I'm handsome as well. So like in school, and you know you can get all the girls and stuff, and you
Like,
always
what
had
the
the
hell are you
people
doing?
hating on you. Like that was a thing, bro. And you had to learn how to, cut your prettiness off sometimes, and like stoop down, not even say get uglier, but just make it seem like you don't notice it like they do. You know what I mean? Like,
But you gotta fight a lot against the ugly motherfuckers.
Yeah.
but that's the
Yeah.
thing. I didn't have to because I guess I'm 6'5" though. You feel me? So I ain't really have to like. You feel me?
Yeah,
So
women are just catty.
So
So
what you saying is you vertically inclined.
facts. I was vertically inclined at a young age, so I was still pulling girls, but I didn't really have to worry about the little ugly guys because you feel me. I knew they weren't trying to. I knew they weren't gonna touch me, and my brothers. They knew who my brothers was, so I was kind of good. I was good. You feel me? But I get what you're saying with that though. It's like that at work too.
I work around a lot of women, so I'm good. But like
Bruh.
when working a lot of men though, like in certain atmospheres, yeah, they still be on that time, like even as grown men.
It's crazy. As grown men. So AJ, you say you from Denver, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So when I went to Denver, Colorado, bro, like they were like I was swarmed by by YT girls, bro, and I don't really do YT
That's
girls,
not
but
uncommon.
I was
That is not
swarmed by
uncommon.
them, and they were like amazed at what I was wearing, and like
Mm-hmm.
I ain't really have to do nothing, and it was like a whole different environment for me when I went over there.
Yeah, Denver's a whole different breed. And
Hey, bruh. AJ. If he thinks Denver's crazy, he need to go to Germany and watch what happens.
Oh, I heard about Germany. I'm going to
I mean,
Poland soon,
I
but
guess. But you know, staying stateside still. Denver's just a different. Denver's just a different animal, all in within itself. Like you deal with it. I don't even know how to explain it. Like it wouldn't surprise me. You know what I mean? And also in Denver, very much not all skin folk or kinfolk. 100%
facts.
in Denver. 120 million% true here. Um, you know what I mean? The our community here, one very small, teeny tiny. Either people are weird or like there's very few people who are like pretty chill. But for the most part, like good luck finding those people.
It's like
Um,
a GTA server there.
yeah, like it don't really be it don't be happening too much out here. Um,
It's a 4chan subreddit. That's what it amounts to.
Oh my god.
It's worse than that, but I.
So you caught that reference, okay?
That's not your reference, bro. You know, like, I don't be catching your references just because I don't be watching all the videos you send me, only because they're always like 10 minutes long. Well, bro, I am not watching a 10-minute fucking TikTok, dog. Like, I don't even care that much. Crazy Gabe.
Dang, yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Nice.
AJ, what time is it over there? It's like 11, ain't it?
It's 11:35.
Must be nice. It's 12 over here.
It's 1:30 over here.
Bad. Really depends on where you go. Well, Colorado isn't too bad. It just does really depend on where you go. Like, there's certain places like
10:30 is crazy.
would not suggest at all. Oh, it must be on the West Coast. I don't know why I'm really good with fucking time zones. I don't understand it.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock over here. Oh, you're in Hawaii, like going crazy.
Yeah, she's on Pacific Standard, so like California time would be 10:30. I'm in Colorado, so it's Mountain Standard, so it's about 11:35. You're in Central, that's why it's about 12:36 for you. And then Gabe and Kevin, all them I think are on East Coast time, so it should be about what 1? Yeah,
It's 1:36 now.
I'm in
Unless
Texas.
you're in the UK, then it is 6:36 a.m.
It's a whole nother day for them.
tomorrow.
So we back at it tomorrow?
Oh yeah. We Kevin goes live just about every day. Different topics, different things. If you ever want to catch up on old stuff that like we have had conversations about, one make sure you're following the profile above you too, because that's his backup. So make sure you follow that in case something happens to this. But also go check him out on YouTube. So if you click on his page, go into his bio and his YouTube's right there, and you can catch up on like hella conversations that we've had, and we've had some hella conversations. And stuff like that. Sometimes they're pretty chill like this, and sometimes they be popping. People are screaming and they're yelling, and nobody knows what the hell's going on. And Kev Don shook up the room, and it's crazy.
So you said if we would have talked about the TG, I mean, what is it? Yeah, the TG part of the information, you think we would have got banana?
Oh, 1,000%.
No,
it's not necessarily because we're talking about that. It's what it is having those conversations. One is very hard to do in trying to explain things. Like, unless you're being, and I hate TikTok for this, but like, unless you're being like 100% politically correct, somebody's always going to come in hearing the tail end of some shit. They're going to get pissed off, and then they're going to just start reporting and mass reporting everything.
Yeah.
So then they start accounts, they start taking down pages. It's like a whole thing. So like typically in here, I just avoid that.
That's because the alphabet.
I don't got nothing against, trans folks or anything else. And I'm part of the LGBTQ. So like, there's that. But like, I just rather not have those types of conversations. Just like I said, it's just, there's too many people who only catch like the tail end and they'll just run with it. And trust me, I have my own fights over there on that whole side of TikTok. So like, it's a whole thing.
I know that it was a dude who had it
AJ.
up. He didn't last for long. I ain't gonna lie. Well, he lasted, but it was people coming. Go ahead.
Well, okay, so look at it like this. AJ is 100% right, but there's other things that go on with that type of conversation. The butthurt factor is definitely a big part, but it also comes down to this. If the platform isn't putting money in to boost itself and making revenue for TikTok, there are certain things you just can't get away with. It's just as buck wild as that sounds. So, and that's why I told everybody put F1 in the comments, is to drive the comments for the algorithm to see that there's activity. There were, at that point, there were 30 people in here, and they could have did that, and they would have drove the algorithm to, like stray away, and then you go to his gift goal or his sub goal and you put a couple gifts in, or you do a couple subs, that'll move the algorithm in his favor too. So you got to be careful, because the AI for TikTok is on
The
one.
AI
Let's
for
just put it that way.
TikTok, the AI for TikTok has moved on a little bit since, but again, we just don't have those conversations.
That's
Just
crazy.
because I know that Kev does put, a lot of this stuff on YouTube and stuff like that, so he doesn't end up losing his live and all his integrity and everything that he's worked for. The moment those start coming up, I'm just gonna veer the conversation, shut everybody down. No, we ain't gonna have this conversation. We're gonna move over here, have this other conversation, and just keep it moving. So
So
that's
we're
just
getting
what we're doing.
so we're getting governed by AI. That's crazy.
I mean,
You
that's
know,
where, like, the only place you're gonna go social media wise where you're probably not gonna get governed is probably Twitter, because Elon's not about that shit. Everybody, everywhere else, yeah,
Or
you can't
Discord.
on Facebook. Discord is its own server. That's a whole other thing. That's not like TikTok or any of this other shit. All I'm saying is that that's a whole other conversation, Gabe. All I'm saying is that when it comes to like social media platforms and things like that, the only place you can get away with pretty much being able to say or do whatever the hell you want is gonna be on Twitter. Because Elon has just been like, I don't give a fuck about none of that. Everybody else is gonna get filtered.
you know
Um,
what's crazy about TikTok, right? We can't say white, we gotta say YT, but they have no problem with us saying black. And I could also, in the comments, I could type the NIGGA word, but anything outside of that, like towards either a certain community, or if I say like white, it seemed like it'd be like your live and get shut down, or somebody will report you.
Yeah, now with that, I'm gonna tell you that I've been banana so many times. I've literally wrote down a list of words for myself personally that I cannot say on TikTok, and it's roughly about 3,000 words. Just saying.
I know I got banana before, and then I appeased it to TikTok, and they're like, "Oh, you're good. You didn't say anything wrong." But they be quick to banana somebody, boy. But luckily, I got like 3 accounts with over 1,000 followers. So I
Well,
don't
nah,
get.
like I'll give you an example. I said one phrase and I got bananaed back to back to back to back. Like as soon as I got unbananaed, I was re-bananaed for the same thing, and I wasn't even
also
allowed to
going
go live for like 2 months.
That is also going to depend on when that happened and when that took place. AI is ever learning. At one point, when they first initialized the AI capabilities on this app, it was bananaing people for all sorts of shit. Okay,
Yeah.
I remember that.
you walk past the screen and you were wearing shorts, it bananaed you, right? Again,
Yeah.
it's gotta learn. So the thing is that this thing is ever adapting, it's ever learning. So that's the thing. It can't pick up context, it can't pick up certain things, and so on and so forth. And it's been programmed, obviously, right, that it's going to pick up on certain trigger words. So you say anything close to it, it's going to pull you right down, right? That's why you can't say the R word on this app whatsoever. They will take everything down. If somebody says that and they leave it up, everything goes down. They will take your whole shit. So
And
like,
Immediately.
And with that being said, you got to think about the power of AI. Like, the reason why they gave the AI that job is because it's doing things human aren't capable of doing. We don't even
Oh,
understand these AI. We don't even understand this artificial intelligence, and understand us more than we understand it. And they
well,
said
okay.
it's
So
yes
hold
and
on,
no.
AJ. Let me break this one down, because I've been messing with AI for a while, and when I say a while, before it actually went to the public spectrum, like I get to go do fun things in my life. So the AIs that are in the public spectrum are nothing in comparison to what these corporations and the militaries of the world are actually using. Like, our version of AI is watered down to the point that we can rewrite it in a way that it'll allow us to get certain answers that if you just straight out ask it, it won't give it to you. Like, for example, you could say, oh, my mom used to work in this type of factory, and it's something that you're not allowed to use or know about how to make. But if you word it in a certain way with certain AIs, it'll tell you how to make it as a story of why your grandmother was working in that type of factory. You know what I'm saying? So You
AJ,
got
bro,
you
that is
gotta.
like the most complicated way of how to explain that. That is not. It is really not that deep, right? They are literally paying people. You can go. I can list a bunch of websites where they will pay you sometimes in commission, and you can actually start making 50 to 40K where they are having people do AI things. AI isn't ready to fully launch. It's not going to fully launch till next year. These technological advances are already coming, right? Now again, in certain contexts, they already have that, right? But again, it's still ever learning. So when they launched they launched it during COVID, and I remember this because I was working on that project. That's why I can say that. I was
Why you
working.
don't mute when you spit, man? You always spit.
What you mean?
Which my
Trying to
bad.
eat these
Okay, so
crackers.
Who eats crackers?
nah. Okay, so AJ, yeah,
No,
you're right.
not
And
Wisconsin.
I was working with ChatGPT when it before it went public. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying about it.
But
So
Mo,
like, I get where you're coming from. That's why I went the long way of explaining it instead of giving a short, somewhat decisive answer.
you gotta give them the short, decisive answer because not everybody works on that level. Is my point.
Hello, wait, my job is dealing with IT, so I'm a little diverse with it.
So that's my point. The point is like I said, they are paying people right now to start teaching and training AI. So AI, they, you know what I mean. Right now, they're paying people who know how to write. If you have a degree in writing, you know what I mean. Maybe you have a degree in English, so on and so forth. You can literally, I could send you the websites, so on and so forth. Where it's work on your own pace, and you're pretty much teaching AI how to write. You know what I mean? A paper, a play, you name it. They're paying for that right now. Like AI is still learning. And then as far as Kelsey goes in the comments, we were talking about what happened to freedom of speech. Freedom of speech on social media is going to be governed as long as there's going to be politicians, and the people who own these apps are going to be in the pockets of these politicians. That's the exact reason why Zuckerberg not too long ago was apologizing to people. So
Mm.
For
What's up?
selling all of our data to the alphabet organizations. Yes, we know.
Of course, of course. Hey, how you doing, host? Everybody on the panel, what's going on? Good evening, good night, whatever. Listen,
What's the deal, man?
chilling. I'm just cooling. I just wanted to say that, like I said in the comments, AI is good, and it can be bad at the same time. I think that if we focus more on how we can utilize it to our advantage, that's one of the things. But when it comes down to the algorithm and what they uh, what they code and put in there, yeah, we just got to figure out a way to talk around. I think they really just desensitizing everything and trying to undermine certain things. Like instead of saying the R word, they want to just say grape, and it's like, nah, call it what it is. Is because people need to sting people in the face when they hear us having these deep conversations of what essay it really is. It's that we're not just essay, and then a person got to tell another person, man, what they're saying is that's sexual assault. Like we shouldn't have to say stuff like that. We should be able to just say what it is because when we have these conversations and we trying to get men and women to understand when they are being violated and taken advantage of, different things like that. Uh, they don't need another vocabulary or another word to, describe something that is very detrimental and unfortunately degrading and dehumanizing. Uh, but for some reason, they say, well, it's kids on these apps and different things like that. Um, well, the thing is that that's the thing. People have tried to, people are dumbing down things and making the society softer than what it already is. And it's like, no, just, allow people to speak the truth and speak their mind and not try to govern or censor every little thing. And then, because it hits different when you tell a person no, what you did was instead of saying essay, you did this. That's what you did. You ain't essay a person, you did this, and call it what it is. I think it hits different. It stings. It allow a person to kind of like back up and self reflect, look in the mirror more when you could just say what it is. I just say that.
Well, okay, so with that, I'm going to make this one short and sweet. It is a form of cognitive dissonance. They are trying to train us to speak and how they want us to speak. And that manner is basically to control us. We are not allowed to be free thinkers. Like here in the United States, the school system is designed to make you a worker or a drone, not make you a critical thinker. That's what they're doing. Simple. Anybody argues that, they're just lying to themselves.
So it is a form of control. I could say that it's a system that we're following, even though we don't see it. We follow it, just like when you go to a stop sign. Nobody ain't watching, but you following that system. I'm gonna land my plane with that.
And if to me, I feel like they slowly training people to change the definition of words, like literally in our face. I believe that words have definition, and those definitions, whatever they was created for, will create some type of emotion or feeling out of you when you hear those words. So to me, I don't ever believe there was a such thing as freedom of speech, because it was always consequences behind what you say. So you can say whatever you want, and they say there's freedom of speech, but if it's consequences behind what you say, to me, that's not really freedom of speech.
Well, the original freedom of speech thing was like you could say whatever you wanted as long as there wasn't profanity in it originally, right? So you couldn't cuss, you couldn't do that. And then they've changed it. You know, you couldn't say anything derogatory about the president or the country or the flag. Well, obviously that's changed a lot since then, right? Obviously, you know, people want to say what they want to say. However, I do agree with you. Is it a way of them changing things? Yes. There's a reason why they're pushing AI right now. AI is replacing most people, right?
Right,
A
and
lot of jobs are going away.
right, and I could say this: it's a war. It's a technology war.
It is.
It's a technology war going on. So change is happening, and it's dealing with technology, and technology is that change that's going on. That's causing the war with the technology. So
I know some people that be on TikTok so long that I hear them say that they really say unalive in their real life. Like, how you get off TikTok and say unalive? Like, it's damn near training you slowly.
Well, exactly, right? So we're, you know, if they, especially if you're spending that much time on social media, right? But again, they've also done that, right? You know what I mean? The pandemic was definitely a lot of litmus tests, and then they've had a bunch of them, and people, we just keep failing them over and over again, and people, you know, we just
it's lithium test.
litness,
As in
Litmus.
huh?
We have to take those every month at my job.
Yeah, litmus test. A litmus test is basically it's how they test like how people how well prepared people are going to be for say an emergency, right? So when we all went into lockdown and everybody was buying fucking toilet paper, we failed that litmus test, right? Why were we all buying toilet? Like that's fucking crazy. They failed that.
So you're trying to say as in
We're all programmed rats.
They trying to see like how people think, like all together, like how most people would think, and they gather the information.
Well, and that's why right now, if you're trying to get into like say data science, right? Like there's not enough data scientists right now that they're willing to pay people. You know, if you do the school, do what you need to do, get into like data science, and data analysis. There's a lot of money to be made right now because they're gathering all this data, right? Social media, especially TikTok, has also, you know, that broke the ceiling as far as figuring out trends, what's popular, how to put things in and out of business, how fast news travels, and so on and so forth. Like if you think about it during the pandemic, especially during like the protests and everything else, how fast information was coming through TikTok than it was on the actual news. Like they couldn't keep up, right? And so that was the thing. So like that's the reason why I was saying, like, if you're trying to find a place where you have total freedom of speech, social media wise, you're not going to find that unless you go to Twitter.
Because social media is worldwide.
Fuck that. Well, what it is there's people that are paid, right? So if I make, say, a certain post on, say, like Facebook, right? If I make a political post and say I don't know, I'm pro Biden, I put that on there, right? I'm not political, so before anybody comes for me, I don't even like politics. I don't fucking like the government. It is what it is. I don't mean I don't vote. I just don't fuck with the government. I don't like either side. I say what I said. Anyway, say I posted something about, I don't know, Joe Biden, right? They're gonna filter that. If I make certain positive posts, we already see that on here. How many positive lives, positive posts, people out here trying to do positive shit, those videos don't get nothing. But if I go over there and I post something about, I don't know, Kev called me a chicken head, blah, 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 so on and so forth, that I go off on a video, see what I'm saying? That's gonna blow up. Oh, he said what? Oh my God. There's gonna be, a bunch of women that gonna rally and try to, take Kev's head off, but you get my point. Right?
Chaos.
It's gonna
So,
go.
are you aware of internet jurisdictions?
Mm-hmm. Very much.
Okay. I just wanted to see if you was in that play.
A lot of positive, you could go up with a positive post, a positive live. That stuff don't get pushed out. And also, if it do get pushed out, people tend to not want to come in. I think people are used to drama and negativity, and it's easy. It don't take a lot of thinking in your brain to comment on something that's negative, but it takes a lot of brain work and a lot of like deep thinking to get up and even talking about like prompts like this. And I think a lot of times people don't really have the intellect, or they can't really articulate themselves very well, and they stay away from lives like this because it'll require them to really think. And I think that'll bring up a lot of people's insecurities.
Oh boy,
it does. It definitely does.
said that perfect.
It definitely does, and that's the thing.
Yeah,
when it
I don't
comes
care. Oh my bad.
to- Well, but that's the one thing that I do. Another thing that I love about Kev's platform, right? That's the reason why I do the best I can as a mod to make sure that I protect it, right? In Kev's room, you can come in here and just speak in echo chamber. You're gonna fall out of the room and in the conversation real quick. You're not gonna be able to keep up. This is not the room if you're on some echo chamber shit. It's really not. It's just not, right? Like, there's gotta be individual thought. You gotta have an individual original thought in order to have certain conversations, because if you say certain things, first thing, it don't even matter what side. You may think you know what side Kev's on, and he's still gonna hit you with a why. Well, what you mean by that? Now you have to explain it. And if you're on echo chamber, you can't explain that. You're just regurgitating what you've heard 1,000 times.
If you ain't
Which
got
is
no inner
fine.
monologue, go ahead.
Yeah. But a lot of people have been running on autopilot since then. If you think about it. A lot of people
Because they
run on
have no soul.
It's not that they have no soul. The people have run on autopilot, and cognitive dissonance is becoming a problem. It's been a huge problem, right? Like, even to this day, I can watch people, not saying that they always have cashiers at Walmart. The few times they got a cashier at the Walmart, okay, but watch how many people smash their fucking eggs every goddamn time. Every damn day. Right? Like, as if it's like they've never put groceries on a conveyor belt, but they'll smash the fucking eggs.
You know what else I've seen? Since I try to be very fair when I be on TikTok, right? If I see a group of men shaming women, I get on the panel and say something. If I see a group of women shaming men, I get up there and say something. I seen something yesterday that really blew my mind. If I see a prompt where, where men, everybody has the right to say what they want to say, right? But if I seen a panel of men, saying that, I seen it all the time, women should submit, such and such. Hey, if you want to say that, that's cool, right? But I also see people get on a panel and have a problem with what that person is saying as far as they prompt. And I'm like, okay, but I like to see if people stand on something on both sides, not just pick and choose who it is that's saying it, and you rather choose to have a problem with it. I also seen a group of women have a live today and yesterday that said that we are the leaders, we are the protectors, we are the providers. And the women who I seen will have a problem with men having it as their live, they don't say nothing to the women that is having those same lives. And I'll be like, that shit is very hypocritical to me. I don't understand it. And sometimes I sit back and I'm like, okay, TikTok is a game. People roll with who they want to roll with, and then they'll try to dictate. If you see me on a live and you got a problem with that person, you can't try to say I should not be on that person live because you got a problem with them. Like, that's how I roll. I should be able to roam freely on these TikTok streets and be on whoever panel I choose to be on.
Nope, you're not allowed.
No, not allowed.
I totally agree
Not
with
at
that.
all.
Yep, that's the
Well,
system.
not
You know what I
system.
say
Y'all
to
can't do
that?
that either. You know what?
Yeah, that's the
Unfollow me.
system.
Right.
Yeah, that's the system.
Well,
Right. Look, and I'm going to say it like this. I'm gonna take words from a couple people that we know. They can kick rocks, flip flops, and flop like a fish on the deck in the sword.
Word.
Well, I can say
Anyway.
this.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Kitchen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's some people that I follow that agree with certain things that people say. There's certain people I follow that don't agree with other things that other people say. And I look at it like this here. I'm able to listen to something and say, okay, you got a point there, and then okay, you don't have a point there. I don't agree with that. And that's how I do it, you know what I'm saying? So if you're making a point, okay, I agree with it. If you're not making a point and you're saying some stuff that's just like, you just all men are bad, terrible, this or this, I get up and I say something like you said, like Sean said, and I agree with that, but at the end of the day, I can still follow you and listen to certain things that you say, as long as you're being fair and giving each side an opportunity to be able to say something and it's just not an echo chamber.
Mm-hmm.
And most people that I follow, whether they agree with other people that I follow or not, have been fair. I only had a few that wasn't fair, and that's cool. I no longer follow them because I don't like echo chambers. But I will say this here, like I don't know if y'all are like into like spirituality and God and the devil and all that kind of stuff.
Yep.
Uh, I could say
Absolutely.
this: what we seeing today is basically history repeating itself. It said it'll be like the days of Sodom and Gomorrah. It'll be like the days of Noah. Um, love of men is the lovers of themselves. People will be backbiters. People will be hateful. People will be jealous of one another. Mother against daughter, father against son, men with men, women, all these different things that start taking place, right? And I think that because the adversary is the king, the prince of this world, or the god of this world, for a lack of a better term, this is what we're seeing. So when you go to having those positive conversations or those conversations that start to awaken people so people can start seeing like the flaws and the characteristics that they may live and the ideology that they may live by that contradicts, positive morality and living a life where, you can be peaceful and you can coexist and be forgiving and be loving and different things like that. Um, they're not going to get a lot of play because
Mhm.
evil wants to rule and wants to dominate. It wants to come out into the light, and the darkness can't comprehend light, but it's trying to push its way into the light. And that's what we're seeing now today is where people, you could say something as simple as the speed limit is 75. You should do 75. And they say, nah, but it's my choice. I can do whatever I want. I want to do 95. Well, okay,
Mhm.
cool. Well, don't complain about the officer that pulls you over and take you to jail for reckless endangerment. Don't get mad when the officer pulls you over and give you a ticket for speeding. You may get away with it sometimes, but if you finally get caught, don't complain about it. What's happening, I think a lot, is just that people just don't realize how selfish they are and how inconsiderate they are. And it's about me, 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 and how I feel. And it is not more like, well, how not only do how you feel, but how the people around you also as well. And it's
Yeah.
and it's like,
You ever
yeah,
seen the narrative, right? Where and I some man, I ain't gonna lie to you.
Oh,
I don't even like
hey.
using the word trigger, but that's like a new word everybody use. Gaslight, trigger. That's like everybody learned a narcissist. Everybody using these new words now to where when I see everybody using the same words, I'm like, man, hold on, something going on here. But
They're not new.
I
Those
try
are.
to stay. Huh? Go ahead.
Oh no, no, you good. I was like, those aren't new. They've been around. People just recently discovered them, though.
Right,
Like
and they
It's
I
quite
name
annoying.
things. Yeah.
I try to be fair, and then a lot of times I stay off panels. Like to me, I could see an ambush, right? A lot of times, if you're not sure and you're not careful, you will see a panel of 8 people, and you would think that those are 8 random people, but it'll literally be 7 of them all have the same way of thinking, and then they will allow you in the box, and then when you can say 10 things right and 1 thing wrong, they all gonna jump on you for that 1 thing. And then when I hear the talking points of believe, like, and I try not to get on these lives and talk about it, but when you hear someone say believe all victims, to me that is very concerning to me, because when I was 20 years old, I was talking to this woman that was 38. I didn't want to be with her no more. You know what I'm saying? I was just having fun. And I told her I ain't want nothing serious. She was so upset with me. The woman sent me a random text one day and say, hey, you didn't have to do what you did to me. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? She said, you didn't have to grape me. Man, I took that damn text message to the police station. The police station say, there's nothing we could do until she reported. So when I hear people say, believe all victims, to me, that's dangerous, because imagine, those same people that say that, just imagine the victim was the one that was accusing their son. They would not believe that victim, they would believe their son. And to me, I find like TikTok sometimes, I think people just get on here and say anything. And if you're a logical person and you critical thinker and you could weed through the BS, you'll kind of get frustrated just watching some of this shit.
Man, if it means anything, I had an ex say that I did that to her and I didn't even meet her in person. That was interesting.
So for the system I'm in, that happens a lot. So they got something to counteract.
AJ, don't go there.
They got something to counteract.
That's a double down on you and me. Stop that.
So yeah, that same thing that happened to you, it happens a lot in the where I work at. You know what I mean? And you only got a certain. So what's good about this system is you only got a certain amount of time to report it, and if they report it in a certain way, and you can say, hey, this isn't how it went, and they let you defend yourself as well without having a lawyer appointed or anything like that. Your receipts that you have on you count just as much as that person's information, and most of the time they kind of lean towards that side, but it's starting to be more common, as in people saying that stuff happened and it really didn't happen. It's starting to be more common. They're using it, they're weaponizing it.
Yeah.
The reason for that is because we've lost a lot of things fundamentally just as a society, right? We no longer value morals anymore. Everybody want to do their own thing because everybody doesn't have coping skills, right? Right now, and I'm not sitting there saying that it's a bad thing that, people are actually caring about mental health. That's a good thing. But we have to go through the motions of it. And going through the motions it's going to be people who are discovering words and misusing them, discovering a diagnosis and misusing it, right? People diagnosing other people as a narcissist. You can't diagnose somebody on a TikTok live. That doesn't even make sense.
That's crazy.
Number
That's
one.
crazy.
Number two, you know what I mean? Again, when you don't have coping skills, you don't know how to cope, but you have to have your way all the time, right? You don't know exactly what you're reading. You have these things that are floating around. Oh, this shadow book, and everybody's talking about healing your inner child and this, that, and the third. No wonder why we're all selfish. No wonder why we all want to be babied, right? No, I need you to be careful on what you say because you wouldn't say that to a child, but you're an adult. Not talking to a child, I'm talking to an adult. Adult to adult. You are affecting me with your bullshit. This is unacceptable.
I also think the internet is unveiling everything in front of our eyes. Like the truth can't be hidden once it's on and everyone sees it. Like you can't hide who you are on this thing. I mean, you can, but it's going to always outstand the lie, no matter what. And
Hey, I ain't gonna lie to you. Whether it's on social media or not, I could dictate when somebody is full of shit.
Right.
I look at how they are on like with me, any live I go to, I've never been the type where I know, like if I see that, let's say you're a man, right? And women are always on your side, like always on your side. I know as a husband, I say some crazy shit sometimes. My wife be like, what the hell you talking about? So for me not to say nothing, if I see a man not saying anything wrong on a panel full of women, I'm like, okay, I got to question that. So then I would start to like, okay, follow you on certain lives, see how you act, and then I can see how you move. And I think in today's time, people forget that there's a such thing as absolute truth. I don't want to hear your truth and my truth. No, there's a such thing as absolute truth. And you can't even be a gentleman anymore, right? Like outside of work, it used to be a time where as a man, if I see a woman carrying something that's very heavy, normally you would want to go and help. But everything today is looked at as harassment. Even at work, if I see a woman carrying something heavy, I can't go help her because that'll make me come across as sexist. Like, so it's
But that's what I'm talking about, right?
yes,
This is where those morals from back then no longer apply, right? As a woman who's worked in these, you know what I mean? And I've worked in male dominated industries a lot of my life. Like I worked in warehouses, I've loaded trucks, I've done all of these things, right? I've worked with a lot of men. Of course, naturally, if I'm picking up something that's clearly way too big for me, a lot of them are going to help. I was never one of those women that had to go run to HR over that. And the other women that I worked with were not those women. However, I have seen that shift. Now, if a guy's trying to help you at work, you know what I mean? Because you are picking up a fucking futon and you're, 5 foot, 5 foot nothing and probably weigh about 90 pounds. You're trying to pick up a futon, right? Now you're going to sit there and you're going to complain. You don't want him to help you because then he's a simp, right? He's a simp and he's creepy if he helps you.
Or a weirdo.
Turn around and pick a bear because a bear would help you with the futon. Make it make sense.
Well, a lot of
It don't
times,
make
it has
sense.
something to do with how a person look too. Because if the person is attracted to you, uh, you get more willing to be like, yeah, 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 come over here and help. And then when the person is not like attractive, he look like Billy Bo Schmoes, and he look goofy or whatever. He like he
Yeah.
don't brush his teeth or something. Women be like, ugh, get away from me.
Facts.
hey, you know what's
But
crazy about what you said? I actually believe that, right? I believe that it's only harassment if you're cute, they think you're attractive, you're just flirting. But if you
I
ugly,
said that
they
before.
don't like
Pretty
you,
privileged.
they think it's harassment. So to me, that should just be crazy.
Facts.
And I think I look at everything. For me, I look at everything too logical and literal. Like you can't say something, and then when I use the definition of the word you saying, you try to tell me you didn't mean it that way. One thing I've learned, people don't hear what you mean; they hear what you say. And I think a lot of people, if you understand that when you communicating with people, then you should know that people don't hear what you mean; they hear exactly what you say.
Oh, they hear what they want to hear.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Yeah, people like to hear what they want to hear in a conversation because the thing is you can say exactly what they need, like exactly what they want to hear. You just didn't say it the way that they wanted you to. They still have a problem.
Like, earlier today, I went on like a bunch of group of women live. They said, "Why men don't approach? Or they scared, or they feel threatened, or intimidated?" Like, no. So I got them and I said, "No, we're not intimidated at all about y'all. It's two me movement and it's feminist movement. Every guy who approaches you, he's a creep, he's a weirdo, sexual harassment, or something in that borderline. So men are not taking that risk to losing their job and losing their freedom over some unworldly thing you want to say at your mouth. So no men are not approaching anymore.
Well, not
What's
to
the
And
mention,
that's the thing. Wait, before y'all say approaching, does approaching look like asking them how their day is or asking them
I think what they're wanting is kind of how it was back in the day. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying like back in the day, right? Like at least when I was, and I'm gonna be 32 this year. You know, back when I was like in high school or even in in college, like guys would walk up to you and be like, "Hey, he may ask you, to buy you a drink, so on and so forth." Any more these days, like you can't, you know what I mean? Let's be real, you really can't be walking up to a girl and be like, "Let me buy you a drink." She'd be like, "Oh, you're creepy," unless she finds you attractive,
facts?
man. She gonna be like, "No, you creepy,"
Now
or
my
she's gonna
boy,
tell the bartender that she doesn't feel
I'ma
safe.
buy you a drink.
my boy, he
Don't
She's
act
calling for an angel shot.
when we was in the
that part.
club, he ain't really get too many chicks, and like you feel me, he'll try to step down on certain girls, and they'll be like, "Ew, get away," and it'll be different when one of the boys walk up that's not you feel me, tall, has that good looking thing about him. It'll be a whole different experience from even he could come up to him, communicate, and the other guy tap him on the shoulder. If they would have switched roles, it would have been a fight instantly.
All I'm
Now you're gonna
saying,
fight. It's gonna be a whoop whoop whoop.
all I'm saying is that when it comes to a lot of the arguments that these ladies have now these days, that shit's all self-inflicted. If you're mad that men are not approaching you to come ask you out and do everything else, y'all caused that. Y'all did that.
Facts.
And
Facts.
y'all did that
It ain't even.
within the last couple years
Or then when they're
because
saying they give you that
it
look,
wasn't the
that
problem.
look, that look to give you a dead look, like look, you just
Yeah,
like
your
you
death
sit
stare.
smelling.
Yeah, all women have a death stare. Like,
I'm like, what
Well,
the hell did I just do? Oh hell no, never mind. Nah, I ain't going down this route. I already know where it's going.
on
No, I'm
point.
And
going
that's
this
how they
way.
step down with their
Well,
eyes. They don't talk to you no more. If they look at you and you don't pick up on it, you lost your chance.
well, okay, so that's why this is gonna sound like some butthurt shit real quick.
Hell yeah.
It sounds like this. If they don't find you attractive, they're gonna call you a creep and all that. But guess what? I recently went through this, and I'm gonna use it as an anecdotal experience since we have to say that now.
Why do we have to
I,
say that? That's stupid. Sorry,
because
continue. My bad, I didn't
other
realize I was
people
off
will
mute.
other people get triggered, AJ. But it's like this. I offered to take a young lady out, and she like literally looked at me and said, "Ew, no." I was like, "You want to go eat some food? Go catch a movie? Go walk through a park? Go do something?" You know, I run down to Atlanta a lot, and I have a lot of fun. But some of these women here in Atlanta and the surrounding counties, man, they are messed up. They
Oh
they
hell
will
no, you
immediately,
don't dating girls in Atlanta. Everybody think they pretty. Everybody think they get 10. That's the
yeah,
worst place to
nah,
date in
bro,
Atlanta. Oh
right,
hell,
bro,
no,
look,
outside Atlanta. Oh hell no.
yeah,
Why don't
look,
you
bro,
stay up on
I
broke
know
and
this,
you
but
go all gassed up?
I have a way of doing things that I eventually, if I want the girl, I really want her in my life, I will make an effort to show her, and I usually get them. It's just that is what it is. But I also understand the psychology of attraction. You have to put yourself in that position. But this one, she was just too damn high maintenance, like just on God. When I say too high maintenance, she was wearing 6-inch stilettos, and she had on a dress like she was going out to like a gala.
Runway.
No, gala, like an actual gala.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so she wasn't,
So it was a
out
dude.
here. She wasn't out here 304 in it, but no, she wasn't a dude.
Oh,
I know her. I know some of her family.
Atlanta. Atlanta
They
is
got them out there too.
Yeah, I know. It's very prevalent. That's why I'm one of those dudes that's like, let me see your hands.
well, let me say this here, because I know that I have stopped dating. I stopped dating back in September last year, right? I told the chick, hey, look, we got to move in different directions because this ain't working, right? But this is one of the things I have noticed because I used to do a lot of escort, right? Escorting, right? This is just my anecdotal experience, but one of the things I did
Mm-hmm.
notice that um, when you live in a certain city and the rent is 1,000 or plus a month, started realizing that a lot of women were doing S work, right? And it started making sense because I'm like, okay, you work X, Y, and Z, you making roughly about 25 to $45,000 a year. You got a car, you got, all these different things that you're paying for. You got credit cards, student loans, whatever. You got, you got to keep your maintenance up, different things like that, and you live by yourself. And it's like technically you really don't make enough because if you don't live in the hood, if you lived in the hood, I can understand. But in like Atlanta, if you live in a decent area, you're paying anywhere from 13 to 1,500 by yourself. And when you do when the math start mathing up, you really can't afford where you live at, and you really can't afford the things that you have. So you have to be doing something on the side, or you got some type of hustle. And when they go to talking about, no, this is what I do. This is my job right here, and I'm like, the math ain't mathing up. But it makes sense because when you start getting to know them, you realize that, oh, that's what they want. They want the money, they want the bread or whatever. And then you realize, oh, they really not looking for a relationship, really. And I've met women who had boyfriends that knew what they did and stuff like that. And I'm just like, man, this is crazy. But when you're out there in that type of lifestyle, the tricking is the very thing what it is. I trick myself into believing if I give you this money, it's worth your putting out in your box, right? And you trick yourself into believing that this money is worth me laying down, receiving this pipe for this bread. That's a trick. And I had to really like get that in my brain that I'm just tricking myself and she's tricking herself into believing that this is worth this money, this paper that's doesn't it really isn't even worth anything. And then when you come to credit and all that kind of stuff, it's just numbers that they punch in the system. And they can give everyone free credit, right? They give everyone money. But it's the illusion to separate the middle class from the lower class and the lower class from the higher class and all that kind of stuff. And it's just it's sad when you really sit back and think about it that, you know, we are out here trying to, either pursue relationships or we trying to chase money. And it's like at the end of the day, you don't know who to trust or what to trust and how to really navigate outside of people who have, standards. Like if you ain't got no standards, like you'll fall for anything. And I was out there falling for anything.
That show to me when I hear stuff like that, whether it's a man or woman, right? For me, how I look at that as on both parties. It got to be I call it a low, maybe it's an insecure thing. Maybe you could even say it's a self-esteem. Like I think people don't really understand like the root of self-esteem. It's esteem of yourself. Anytime you need to go outside of yourself to make you happy, you open yourself up to do stuff like that, like the whole escort and all that stuff. And I think I would say the biggest trick, if it would have to be between a man and a woman, I would say it's the man because he was the one who was searching and he was willing to pay for something to fulfill his need. Like if you got, that's what I'm saying, if you got to go outside of yourself to make yourself happy, I think you got way more issues than that little encounter that you're going to have with that woman for that temporary moment.
Yes, sir. I can agree with that. Yeah. Because that's definitely what it was. As far as for me, it was I was searching for that. It was like it's the best way I can describe it. Chasing that feeling was like crack. I wanted it and I deserved it. That's the way I was looking at it. Like I'm paying for it. I'm gonna get it. I ain't got to worry about all the hassle. Like I said, I broke up in a relationship to go chase it, and I had to realize like, bro, you tripping. You out here, you losing it. And it's like it was addictive. But I'm working on it. It's easier said than done. But I had to remind myself like,
Nah, man, when I say I get it, I get it. I before I met, well, I ain't gonna say no. I'm gonna say up until I've been with my wife almost 6 years. I was with my first child mother for 4 years. So I'm gonna say up until 10 years ago, every woman that I ever dated, I cheated on them, right? And when I did some internal searching, I realized I was really insecure. It was something in me, and I think a lot of men probably deal with this. It was something in me that I feel like I was lacking. Like if the relationship wasn't going good, instead of me being patient, working it out, I was seeking attention from other women. And I think a lot of times that shows, I think the lack of respect that you have for yourself as a man, that you feel the need to go out and cheat on someone. And I think a lot of times, I think the worst thing men could do, and I ain't gonna say the worst, I say, I don't think men really sit with themselves and really like understand their emotions and feelings. Like I think a lot of men, when it comes to dealing with their feelings and internalizing that shit, we damn near run from it. So when you run to another woman, you ain't really got to deal with your feelings or emotions at all.
Facts.
Man, I was speaking on, I think he dropped already. He was saying the anecdotal, his experiences, right? Man, this is what I learned just with TikTok and dealing with people in general. And tell me, have y'all experienced this? If you say your anecdotal experiences, right, people put you in a box. Like if you say your anecdotal experiences, right, they would say,
Mm-hmm.
well, they're just, if they disagree, they would say they're just your experiences. So then
Mm-hmm.
when you say, well, people you know like your friends, then they were like, okay, they're just your small group of people that you know. And then when you say men in general, then they'll be like, okay, you can't speak for all men. Then they're like, okay, well, damn, it ain't no way you could really have a good conversation, because no matter if you bring up statistics, this is why I don't use studies and statistics to blanket men or women. If you do a study, if it's, let's say if it's 6 million men in America, and you do a study on 100,000, and 98,000 of them men were bad men, you cannot now blanket the other 5-something million dudes and say we are all the same. So if you don't do a study on every single person in the world, you cannot blanket every person with the few study that you've done on. And when you bring up statistics, people will still question your statistics. So it's like people will find several ways to disagree with you, no matter how you
Yep.
do it. They're gonna put you in a box.
But the problem with statistics,
And validate.
especially being on here, is if I've heard, like, and this is the craziest part, right? Like, unless you actually go do the research and find the actual statistic, you will hear people spew the weirdest fucking statistics. I've literally heard people spit statistics that aren't even legit statistics. Like, there is no statistical data on what the hell you just said. But somehow you came up with a statistic. Well, according to statistics, 38% of men have black underwear. What the fuck? What? Where? What are you talking about? You know what I mean? So like a lot of the time, like, I don't know. I guess maybe I'm just that person where I've literally, people have gotten mad at me because I've asked them to show their work. Show your work. Show
What
me how you got to that.
what
Don't
you
don't
know?
say don't say I'll do my research. That's no. Where did you find that? Because I don't know what the fuck you just read. That isn't
Well,
what.
that's kind of like the conversation of men knocking women between the washer and the dryer, and I'm just like, what are y'all talking about? Then they got another one where it's like all women are gold diggers, and I'm like, no, that's not true, because if that was the case, all these broke men out here, they got women and they broke too. Like, like
Right.
there's of course, if a woman can get what she want, of course she gonna get what she want. If a man can get what he want, if every man can get Beyonce, he'll get Beyonce. If every man get the most beautiful women, they'll get the most beautiful women. If every woman can get a man that she desires, she gonna get the man that she desires.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, I believe that at some point we all have to settle. At some point, not saying you have to settle for trash. I'm saying you have to settle. You're not going to get what you want, because sometimes
Yeah.
what you want could be already taken.
Lower
I
standards.
wouldn't necessarily. I mean, for me, I don't. Maybe that's just me. I don't call it necessarily lowering your standards or
It's
doing
called
any of that.
compromising.
Well, I don't even call it that. I just call it being realistic. If you're
That's
still
right.
running around with the expectations you have when you was 16 and you're holding that against people when you now in your 30s, you're unrealistic as hell. That doesn't even make sense.
And I hate when they
Promoting yourself.
use this word for marriage. Oh, she's miserable. She's not really happy. She's a slave. Does she look like that? She's happy and smiling and giving her husband a plate of food?
That part.
Protection.
That's all.
Do you know all marriages like that? Do you say all marriages, all women who's married is miserable and sad and feel like a slave?
No.
What the heck?
And that's the thing. Like, but that's the other thing too, which doesn't make sense because women naturally, like as a woman, right? When you're with somebody and you genuinely, like, you legitimately care, she's gonna want to take care of you, right? There's women that, like, when we care about stuff, care about things and people, we naturally want to take care of them. It's the nurturing nature of us, right? So if she's giving her man a plate of food, that didn't make her a slave. and then she slaved over the hot stove. Like, that's something she genuinely wanted to do, right? Does that make him a slave because he went and changed the oil in her car? Like, see what I'm
Or
saying?
throw
Does it make
trash out,
Manipulation,
or cut
man.
the grass, or
you
cut
know
the
what I mean? Or
grass,
cut the
empty the
grass,
gutters,
or
kill the roaches, or you know, a roach coming out, you know, girls don't like kill roaches or rats. So, you
goddamn
know.
oil in it, fucking never. You know what I mean? And now he's had to put like 5 quarts of oil in that bitch. Like, does that make him? You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? And maybe that's just me. I don't like the double standards of stupid shit. Like, I hold everybody to the
I
same standard.
heard,
All
I
of it.
heard one girl saying it's a red flag for a man to eat his chicken with his bare fingers.
Why? Is it? No, okay. At the end of the day, here's the thing: if you are getting to that point of nitpicky, okay, and I know this from experience, okay, I will tell you right now, I have ghosted a whole ass person because they sent me a picture and they had like open chip bags in the back, like, behind them, and I was just like, nah, I can't fuck with it. But goes to that person. At the end of the day, you have your own personal issues to deal with. Just like at that time, I had my own personal issues to deal with.
They find people to pick on us. Oh, that if he's doing this, he's sassy. How you like? Now I can't put on deodorant because I put on deodorant and go to the gym and work out your muscles. Now I'm sassy.
You know what's crazy about that? Here's what's crazy about that. If you sit back and look, for the longest, women have been saying that men need to be more sensitive, show some type of emotion, right? Like we just seem like we have no emotions, empathy at all when we're dealing with them. And then men finally start to express what women been saying, what men need to do. Then it get weaponized and it call you sassy. And I never understand how can a man, like, what do you get out of calling a man sassy? Like, what does that do for you?
They like to open the Pandora box, but don't like what's inside the box.
So, and this is like my thing, right? This is where I've always, and I feel like I can't even say that anymore because it's just like I feel like there's just more and more women jumping on this train, right? Which is really sad. And again, I don't want anybody thinking that like, oh, AJ's like anti-woman. I'm really not. I'm just anti-BS, right? If like a bunch of red pill men came up here and they were like, you know what I mean? We all know his name, Mr. Charles. Like when he comes up here and he thinks that the reason we don't even need to be talking about nothing. It's somehow it's a black woman's fault.
Intellectually dominated.
You know what I'm saying? We gonna have that conversation, right? But I'm just saying, like the amount of women that keep jumping on this bandwagon of like we're gonna hate men, we're gonna do all this stupid crap, we're decentering men, quote unquote, even though they're not. Because if you're decentering men, you wouldn't really give a fuck what men do, right? But it is what it is. I don't know, bro. It's the way they keep jumping on it, and it's just like I keep trying to tell. It's like there used to be a time where I used to be able to tell my homeboys and tell men, just be like, "Hey, I would stay away from women that are like this." But how do y'all do that now when it's like it feels like it's a lot? Like
No,
there's
actually,
limiting
I'm
the.
okay with. I'm actually okay. Like when I say that don't bother me, when I see those lives, when if you want to decenter men, hey, I'm all for you. If you want to look at men like because I know I do believe that it's a lot of women that go through a lot of things that men put them through, and rightfully so, they have their position to take on men. And I know some men that have been done wrong by women, and they have the right to feel the way they feel about women. My only issue on both sides, men and women, is when you have lives and on your lives it's only portraying like one-sided. Like you're not being fair with your assessment as far as what goes on both sides. And when and also even if you don't say both sides, let's just say your talking points just want to be on how men do women wrong or how women do men wrong. I am okay with that. But I don't like the part when they get to the degrading of a man when they say, well, y'all don't know this. Y'all read on a 4th grade level. Y'all really need us. And I'm like, okay, now it's coming to the point where
Now you're just being insulting at that
now
point.
you just being insulting. Yeah. Now it make me question, should I even continue to follow your live or really support your live? Because now I'm not been sitting in a live where you just constantly bashing. Like, I don't speak for all men, but I'm not going to just sit there and just watch you just, instead of talking to me, you're talking at me. And I don't like that type of stuff.
Well, that's like my whole thing, like especially when it comes to like I said, I love how I do love platforms like this because it doesn't allow a lot of different types of dialogue. the part where I start to get upset, right? And again, I don't necessarily care what people talk about. Do you want to have a live about decentering men, or people want to have lives about 304? I'm not bothered by that. What I am bothered by, however, is certain topics. When you're sitting there and you're talking about, you're telling women that they need to disown their sons because their sons are going to turn on them anyway, I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that if you're going on there, going on and on about how you're a single mom of boys, but everything that you spew and you're sitting on this app for hours on end is about how trash men are. I have a problem with that, right? And vice versa, right? I'm gonna have an issue with that. The reason why I have an issue with that is because, again, these young boys grow up and that's not good for them. You know what I mean? A lot of the time they become one or two ways. Either they become very simpy, which means they're going to do anything for any woman, and that's dangerous. Very dangerous for him. Very dangerous, dangerous situation for anybody to be in. Or he's not going to want to be around women. He's going to want to assault women. He's going to have internal hate. So this is
Or he's gonna go to the community.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's when I start to have an issue, because now you're harming the community. It's one thing if you've just been hurt and you need to vent, sis. Fine, whatever. But don't do that shit when you know you have sons.
I've yet to see a live, and I would love to see it. I've yet to see a live where it was men and women on the live, right? And let's say let's say the women air out their grievances towards men, and then I haven't seen like men address that current issue. I also haven't seen if a man air out his grievances towards women, then the women answer exactly what he's saying. What you normally see on these panels is if a woman air out her grievances towards men, the man is going to come back and out his grievances towards women, and vice versa. No one is really hearing each other. Everyone just want to get off how they feel, and no one is really looking for solutions. And then people get dropped, and the other people come up, and they continue the cycle over and over. I have yet to see a constructive live where the woman answer a question, and then they force if the man is going to respond, you have to respond to what she said. Then if the man say something towards the women have to answer to what he said before they move on to how they feel.
That is a good point. I don't think I've ever seen it. I've seen a lot of like defense conversations, but then I've also seen a lot of people having conversations with the wrong people. Right? I've been sitting in here with Kev when we could be, it could be a bunch of us and we're, talking about something else. And somebody will come in here and ask me about 304. Well, if a girl is like this, then why would she? I can't speak for what a 304 would do. I'm not a 304. I can't tell you that.
But in the ladies' chat, they like to drop men quicker.
Oh hell yeah, they do that in a heartbeat.
And they group up on men and they start kicking men out. I'm like, I see that a lot. Well, in the man chat, we leave them in there.
Yeah.
They more emotional. It's expected.
We feel like you need to put our foot when he's doing pander bears. You little pandering motherfuckers. We need to put our foot in their ass.
You know what I seen today? I seen a dude was hosting a live, right? And it was another dude come up, and him and a woman was going back and forth. But the man wasn't really cool with the host, but the woman was cool with the host. And the woman was disrespecting the shit out of that man, and the host allowed it.
Panther.
I was gonna say this here. I think a lot of times the men leave the women up, so not only do they get show. See, this is an example of a person in their feelings or in their emotions, right? And then and women drop them faster is because it gives them a sense of power, right? I could just drop you at any moment. You know what I'm saying? Like, get out of here. I could block you, and it's like. This is just what I think, that a lot of times men hold it up so they can say, see, this is what we talk about. See his attitude. See what I'm saying? See how she just acting all out of character. Don't know what she's an emotion. Don't get me wrong, men do that too. They be in their emotions and they start yelling and screaming and what you want to do, nigga? I'll beat you up. You know, and you're like, yeah, bro, you don't even know where I'm at. Shut up. But it's like one is trying to trying to teach something, and the other one is trying to show power.
Mhm.
I control the narrative. This is my life. I drop you. Get from around here. You see, this is what we're talking about, ladies. These type of men, da 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 da, da, right? But I'll be on a couple lives, man, and the ladies ain't gonna tolerate all that foolishness, but they'll give you fair chance to be able to like, have dialogue, and that's one thing I like about Empress. You know what I'm saying? She do that, and there's a couple other ladies that do it too. I ain't gonna run down. I don't want to keep name dropping, but they do their thing. They give you the opportunity. Same way with men, they give you the opportunity as well too. But when you start just talking like just nonsense, it's just like I don't blame them when they drop it, whether it's male or female. Drop them, man. They just talking reckless. They ain't making no sense. They in their feelings. They about to cry. They sound like they about to cry in the background, and they
Mm,
unhinged.
that's where it kind of sucks though. Sometimes being a mod, right? I mean, I'm not somebody who does that. Like, I've had people who 100% like I'm not somebody who drops anybody who like disagrees with me. Like, you ain't gotta agree. Right. Plus, I don't want you to agree. That's a red flag. I'll be honest. That's a red flag to me. If you agree with every single thing I say, that's a red flag to me. I don't need you. That's crazy. Um, you know what I mean? So I've never necessarily done that too much, but it is hard sometimes when you're trying to kick people, especially when they're deterring from the conversation, right? Like, for example, like, you know what I mean? Like the conversation like we're having now, right? We're talking about privilege. We're talking about, how people kind of move around on this app and, conversations that actually need to be had with the right people. And then, somebody will come up here and they'll start, trauma dumping. When I was 6, my dad ran over my frog, and it's this whole fucking, you know what I mean? And it sucks because it's like, when you're a mod and you do drop those people, you know what I mean? Depending on host, I don't have that problem here, but like depending on the host, like sometimes people get pissed off at you for just dropping them out the box, and you're like, but this person's trauma dumping. Like this, we ain't even having that type of conversation. Or you'll have people who come up and they already have their own agenda, like they're already pre-triggered from a live that they were in before, and now they're taking it out on whatever conversation that you're having that has nothing to do with whatever the hell they're pissed off about. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
that's the hard part of doing it. Like unless you're really good with the host and you kind of you have the same rules, and as long as you're fair, I think you should be all right. But as a mod, like that shit gets hard sometimes. And
I
I
think. Oh, go ahead. My bad.
oh no, you good? Go ahead.
Oh, and I told you, like my brain is very backwards. Whatever society is doing, I tend to go the other way. And when I think the problem that we have when we having these lives, like when people have lives and it's no solution based, I think people get. I think we focus on. I think we look at the word comprehend totally wrong. And I think people think that like comprehension is the person that you're talking to. It's their job to understand what you're saying. And in school, I learned that you actually do the opposite. When every student don't learn the same, certain students you have to be able to package it to them to where they could understand it. So even when I'm talking to my wife, if she don't understand how I say something twice, I have to find ways to where she could really understand. I believe that comprehension is the person that's trying to convey the message job. But society tells us that comprehension is you could say what you want to say, and if that person don't get it, it's their responsibility. And I feel like that makes people
Well,
just like lack.
comprehension is like your ability to understand things, right? And normally you're right. Like when it comes to school, you're absolutely right, right? For a teacher, that is your job. You have to be able to teach the lesson in a way that everybody can understand it. However, not everybody's a goddamn teacher, right? Not everybody's designed to teach, just like especially I will always say it on here, not everybody deserves a microphone to speak. I'm sorry. There's just certain people I don't even understand why, you know what I mean, you gathered the cult following you did in order to talk. You know what I mean? You have no business speaking. You know what I mean? And you see those, I've seen that many times. You know what I mean? I have literally seen people who literally just argue for the sake of fucking arguing. They'll play opposition, it don't even matter what it is. I'm gonna play
or
opposition for the sake of playing opposition.
they'll say something like
I
they'll say
wanted to
something like
squeeze in after you.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Kevin.
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna go
say
out the
this.
kitchen.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna say this real quick. They'll say, well, the grass. You'll say the grass is green. They'll say, well, the only reason it's green is because of the patriarchy. They be like, the
I
sky
hate
is
that
blue.
word. I
The
swear I
sky.
do. I hate that word with a passion.
They be like,
That makes
the
my
sky is
bone
blue.
itch when you hear
The
that
sky is
word.
blue. The sky is blue because of the reflection of the water, and it's like, okay, it's like, yeah, but well, who's to say it's really not purple? And it's like that has nothing to do with the conversation we're talking about right now. We're talking
I'm
about
gonna start. If I hear that a woman say that word,
The
I'm gonna
patriarchy
ask her what's
taught
the
you
meaning
that.
of it. I'm gonna ask
yeah.
her, can you speak the meaning of it? Can you break down the meaning of that word? Because they come and use that exact same word over and over again.
What
The
is the
word
meaning of blame? I'm trying to see what you mean by blame, though. That just be irritate my soul when people do stuff like that. Like, bro, say it. What there?
Context clues.
I wanted to what Sean was saying. I don't know. I don't know if I all the way agree with that one. I think it's really case by case. I think the person that's looking for help, I think it's more their job to try to understand it though. I can't say because you could say something 1,000 ways and you would stress yourself out because of another way a person's brain computes something. You know, and that's like saying basically we could change a person. That's one thing I know we can't do. We can't change nobody. We can't make nobody happy. All this stuff, they got to really want to do that themselves. But I think it's like, and I get it if you were a teacher and you want to try to do it multiple ways, just like if you was
It's
at
like
school.
it's like taking a camel to the water and forcing it to drink.
Yeah, something like that. That's why I say you can't really do that though. But so I think I do agree if you said society, even though I think society said the opposite. But I think it's more of like it's my job, right? It's my job to fix myself. It's my job to try to understand what somebody said or something like that. But I wouldn't say, but I think it worked both ways. But if we talking about really like trying to understand something, we can, even if I was the best articulate person ever, it's like it's up to that other person to still understand it. I could baby talk it and they still be like no, but it's like whenever somebody brain want to register it, that's when they be receptive of it though. Because sometimes some people can't even see past their feelings. That's another thing. You
I,
can't stop them from being in their feelings.
I give you an example. I give you an
Or
example.
they're learning from somebody else that's not you.
What'd you say, Sean?
I give you an example of it, right? Let's just say you dealing with someone that's not really a good communicator, someone who really can't articulate their emotions and how they want to convey their message, right? So a lot of times, I ain't gonna say a lot of times, there are people out there that they'll tell you something, right? But they'll miss out a key component and what they missing out, the part that they didn't tell you. When you give your answer, you really like. Let me see how I can put it. Like I'm trying to explain something to you, right? And I'm pretty much I can't really get my thoughts together, and I'm trying to convey that message to you. But I forget a key part of the story that I'm trying to tell you. But I want you to respond, right? And when you respond, in my mind, that goes back to when I say people don't hear what you think, people hear what you say. If I am a bad communicator and I'm trying to convey a message to you, and even you listen, you'll be like, okay, damn, I feel like I'm missing something. You ever had somebody tell you something and you feel like you're missing a part of the story, or you feel like they left something out? You ever felt that way?
Yeah.
To me, I feel like that's a bad communicator. You cannot in return put that comprehension on me because you wasn't able to articulate yourself that well.
Yeah. That's how I can find out liars though. Because I learned to try to understand through people's communication when people be trying to when they try to like when they saying half stuff or whatever, I'm like, dog, something don't sound right. You know what I'm saying? But I think they purposely don't want to communicate that. That's how I be like, nah, you on some BS. Nah, forget all that. But like I said, I do overall. I get what you mean though. But I think it's like it is both sides, and it's just case by case, depending on the scenario. 'Cause that's just like saying, like telling a therapist, a therapist is this their job. They're gonna force somebody to heal or something like that. But it's like, no, you got to really do some work. You got to try to really open your mind up
Yeah.
and really listen to what the therapist saying. Like the therapist can only try like 100 ways though. But if you just got that block and say that I don't feel like listening, there's nothing you can do about that unless somebody really want to type situation. But
Yeah, but I think
You
the
know, I
biggest
was gonna say
part.
that. I was gonna say this. I was gonna say this real quick before I drop. I gotta get up and drop this load off in the morning. It's like this, right? And I get it, you know what I'm saying? So it's like a person telling you a story. They telling you why their feet hurt, right? And they say, yeah, man, my feet just be hurting, man. I walk all day today, and my feet be hurting, man. And man, I could barely. I had to walk on the side of my feet, man, because it just hurt. And you look like, well, why your feet hurting? What type of shoes you was wearing? They was like, no, I wasn't wearing no shoes. You like, why you ain't just say that? You should have said that's why your feet hurt, because you weren't wearing no shoes, and you left that out of the store. Your feet hurting because you was walking down the street with no shoes on. You was walking over rocks and pebbles and sticks and glass, and you wonder why your feet hurt. But I can't help you. I can't understand what you're saying because you ain't even add that part that you should have had shoes on, that you
You
weren't
damn
wearing
near get
shoes.
mad because they wasted your damn time.
But I think
Like,
that's
bro, right, I get you.
Good
I
night,
think
y'all, though, man. Y'all be safe, man. Be blessed
for
on you.
All
sure,
right, for
for
sure,
sure.
bud.
But I think that's the other part of like the part of the conversation, especially when we start talking about like people's comprehension, people not, because I mean, I know I be losing my patience sometimes. Like my number one way to like definitely get me to drop you up out of a box real quick is come up in the panel, sit there for about 20 minutes, and then ask what the hell we talking about. That drives me crazy.
Boy,
I see that a lot. That shit be crazy.
that just be annoying. I ain't gonna
I
even
don't
lie.
look. I don't block people. Okay, I don't block you out the live. I'm just gonna drop you out the box and be like, you need to sit down there and listen. Like I don't. How you gonna come up here? And it's not like it's just you know what I mean. Look at your phone. You had to look at your phone to click to get up here. You could have looked at your phone and looked. Hey, oh, they're talking about privilege and read the shit on the screen.
Yep.
Right, like that shit drives me nuts. But
You
I
could
think
tell a lot about a person's character that do stuff. Like, I'm telling you that.
a
I think
lot
who
about
mentioned that earlier though. Like, you could literally tell people's personalities off it. That's what the real thing about these social medias be, man. You just gotta listen
it's a
to them
big
and pay
social
attention.
experience.
You like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, you that type that like to run things. You think the world will revolve around you. You the type that actually patient with people. I mean, it's like if you really just listen to people and see where they stand at, you can already know what type of person you're dealing with.
That part,
I
but I think
I
the
literally
other
be on
part.
platform.
Oh,
Oh,
my bad.
go ahead,
I
son.
was
Go
just
ahead.
gonna finish this last part. I think the other part of when we're talking about comprehension and stuff like that is people like to front and not ask. So we're real quick to be like, yeah, I understand, when in fact we don't fucking understand. I don't know what the hell you said, but I'm gonna say yes because I don't want to be seen as not knowing. Like I
Exactly.
don't know where that comes from. Like that is crazy. Ask a question.
I done been on panels, and I think a lot. I think I'd have been on panels for sure, right? And like it's been a lot of lives where people be like, "Man, you shouldn't be following these people." Like, right? And I don't want to name no names, but it's they call them so-called red pillars, right? And I also be on lives where people say that a certain people be pandering, right? So with me, I could be on like, let's say I'm on a live where this creator don't like that creator. I'm just gonna shut my mouth, and I can still be like, you know what, that has nothing to do with me. I'm focusing on a prompt, right? But one time, I think 2 times I called a dude out. Let me tell you why I called him out. Because he was faking. He was in one dude live, commenting all up under his stuff, agreeing with all the women and all that. And then on another live, some other dudes called this person out, and he's on that live agreeing with the other dudes. I'm like, hold on, bro, you being fake now. Like, if you don't like the person, why are you in that person live agreeing with them? Maybe you just agreeing with them just to get the women to comment on your stuff. So to me, I call out fake behavior like that. You can't act like you like somebody and then you get in another live, then you don't want to like that person. That's when I believe that that's what I call that you pandering to men, because you don't want to be ashamed. You don't want a man call you a simp. So I don't like stuff like that. I pretty much I'll call you out, just like I called the women out that was hosting that live where they say that we are the leaders, we are the protectors. I'm like, well, damn, y'all got a problem with men saying that, but so how can y'all in return say the same damn thing?
I can actually shed some light onto that, what you talking about though, and the reason why people do that for the most part, or at least just my observation as to why people do that. What I noticed is that there's lots of people who literally walk through life on autopilot. And the reason why I say that is because if you pay attention to whoever the strongest person is in that room, right, whether it be their energy or the most influential person in that room, they're going to follow whoever that is. So if you put them in a room that's completely divided, right, where you have, you know, a bunch of women that have really strong convictions against men, and you have one woman that's in there who's more influential, right? Of course, that person's going to side with them. But if it's split in half, and then there's, say, a bunch of men in there that are also doing the same thing, and they're having a conversation, that person's not going to know what to do in that room. Like, at all. It is the funniest thing, right? I have literally seen that happen. I've seen that happen in work meetings with people. You know what I mean? And it's insane. It happens a lot. I don't know where Kev went. Kev, I hope you coming back, or you coming back into your phone, or whatever you're doing. Hope you're not Irish goodbying us, bro. Dang, who's eating some chips? I want some. So who got the Cheetos? Not everybody.
Hey, I thought my mic was off. My bad.
No, you good, dog. I was like, damn, them sound good though.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, people tend to either side like, and the other thing too that you can also tell with people is you can also see who they're attracted to in that same conversation. Because you'll see them side with the person that they're into. Which oftentimes is really hilarious.
Yeah, because if I don't agree with 100% of what anybody say, even though I can support you and like what you're doing with your platform, but I don't agree with 100% of what anyone says. And when I start seeing people like just agreeing with everything, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can't rock like that.
Yeah, I'm pretty open-minded for sure. I'm a very open-minded person. If we're having a conversation and we're sharing like personal experiences, okay, fine, whatever. I can give understanding to that. But when you start coming in here and you spewing some BS, bro, you're gonna get one of two things. Either I'm gonna question you and I'm gonna make you rethink everything you just said because that didn't make sense. Be completely sarcastic. It's either one of two things. And if you ask me a really stupid question, I am the type of person who feels that I deserve to give you a stupid answer. Don't ask me a stupid question. And I know everybody's gonna hit me. AJ, there's no such thing as a stupid question. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. There are stupid questions to me. Sorry.
I literally had somebody try to call me out, right? I'm new to the TikTok world. I used to come on TikTok about 4 months ago, and I just post, funny videos. And then I decided to explore TikTok, start, seeing they had these lives and panels. So I kind of slowly joined. But I'm not gonna say the person name, but it was someone that was accused of essaying a woman. I'm pretty sure y'all know who I'm talking about, right?
I mean, that could be a lot of people. That happens quite a bit.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not gonna say the person's name, but and they hosted a live about this dude, right? And when they hosted the live about him, somebody was saying in the comments like, "Why did he? You must be guilty if you apologize, right?"
This guy out the box.
Is it HB?
HB?
Was the girl that?
Whoa,
No, it was a dude. It was a dude who they was accusing of it.
So I'm just saying, was it? I was trying to see if I knew you was talking about.
Yeah, it was a dude that was accusing him of it.
Oh, okay.
But
drop this Joker guy out the box. He's echoing.
Nah, I muted him. I forgot I had him there.
But somebody put in a comment on the live. They was like, "Well, why would you apologize? You must be guilty." And mind you, I told you my story about how the woman said it to me, right? And how I went down to the police station, and the police were like, "Hey, man, it's nothing we could do because she haven't came down here and filed nothing yet." So I was scared. So I apologized. I said, "Hey, man, I apologize if you felt like I did you wrong. I did that." So I'm in the same boat as the man they're accusing of why he apologizing. So I responded, and the chat was like, "Well, shit, I apologized to somebody before, and I didn't do anything wrong. So apologizing doesn't mean you're guilty." So many people that was from this famous person live that was following me from this person live tried to call me out and saying, "Oh, I was condoning what this dude did," and that's just why I disagree with the whole believe
Victim thing.
all victims. Yes,
Yeah.
because it hit home for me.
It's
So
Yeah.
cancel culture for me is really what it is, right? Like that's the part that I don't like. Because if you try to go against something, especially something like that, right, and you're not with the majority, people will automatically jump to the worst, right? Like that, and that's like the hypocrisy of social media, right? Everybody on here is so anti-bully, right? Don't bully people. We should never bully people until a situation like that happens. Oh, they don't give a fuck who they bully.
I think social media is the. I think social media is the last destruction of the black man.
I think it's going in the cycle.
I think it is. I think it is because if
But
you
I
come on
think
this app tomorrow, you're gonna hear these ladies talk about us every time.
yeah, but what I'm also saying, right, is I'm not saying that and you're completely valid in that. I'm saying what I've also seen too is I've also seen a lot of women now stepping up and hosting lives, calling these women out. Right, like I am starting to see that. I am starting to see those videos pop up. I'm starting to see women just being like, "Bro, what the fuck are y'all
You
over
know what
here
they try to do? They try to take. They try to take the real Indians' land. They really try to wipe us out. The original people that belong on this land, they try to wipe us out any way they can, even if they got to get immigrants to take us out.
Mm.
And we almost done.
we ain't going nowhere.
Good
Yeah.
point. Yeah,
It's sad because we're almost done, brother.
We almost what?
We almost done.
You believe we
Done with
almost
what?
done?
we're almost done.
Yeah,
What are you talking about? We're
because once
thriving in numbers. Like,
once we lose our woman, it's a wrap, man.
but that's the thing. Like, I mean, here's the thing. It's not like it's not you can't put everybody into one box, right? Just because you're seeing that a lot on here is I'm not sitting there saying that there's not a lot of women jumping on that bandwagon. There's also a lot of black women who are standing up and calling these women out. Is also what I'm saying.
Where are they at?
I mean, we
Hey, hold on.
gotta
Let me ask you this.
broaden the horizon.
This is why I believe that what's going on right now between the black man and the black woman, I personally don't. I believe that things are still going to get back better, and I'm gonna tell you why. I don't believe that we lost our women. The only reason I believe that is because if we didn't lose them during slavery, where black men had to sit there and watch their wife get essayed by YT men, and we came past that, and we still stuck together. When we had segregation, where getting sprayed with water hose and had to use a certain restroom, and I'm pretty sure black women feel like, why these black men ain't sticking up for us? Y'all sitting here just letting a YT man do this to you. Those black women still stayed by black men. Here he is in 2024 right now. It's just a little both sides just airing out their grievances. That's all.
They hate. They don't like us, bro. They dating each other.
Can I tell you this? One thing I do know for sure. What you see on TikTok and what you see on social media, when I log off and walk into the real world, I don't experience none of the shit that I see on social media.
I do. I do.
I mean,
I do.
that's crazy.
You
Cause
got ladies that don't. You got ladies that walk around like they celebrities, and they don't. They can't even say hi to you. You say hi. It never used to be like that. I swear. Before COVID, everything was like okay. It was like all right, but now it's like I don't know, bro. I just feel like everybody's gone.
I mean, I think there's a lot of different factors that play into that into the real world. But when it does come to social media, I guess the only thing I could say, right, is you got to take a lot of it with a grain of salt. There are things that I have been asked on social media I have never been asked in real life, like ever, right? Prime example, body count. I have never been asked about my body count by anybody in real life or anybody who I had ever considered doing any of that with. Is never asked me that.
I ain't never had no one ask me my pronouns.
Right now, people who have asked me, and I ain't saying I'm a hoe, like I'm not a 304, but I'm just saying, people who have asked me that, however, are people on TikTok who I would never give a time of day for in that capacity.
Oh, why?
Would
Because on TikTok, you could do whatever you want to do on here.
That's why. But you see what I'm saying? That's the reason why I say you have to take some of this with a grain of salt, right? That's the reason why. Like, and also make sure that people are taking breaks. A lot of people don't do that, right? It's very easy and very, very, very easy on here to lose your mental. I have seen some of the strongest people crack because they didn't take their time. They didn't take their breaks. They don't take their breaks.
Yeah, you gotta be very mentally strong. Like you gotta be strong. Like even in life, you gotta be strong, man. Because I know people that take life. They take, man, and they make these choices in their life, and I look at them like, dude, you really did that? Like with no rubber? Like I'll be thinking like, damn. You
So
know what
you
I'm saying?
saying
I'm
that
like,
what you see on social media, you saying you see that in real life?
yeah, I see it in real life.
Like you go up and talk to a woman, she throwing you off, not want to talk to you, being disrespectful.
It's like they play games. It's like you'll go to them and they want to give you the number, but it's just like it's like they all do the same exact shit, bro.
One thing I know, if a woman want to give you that number, she gonna give it to you.
No, even when she give you the number, bro, she don't text you.
Yeah, because she was blowing you off. He wasn't interested.
No, but why would she give the number out?
To get you out of her face. And some of them scared.
Yeah.
Hell no.
I can honestly tell you.
Yeah, if a girl want it, she want it. She ain't gonna. She's straight with it for real.
Yeah.
Don't believe that, bro.
Hold on. Let's also be real, right? The amount of ways that women on this app have talked out their neck to men, they ain't about to do that in real life. I'm sorry. Not a lot of them. I don't see it. I don't.
I'm in Cali, so it's probably different from where you guys at.
Yeah, they do it in Detroit too, though. I can see it.
I remember when I was single, one thing I never done is shortchange myself, right? If I'm out in a club and I see a group of women, most dudes would focus on the finest one and try to talk to that one. Once she shoot you down, you lost all opportunity to talk to anybody else in the crew. I would literally go up. Hold on, but this is what I did. I would go up to the group of women. First thing I do, make them laugh, crack a little jokes, and I start paying attention to who's paying attention to me. And then I focus on, I know for sure, me shooting a shot at her is going to be 100% guaranteed because I watch how she was paying attention to me. I'm not going for the one who I want. I'm going for the one that want me.
Interesting. Right.
Yeah, you can tell by their body language.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. Maybe this is me. Maybe I'm different. Maybe I have like a different experience because I've had.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Maybe it is. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's make believe. I don't know, bro.
Maybe it's make believe. Maybe it's make believe.
That's a new one.
But a lot of people on the internet are make believe to me. Like I don't really believe in none of it. You know what I mean? Do I really believe in these people for real? No. You know what I mean? I don't believe I don't believe that there's that many for real red pillars, right? Because a lot of the time I'm like, I know y'all be messing with each other on the low. So like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
I'm not even gonna lie to you.
It's crazy.
I really do believe there is a lot of red pillars, and the only reason I believe that is because when I hear the definition of a red pillar and misogynistic, all of my friends have those same views. And with me having altogether 5 daughters, one thing I do know, like this is how I look at when people say traditional, and I hate it. How I view traditional relationships is how I view, like if a woman come to me and say, hey, my last dude treated me like this. My last dude bought me a Birkins. My last dude bought me this. I need you to do the same thing. Anybody will walk away from that woman like, hold on, you putting this man expectations on me. I'm not rolling like that. That's how I look at traditional relationships. You putting the pressure of society on me, and I'm not rolling like that. So if you look at a traditional marriage, it really, this is what I believe, and I know Kel might give me a pushback on this. I believe that marriage benefits the man, and I believe divorce benefits the woman. To me, that's how it goes out. Because in a traditional marriage, the man typically only do 20%, and the woman have to do 80. What I mean by that is, if both of us is working, I get to come home as a man, mess with the kids a little bit. I could get me a little beer. I could relax. In return, she come home. She got to cook, clean, got to fold the clothes, got to wash the dishes, got to tend to the kids, got to go to kids' events. She got to take off from work and take the kids to the doctor. That only marriage in that sense only benefit the man. It definitely don't benefit the woman. So I definitely want, and I think a lot of dudes have that way of thinking. So I believe there is a lot of dudes that's like that.
Well, okay. I agree with you. I agree with you when it comes to the actual. Sorry, Kev. Go ahead.
No, go.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I do agree with you when it comes to the actual definition. However, if we are talking about, and I hate to have to separate it, if we are talking TikTok definitions, I don't believe that shit. I don't. I believe that they fucking with each other on the side and on the low, and this is all for fucking money and clout. I don't believe it. I
Yeah, you
can't.
got me with the
And
TikTok
that's
definition.
only the
You got me
reason
on
why
that
I
one.
say that is because I can see them fighting with each other during the day, right? Because I post random stuff, like I post randomly throughout the day, and sometimes, you know, a live pops up, right? And I can see these, you know what I mean? I can see these men and these women go at it. And then, you know what I mean? Sometimes I get up hella early and I'll be jumping back on here at about 3:30 a.m. to 4, and they're kicking it in lives together.
I seen that.
So
I
you can't
seen
tell
that.
me that they ain't fucking with each other.
Man, that's crazy. That's one of them things I be paying attention to. And they be talking back and forth using heart emojis in the comment.
Yeah, it's like Hollywood.
It's television. That's why I'm like, bro, I don't be taking nothing on here for real.
That's crazy. I literally seen that. I see it all the time.
Plus, you gotta watch out for these agents that work for like the government.
What?
On TikTok?
Yeah,
What
on
do you mean?
TikTok.
What are you talking about?
Like, you know how sometimes it'd be a trend that come out of nowhere? That'd be like those people.
Huh?
Hey man, if it's agents,
Gabe, is that you? Oh,
hey man, if it's agents on TikTok, I gotta go, man. I gotta go.
It is agents on here because TikTok it got him big, and the feds are looking at it because they want to ban it. So don't you think it's fair?
They've already,
Come on now,
they've
you gotta
already
think.
done that though. Like this is going away like next year.
What's going away?
TikTok.
Man, TikTok. No, America is just trying to buy it. America want to buy it. America don't want to get rid of it. They just want to buy it and then control it.
Exactly. It's gonna be like Facebook.
Oh, that's gonna be weak then.
That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be like Facebook where you can't, you know.
If America buy it, it's a wrap. It's not gonna be good no more.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, at the same time, yeah, I can see that. I think.
I don't know if y'all can remember, but I remember Snapchat. It was for cheaters back in the day, and what I mean that is, I know about Snapchat when I was talking to this woman and she was in a relationship, and she used to send me text messages, and once I read it, it would disappear.
Yep.
That's what Snapchat started out with, like a cheating thing to hide, like if you're doing something secretive. Now it changed to something totally different.
Snapchat is for like kids.
Not so much, no. It's still very much like adult, but nobody really. A lot of the time, like to be honest with you, it's kind of like, you ever watch like the Instagram like stories that people post? That's really all it is. Is like people kind of follow like celebrities or whatever on there that like they post like 5 million little short stories. To be honest, like I don't even think people really be talking on there for real unless they're doing like some 304 type shit. Other than that, like, nah. Cause like I mean I'm on Snapchat, but like I don't even think I really be talking to nobody on there for real. And I never really did. Like I think my Snap score is pretty low. But that's how you can tell.
Hey, did you guys hear about the Iranian president that got taken out?
What?
what about it?
The Iranian president got taken out, and Russia tried to blame America for doing it.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's hard for me to keep up with everything that's going on. Wait, where'd he go?
Mm.
He'll come back. What was you gonna say, kid? He's on his live right now, just so y'all aware.
I think I'm gonna wait till he come back. It was something what he said I was thinking about. I think I was agreeing with what he was talking about. Or halfway. Not the reasons behind it, but I think I get what he was meaning.
Yeah. I'm just
He
saying,
probably
man.
got on the phone or something. Right. Talking to his wife or something.
I don't know, like I said, when it comes to this privilege stuff, like if we talking about what's damaging, oh no, no, you ain't talking about privilege. I think what's damaging a lot of people's mental today. I mean, I think it's a lot of things, man. Like, I don't think it's necessarily just one thing for real. I think it's a mixture of like, you know, we definitely live in a victim mentality type world where people are they're too engrossed and being wrapped up in trauma.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand, like, there are people who, you know, I'm not talking about the people who actually do the work and, like, move past it, but, like, you can't keep running to the past. Like, at some point, you're an adult, and you have to take accountability and responsibility for your life and what you do, right? Like, blame it, you know, whether you're blaming it on YT privilege, you're blaming it on pretty privilege, you know what I mean? We're gonna blame it on, you know, oh, it's a race thing. We're gonna blame it on, oh, well, it's a money thing. It's whatever else. It's just like at the end of the day, it's none of those things. All of these things just make you a victim. At the end of the day, it's pushing the victim mentality, and that's just how I feel about it. And I'm just like, at the end of the day, stop being a victim. You're gonna be fine. You know what I mean? Yes, some ish happened to you. Shit happens to everybody. It sucks. Right? But we all have to deal with it. We all have shit we still have to do, and you still have to function in this thing called society, which means you share this world with other people. I don't know why people keep forgetting that. Like,
Mm-hmm.
this is a one person's world, right? And we all can't keep functioning like that. I think that's why we losing everything today. You know what I mean? We're losing, you know, family values. We're losing all this shit, and it's because people think like this. You know, you got people who think that they run the world. The world revolves around them now,
Yep.
and I don't understand it. You know what I mean? You know, whether you want to call it, for me, I call it the main character fucking bullshit, right? You're
Some
not.
stuff people gotta grow out of though.
Well, that's
So
the
I used
thing.
to feel this like I was them people. That's why I'm not gonna act like I don't understand. Though. I could see because
What's
we
what?
only care about ourselves when we first grow up.
Yeah, but that's my but that's the thing, Kev. It's like it seems like people remembered that. Then the pandemic happened, and then everybody started talking about breaking generational curses, working on trauma, and everything else. And then, you know, everybody started talking about their inner child, and now everybody's stuck being an inner child. How did you go from an adult back to a child? You know what I mean? You can't keep expecting
Mm-hmm.
society to give you what you didn't get as a child. This is like where I'm coming from.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that PPP loan got a lot of people in it like feeling like they the best. You feel me? Now they ain't got no money. Now they doing anything to get money.
That's the thing. I mean, however people want to hustle, that's on them. I'm just saying, for me personally, I just don't be understanding why we have to keep jumping on all this. You know, this, oh, we got to get, you know, I got to fix my inner child. And because, you know, my parents, you know, I grew up in a household where people constantly yelled and they were being mean. That means that you need to say things like this because it's triggering me. What?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? Y'all are expecting people to walk on eggshells because you were triggered when you were a kid over some trauma that person has nothing to do with. That person has their own trauma and things that they got to deal with. That's all I'm saying. Like, consideration gone. People don't have consideration for each other. You can clearly see that. Impulse control completely gone, for the most part, for many people. The need to be important, the need to have things define them, the need to do the most profound thing, the need to be what is it? The minority, even though you represent the majority. You know what I mean? It's all that shit. You know what I mean? You could talk about something being 1 in a million chance, and everybody's that 1 in a million. It's crazy. It's crazy to me, and that's just what I don't understand. So I think we just need to fix that shit. And I think we need to start fixing that by just not just holding people accountable, but calling out that behavior, but also being realistic. You know what I mean? Championing people who are actually pushing those things, pushing those values and shit like that. It's not giving energy to stupid people who are disrupting that thing. That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? If these 4B movements and everything else, if they never gained traction and popularity, do you think they'd still be here right now? Fuck no. They would have been on to something else. That's all I'm saying. So,
Oh, that was that bit right there.
eh,
From Michigan. That's, oops.
everyone just cheating on us, y'all.
I was looking at some.
Hate
No,
us.
looking at some jobs, job search. All right. Yeah, that's the main.
Where everybody is tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Normally everybody in here. It's like the first time it's like, bro, how did I
See y'all the. I know.
I didn't see Kate come.
Cousins.
She lied to me.
She lied. She lied to you. Let's see. I know who probably
I agree, brown sugar for sure.
Cousins.
I think it's getting worse, but I try to stay on the positive side of things, I think. As much as I can. Like I do see like the little strides that like some people are making, but it's just hard to try to stay on top of all of it. Like I can't stay on top of all these stupid movements that people keep jumping on. I just can't. There's no way.
Mm-hmm.
Did Kev freeze again?
Nah, I think I just look.
This ain't moving is what it is.
Trying to send this invite.
Yeah, if y'all can share out this live, tap the screen. Let's get it up to 50K. Let's get Kev up to 50K right quick. Kev, stop liking your own live, sir.
I am?
Oh no, you.
Oh, I did it by mistake. I had tapped trying to move the screen.
Yeah, stop tapping your own screen. You're gonna pull yourself in the FYP. What's wrong with you?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know where everybody went though. Everybody just kind of dipped.
We're not catch nobody cheating on my life. I be cheating on my life.
You yelling me, I was here.
That's how you do. You gotta.
But you know what? I'm gonna start calling y'all out, and I'm name dropping. Alter, where you at?
She in here fell asleep.
Yeah, she fell asleep. Alter, wake up.
I'm on the court.
La
Yeah,
la.
I didn't even know she came in here. I must have looked away.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think she in here. Alter, where are you? Lala, where are you? Kay, where are you? I'm just calling out the mods, y'all. Mirror, where are you?
Where are you?
Mirror, mirror on the wall, wake up.
Ooh, wake up out of his sleep. Hey.
I would laugh, bro, if he just came in here.
That what? What do you want?
Somebody say it. Somebody call me. I'm just kidding.
Sound real quick.
Oh, it definitely is brown sugar. That's why I always be trying to tell people. Be careful what you feed your mind. I did find like a cool live though that I'll be going to. Cause you don't know if I'll ever be on, when I get off work and whatnot. So I've been going in there. And it's kind of cool because everybody in there just working out. Like they all in boxes, but they just working out. I was like, oh, this is nice. I'm coming here.
Oh, be like a workout room?
Yeah, literally, bro. Like I haven't seen that since, lockdown.
I don't even know people work out anymore, and they so chunky now.
I know. It's because everybody wanted to get chunky. Not me though. I wasn't. I was like, bruh. Well, I can't talk. I got a little chunky, but it's okay. I'm not saying I ain't saying there ain't nothing wrong with a little bit chunky. I'm just saying go to
You
the
like
gym.
them BBW.
Bro, I'm just saying go work out, man.
Like, you doing the motorboat and everything. I know what you
Oh
do.
Lord.
I know what you about, AJ. Why they call it AJ? Oh, juicy.
I'm just saying, dog. They was out here. Yeah, don't start that little head thing, man.
Right.
Bro, that was like the funniest thing ever. I was like, man, the amount of variations they just had for little head.
Oh,
All
you're
because
right. That
they
was
can't
funny.
type it in the comments apparently.
Start your morning and with a little head. I'm the only one that couldn't do it though. That gonna
That
be
boy,
crazy. Can I do it with this? Let me see something.
bro, I'm
Let
gonna
me see
laugh if
what
it works too.
it might work with this profile. Maybe it's just something over the other one. Because I noticed, I'm like, I've been typing it. I don't see nothing. I swear I'd be probably ignoring people if I didn't. Well, it look like I'm ignoring them if I didn't have two profiles. Or I got three phones though.
It does. Working out releases endorphins into the brain.
See, I just typed it again, little head. And it didn't pop up.
Yeah, it didn't even come up.
Maybe I gotta do
You
two
don't have it on
spaces.
the no, because then nobody else will be able to type it. I don't know what you did. Kev broke TikTok, y'all. I don't know what he did.
It's like I know two spaces. Dang.
Yeah, but working out releases endorphins. Why endorphins are good? They do help, to relieve stress. Cortisol that gets released in your brain, the stress hormone, kind of release that. What
Little
else?
dot head.
Bro, you gotta put a dot in it. Dang, that's crazy.
Try it one more time to test it out.
Well, I mean, I'm
Okay.
glad to know it don't work, because now I don't need to be feeling a type of way when I be coming in here and like Kev don't even say hi to me for the longest. I'm like, bro, like you didn't even notice I've been here.
No,
Everybody
that
else
one day
said
I
hi.
still forgot to even tell you that. I'm like, dog, I'm over here. I said, dog, I was about to say it. I'm like, dog, I can't say nothing.
I can't say nothing.
I did it like I literally looked. No, this time I was literally trying like 15 different times because everybody was talking. I'm like, bro, this junk really not coming in. Oh, that's why you probably kept looking up and down. I'm like, bro, I can't say it.
Bro, what happened? Why isn't it working? Yeah. I think, man, there's so many benefits to working out. So many. Improves your mood. If you're suffering with depression, it'll pull you up out of that. Just getting out to go move. Seeing the sun will do the same thing. Especially for us brown people. Us people with the melanin. Us beautiful brown cells. Make sure y'all see the sun. Oh my god. Did it just go through?
Right. This thing weird. I don't know. I can't keep up with it.
Oh no,
I'm gonna
dude.
stick with Little Head. They let me do that all the time. I mean, I wish I thought about that before.
Right. You gotta spell it out, bro.
Like, there's no way. I was gonna say Little Dome, but I was like, that gonna sound weird.
Yeah, bro. That's gonna set you up for a lot of
Yeah, why don't y'all know? Detroit meeting Chris since so many of y'all live there. Yeah, I might run into Black Jesus. I know he near me. He live in Romulus. He like that ain't that. That's about an 18-minute drive from me, or maybe 30 at the most. It ain't that far. Like he live in Romulus.
I don't think I've met anybody who lives here, to be honest. I'll be kicking it in the
6'4". I
car.
think he live on the east side. I think.
Didn't 6'4" like always driving? I need to
Mir live in
ask him what he
Pontiac.
does.
So that's like that's like an hour drive from me.
Yeah, I need to ask what 6'4" be doing, because every time he on a live, he just be driving.
Yeah, that dude always be driving. That's
And
what
it
I said.
don't even be mattering what time of day, too, because he just always driving.
He doing donuts in the street.
I'm like,
I'm
bro, where
like,
you
bro.
going?
He started cracking up laugh. I said, "Is you that one car I keep hearing around my house? Keep driving in circles." He just started busting up. Dude,
Bro,
always driving.
what you doing? You just driving he doing his laps through Detroit, apparently. Past Kev's house like 4 times.
All right, and these girls and this stuff. He was like, Trying
Man,
to
how
think.
come Gabe ran away? Gabe, you better bring your ass back in here.
Oh man, your best friend. I seen him. He in another room. Caught him in a
Of course
blue
he
room.
is. Of course he is.
I think it's another.
Y'all
Who
ran
else in
away for
Detroit?
no reason.
Our little mama. What's her name? Little sugar mama. Little
What
sugar.
up, Kelly? Oh, I
Think
can
her
see
name.
he's all in here. What's up, Kelly? Didn't even say
Shit.
hi, nobody.
Like my most sleep people in here. Sleep profile.
Bert.
Mhm.
Bert didn't say nothing. Bert usually be on it.
Who's that? Bert. Let's see who that.
Bert in here.
Oh, Bert. I think Bert be up though sometimes. He always be in my life a
You
lot of
think he
times.
ain't asleep though? Liz in here. Hi,
Sometimes
Liz.
he fall asleep. Sometimes he be scaring me. Like, yeah, anyways. I'm like, no. See that little eyeball in there. I'm like, bro.
And go.
And go. All right.
I don't know, man. I fuck with Bert's the shit, y'all.
Yeah. That's another thing I was gonna tell y'all about. Do y'all know the red pill? That's one thing that Bert stunned me with
What up, Bam?
one of they because I kept following everybody saying how they felt about red pillars or whatever. And I was saying, I'm like, and then he asked me a question. He's like, what is red pill? What's red pill to you? And I felt stupid. I'm like, hold up, what is it? I'm like, I'm going over what people be telling me and stuff. I said, well, from my experience of what I seen, them got to be the guys that say this and that or whatever. And basically, I had went to look the definition up, and then which I thought I seen it though before, but I guess I just kept listening to everybody else, and then he explained it to me, and it took me a little minute. I'm like, well, it's basically just the same. It's basically being a realist. I'm like, it's a new word for realist. That's all that is. It ain't. So I guess the guys that's in it messed up what red pillar is. You know what I'm saying? What red pill is, and I'm like, oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, they just messing that all up.
I mean, that's not really shocking though on this app. Like everybody kind of tends to fuck up everything. What's up, Perkins? Welcome back. Yeah, people tend to fuck up a lot of shit on here.
I thought he was asleep, man. That's why I dropped him down. I thought he was asleep. You can come back up, Perk.
Come back up, Perk.
Last, he fell asleep. Did you fall asleep last, or you just chilling listening? Everybody ought to know comes falling asleep and stuff.
I'm
Perk
telling
on
you,
third
dog.
shit.
Look,
Gabe
you
2.0.
You just gonna have to bring your pillows and just incorporate into your screen at some point, bro.
In a minute, they're gonna have a pillow.
What? Oh, did he just freeze again? Yep, he gonna be back. Now, Perkins mostly just be listening. Alright, y'all, keep tapping the screen. Gabe will be back in a minute. I don't know, this is like the first time I've seen this many people in here, but ain't nobody saying nothing.
And this thing that kicked me out.
I kind of figured because you froze, and I was like, oh.
It did its job.
There's Perkins. And they didn't even tell me that he in the queue. Y'all, if you in the queue, and you've been waiting down there for a minute, sometimes just put it in the comments, because TikTok be stupid, and they don't be telling, the mods that you in the box sometimes.
Right. Rise and shine. We caught you. I caught you. You cheated. You stayed in the he stayed in the comments, so I couldn't catch him. So I know I'm talking to him. I was talking to people or something.
Talking to Perkins.
I'm talking about man, I forgot his name.
Who, Bert?
No, he just got in here. I don't think. Why the heck I can't say his name? What the frick is it? Oh, Shine. I couldn't think his name for a minute.
I don't know who you talking about though.
He just came here, I think. He just walked in. I was like, yeah, I caught you cheating. Cheating on the lie. That was some funny stuff though. Yesterday I was in the room. I was like, hold up. They was like, hold up. He said he was one of my people's first. I was like, nope. Stole y'all my way. I said, well, he a mine for my room. Y'all ain't bless him with the
that part. I don't know. I still get DMs all the time. Hey, Jay, come to my live and mod for me. Bro, no, I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. I
Why
can't because
not?
some of y'all have weird conversations. I think it just depends on the conversation, to be honest. I can't get with a lot of conversations. I don't know if y'all noticed, I really can't do a whole lot of stupidity.
Mm.
I start to lose my patience and then I start getting mad and then I just end up leaving.
I like that the picture I used for the YT.
Where, yeah. Bro, I didn't even notice till you pointed it out, to be honest.
He's a little gray head dude.
Bro, I didn't even notice.
That's funny. He did a pretty picture for the nails on there.
That was funny. This is still gonna be my all-time favorite Gabe meme.
Bruh. Blasphemous slash will is by far the greatest, greater than others.
Classic Wells privilege is by far.
I don't even know what you mean. Just come up in the box, brother.
Yeah, feel free to come up here. Y'all can request up, have a conversation. All I ask is that y'all be respectful and tap the screen at least. Share out the live, get some people in here, have a good conversation, keep Kev company. Cause I'm about to fall asleep at some point. But I'm gonna do this till you come up, cause ain't nobody know what you're talking
You got 1,000 pictures.
Bro, I have to, man.
I was cracking up with you think you smart. You're not that smart.
Oh, this one?
Wipe asleep, I'll follow though. I should right. How they let you type the word? I swear they don't let me type the word follow. I gotta always put like a dash in it. What is going on? I don't know why they do me wrong like that. They do me wrong.
I'm just saying, dog. That was probably one of the funniest pictures I found. I was like, bro, this fits so perfect right now.
You are not so smart. Go ahead and share too if you can, my brother. Let's get some more preachers up in here. You feel me?
That boy. I mean, I can preach about a lot of stuff. I just don't know what you want me to preach about.
Right, that's why I'm trying to think of what the heck to preach about.
Almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
We ain't really get to touch on that. I want to touch on that, then I go ahead and do that.
I do want to talk about why I put this picture up because Kev was talking about how he didn't pay his light bill, and so I hope he's seeing everybody.
That makes sense.
Because his dad be in there talking about that's 83 cents worth of lights.
Facts. I'm like that too. I ain't gonna even lie. I'm like just like him. I'm not as bad as him, but I'm like that. I don't like wasting money.
Bro, real talk.
Alexa,
I have a
turn the
picture of
lights
this
off.
man in my wallet, so I don't spend money.
Oh my! You said up right before you hit that credit card.
You right. I don't need it.
I do it too. Shoot, that's why I got my about to light bulbs in my living room. Once I change them, I can turn my living room, or bedroom lights off anytime I want. Just tell Alexa.
There you go. See, smart. Smart.
He's a smart man.
My whole apartment's probably connected to by most.
I don't know, man. I love Terry Chews. That dude is funny.
There's a little fake fight with him and Anderson Silva. I don't even know if that better not be real. That dude gonna get mopped. Fighting on Anderson Silva just because he think he's strong and big.
I don't know, bro. I feel like it's hard nowadays to really be liking really going for certain celebrities or really anybody, especially within the black community. Because it's just it feels like every time you turn around, they getting exposed for some shit. No Diddy.
Like I said, right now, you need to, I don't know why, we need to avoid them right now because they get in trouble. Cat Williams already running his mouth too much. He addicted. Everybody gonna get in trouble. It's already started.
That part. Everybody snitching. I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
Everybody dropping name. Jay-Z, Secret Son came out of nowhere. At 30-something years old.
That part. I was just like, bro, I can't keep up. What is going on? You know
That
what I
right
mean? Like,
dirty
I know
laundry
that we
keeps
have
coming
secret
out.
societies, but I'm just like, bro, y'all doing all this extra?
That right dirty laundry is coming out the closet, out of the closet.
That's weird. I'm like, maybe that's also what's part of wrong in the world too. Is like people don't really have positive role models no more, and it seems like every fucking role model we do have, we end up finding out they're all counterfeit and full of shit. Can't fucking win, bro. Can't fucking win.
That junk, every time I see that dude name, he another one that I don't know. But I looked at remind me of that girl named Light that used to be in here.
Which one?
Some people just can't take getting challenged sometimes, man. They want you to believe
Yeah, what happened to her? She don't
everything.
come in here no more?
Who Light?
Yeah.
Nah, she don't. I got on her head heavy one day. That I told her, I said, I don't care what you say, I'm not believing it. Cause I was like, but it's just funny because it's like this because I challenged and I told her I'm not gonna believe it. She just like she just unfollowed me. I'm like, bro, what the heck? Like, and she was like, she said some stuff that just was sounding wild to me. Talking about she don't make no decisions. God make every last part of her decisions in life. I'm like, dog. I said, God do not set nobody up on earth like that. He give us
Bro.
free will. So you can't act like that God giving you like God just make
Indeed.
you choose these wrong decisions, make you go to these wrong rooms and all that stuff. Like, no, you can't use that as a cop out. That's like people that be blaming stuff on the devil and stuff.
Bro,
You
you know
know.
what that reminds me of,
Oh, I'm
Kev?
glad he reminded me. I'm glad you requested up. Hold up. Thank you for reminding me.
Kev, do you remember that one crazy lady? She came in here one time and she was talking. She was like trying to have this conversation. She asked us. She was like, "When was the last time you prayed for God?" And you and
We
I
got
were
some
like, "What?"
classic stuff.
What?
She
I'm like,
ain't
"What
like
the
me no
hell?"
more. No, that people do not like when I challenge them. Oh, that junk is
I
so
forgot
funny because
about
people
that
just get
crazy
away with
lady.
stuff. And she ain't come here no more. Then she tried to go on my boy's silk room for me because I met her in there. And I'm like, nah, man. Have you ever thought about praying for God? I'm like, bro, that don't
Like,
make
have
sense.
y'all
So you
ever
gonna pray to
thought
God
about
about
God? I'm like, what about what? And
I
then
just
out
want
of
to make
nowhere,
sure that God is
I don't
doing all
like
right,
the
God.
energy. The energy in here just feels real evil. I gotta go. Click. What?
Hey, so
All I
somebody
did was
don't
ask you what you
believe.
were talking about.
Hey, I don't know what's going on, bro. That people just be so deep and stuff. Like it is what it is. That's why I say I don't internalize a lot of these things. And that's why I've been talking to people lately. Like, man, people gonna mess with you. Now that been happening since the beginning. Like you been around since that. So that always been around. I mean, it
Yeah,
always been
always.
happening to me. So I'm used to that.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
gonna
used
be
to that
people that
too.
just can't take it.
Yeah, but
That's
I
all.
guess it's like different for me because it's like I expect that for me. That happens to me quite a bit, like in real life, on social media, just in general.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? And it's not like I challenge people because I think you're like a lot of the time it's just me asking questions because I'm trying to understand.
that's a challenge.
You know what I mean? But if that's like me challenging you just because I asked you a damn question, like
Yep.
I don't even care about what you're talking about now.
Remember the last challenge. She's prettier than you.
Oh yeah, that girl. You
That
just
was the
don't like me because
randomest
I'm
stuff ever. I
pretty.
don't
And
know
I was
where that
like,
come from.
what?
She got so stuck. I can't think of an answer. What can I think of?
Can't think
What
of
can I
it.
think of? I'm prettier than you. I'm like,
Literally
what the?
asked was the same question. You're giving me jealous vibes. You just don't like me because I'm pretty. Like, what? I don't
Nah,
even got
that
a
was
profile picture
crazy.
up, and my profile is set to private. You don't know what I look like.
Oh my, that was the random stuff, man. That's
That's
that. And that's a
crazy.
pretty. Speaking of the topic, pretty privilege. Like people get away, and that's funny how we mentioned that though. That's funny. She got so challenged on that stuff because you was like, "Ooh, this is like yo." I was laughing because I knew what time it was. Oh, you talking about that, huh? Now let me ask you a question. That'll be. That just be. You better be cracking up with us. See you do that
Everybody gets
stuff.
that.
I'm like,
That
oh, I
is
know what time it is when she do that.
that
So what
part.
do you mean by that, huh?
Bro, I got to sometimes, man, because
That
like
just be funny,
I can't keep with the BS, man. Like, don't come up on the
man.
panel talk about I went to school for psychology and you don't even know what the hell. Like, what the hell does that mean? just because you studied psychology or you took a psychology course does not mean nothing.
Waste of 4 years of your life and a waste of student loan debt.
Well, it don't even necessarily
Couple
mean that.
days
It
in
just
your
don't mean
life.
that you have the ability to like diagnose
Wow.
shit. You know what I mean? Oh, well, I like talking to people. Like, what was her thing? She was like, I like talking to people and
They do
basically
customer
giving them like
service.
unsolicited advice or some shit. And I was just like, what? That's very like unethical. You know what I mean? There's certain things people talk about, like they need professional help. It's okay to be like, nah, you don't come talk to me about that.
Somebody playing duty or something?
Hell yeah, you don't hear it? I hear the bass.
Right. That's why he been quiet so long. He over there playing. He don't know what he doing over there.
Wait, who said that to you, bro? Shit. Who said that to you, Sugar? That's crazy.
Said my brain didn't work at the low of a vibration.
Yeah.
Not the low vibration.
I don't know, man. I just don't be getting it. Like, it's okay for, like, I don't know why it's so hard for people to just be like, it's okay not to agree.
Oh, her? She said that to you?
Who?
Oh, hold up. I think because y'all did get into it that one day.
Who?
Dominique. Oh, was that you? Y'all got into it? Oh, yeah. I remember, yeah. Because I swear, Brown Sugar, she be picking her days, man. These some days I be agreeing with her, some days I don't. Then later at the night back agreeing with her, I'm like, bro, I don't know what. She be saying some stuff, though. I remember when y'all got into it that one time, though. Well, and I think that was that same day when we was getting on that one girl head, when Kay was getting on that one girl head for saying that whole long story, and then as soon as we challenged her on it, and then she wanted to say all this other stuff, then I got on that other woman head in the other corner. But I
Y'all
think
need
what I
to stay up
respect,
out my corners, dog. You don't disrespect my corners. You don't come in the box and get in my corners.
Right, exactly.
Get your corner just intentionally. Just get your corner.
But I think, like I do, I feel like more people do need to talk like Dominique, though. I ain't gonna even lie, because she said she been through a lot of that stuff. She been through a lot of stuff, the failure, but she still like, and that's weird that a lot of people do that. People get they feelings hurt or got or whatever situation is, it didn't work. Now they talking about I don't want marriage anymore. But no, she actually found her problems. It was like, you know what? I done went through this, probably gotten some deep scars and stuff like that. She took her time to herself and saying, hey, you know, I'm not about to shut down marriage just because I went through what I went through. I think that'd be a lot of our problems. But when we don't get things to go our way, we get spoiled and be like, nah, that's because it's no good out here. But that ain't true. It's just we the ones that's no good, and we didn't change our mentality up, and then we keep picking no good people. So it's like, shoot, because I've been there. You know what I'm saying? I ain't been married and stuff, but I've been there when I made wrong decisions and then try to put it on everybody else but myself.
But I guess that's where I always have questions, right? Because this is the question that's been kind of like on my mind lately, right? Is, you know, I hear all these people talking about like, oh, I got divorced, I wasn't happy, you know what I mean? Marriage was really hard, you know what I mean? I quit this job, it was hard, so on and so forth, right? Like, and I'm now starting to wonder is like, do people really think that if they do something, like if you get married, you know what I mean, if you do the work, you know, to heal from your, you know, heal and be a better person, that you're never gonna have a bad day? Like, you ain't never gonna go through a bad time in your life? Like,
Right.
like I'm genuinely starting to like wonder that, because it just seems like people are willing to abandon like things really quick the moment they have a bad day. Well, you know, I went and you know what I mean, Kev? I did what you said. You know what I mean? I stopped being a victim, but now I had a bad day. So I'm going back to it because, you know, I tried. And it's just like, what's the point? Like, you're going to deal with these things in life. Like, I don't know. Have people forgotten that?
They think life is easy mode. That's the problem.
You think you just have to do what you need to get in the easy, you know, easy street, and then, you know, you just coast out the rest of your life? Like,
There is no easy street.
First off, I want to know where the fuck easy street is. The hell is that?
The street called easy.
Like, I ain't never had
no. Street got potholes in it. All these streets got potholes in it.
Airport. You know what I mean?
Can't be. It's easy.
You gotta learn how to get around them potholes.
Easy street is like the Lululand.
That's what I'm saying.
Everything work in your favor. Ooh. As a matter of fact, you ain't even got it. When you run out of gas, it fill it up. You know, the street just fill it up.
Some people fail, right? Some people fail and they they stop right there. You gotta keep on going. Even if you fail, you gotta keep on going, and somehow you gonna get it right.
Mm.
That part. I'm just saying, man, I just don't be getting it where I'm just like, I don't know. Cause like I've talked to a few people recently and they just been complaining. They're like, man, I did all this. You know what I mean? I did the work. I got up early, you know. I changed my life. I did these things and I just had like a bad
And
couple of weeks.
they did that shit. They did that shit for a week.
I'm like, bro, you
They
think
didn't
you
even
just
do it
gonna
for a
do
week. They
one
did it for a
time?
day.
Yeah, a day.
Or,
Yeah, a day or 2 hours.
but that's like
Then
my whole
they on to the next person. It's like they'll be in a relationship for 5 years, go sleep with somebody the next day, then try to go back to that same relationship.
I mean, relationship or not, like I guess the reason why I get real like I just shut down the whole relationship conversation when it comes to most people is because I don't know why everybody's so fixated on a relationship and they can't even figure themselves out. Like that don't make sense to me. You know what I mean? You got women who get upset literally when you're like, "We'll pick better." What do you mean by pick better? Like you just answered your whole question. You need to go spend time by yourself and figure out what the fuck that means. Because no one else can tell you what that means. You just picked the wrong person and you need to figure
A
out why
lot
you
of
And
these
it,
ladies,
and that
a lot
remind
of these
me
ladies got daddy issues.
that wow.
it could
But
be part of it.
yeah,
Go ahead,
I
kid.
think remind me of yesterday when what's his name? Plastic Man was in here. That makes sense though. He said the fact that you react to it and ask that question, that means you know what it meant. Because if a person get mad at it, like, hold up, you got the fact you got triggered before, you did hear it, you understood it, you just didn't like the answer when they said pick better. What do you mean by pick better? Like, hold up, why you getting mad? Because you know what it be. You just want somebody to repeat it again. You know what it meant. That's why you got mad. That's funny. Well,
Like
why
I
you
said, I
deliberate?
mean, it's that whole
That's
concept.
the
I'm just like,
excuse.
I'm getting it. I don't be getting it. You know what I mean? It's not, and it's not even just that. Like just that. It's just like when it comes to everything, right? Like I've literally heard people who like talk down, even you know. And I'm not saying that I'm somebody who 100%. For me, right? I don't see me personally being somebody who gets married, and that's perfectly fine. You know what I mean? That's a whole other conversation. But like when it comes to like, you know, I've heard literally bitter people who have been married and have now gotten divorced talking about that was the hardest shit of my life. Like I got married and like what you thought you were gonna get married and it was easy straight after that. Like you and that person were never gonna have a disagreement.
That's what happened when you rush.
You two were never gonna not see eye to eye on something. You weren't gonna go through a hard time in
The
life.
faster they fall in love, the faster they gonna fall out of love. It takes time.
That wasn't love. They wasn't
True.
fully healed
It was
before
a
they got
love
in that
that's
marriage.
lust, bro.
Yeah,
Ooh,
lust.
ooh.
They wasn't
They
happy
try to
in the
find. They
time
try
they
to
met
find a
before they
replace. Hey,
unhappy
they try to
because
find a
how your marriage
replacement,
gonna
and
make
that
them happy.
replacement would be the worst thing in their life.
Yeah, what were you saying, Perkins?
They wasn't happy in the beginning. They were using marriage as a coping mechanism for their happiness, and it didn't make them happy.
So then let me ask y'all this: do you think marriage saves a relationship?
No, makes it worse. It's like putting freaking
Thank you.
bleach and peroxide together.
Thank you, because that's exactly how I feel. I'm like, I don't know why everybody be thinking like a marriage is gonna solve all your fucking problems.
All right. I feel it.
It's gonna modify it. It's gonna
Like, and
put
that's
a
not
big
even what.
old magnifying glass on top of it. Like,
And
you see
also,
it.
like,
You see
that's
it.
not even what marriage is fucking designed for. Marriage isn't designed to fucking save your fucking shitty relationship. That's not what it's designed for. That's not what it's for at all. That's why I'm just like, I don't be understanding like a lot of people's logic sometimes. Of like where people think like they're gonna go through life with like no pain, no hardship, no
And the thing
nothing.
about it, they think you leave this marriage, you think somebody gonna put up with your mess. You found your one. He put up with your mess and your baggage and know how to deal with it. Nobody's gonna deal with that shit but him. He learned how to deal with it. So you need to go back to him. But nobody else gonna put up with that.
That's why I always be telling people, I'm like, bro, stay fucking single if you don't know yourself. If you can't be by yourself, that's a problem. Like I don't know how you expect another person to be with you.
Mm-hmm.
I've always said that.
True.
You know what I mean?
People do.
And I notice it's the people who can't be by themselves that like to sit there and talk about quality time, excuse me, quantity time,
Mm.
aka what they call quality time, is their love language. Like most of the most toxic people who say that shit are people who can't be by themselves.
Mm.
They can't do shit by themselves. It's crazy to me. Quality time. Bitch, you want to
Or they do marriage or mega, they get engaged and get married, but you never live together. How y'all get married? Y'all never even live together.
That don't even make sense.
How can you put up with her crime? How you can put up with his crime? You don't even know how you never experience it in its own habitat, its personal space.
I don't know. I know some people have like strong convictions of like not moving in together until after they're married. And if that's like what you want to do, I think that's cool. But I think if I were to ever get married, I have to live with somebody. I gotta live with
on your
somebody
last
first.
nerve. Some things gonna go on your last nerve. He do like I never knew this about this motherfucker. He leaves his drawers at the near the damn front of the door. The damn hamper's right the fuck there. Throw the damn drawers in the hamper.
I mean, every dude does that. Let's be real. Like all of y'all, I've never ever met one of y'all that look. I get it. It's your sweet spot. Like I understand, but none of y'all ever put it in the fucking laundry hamper. If it was up to y'all, you'd wear the same drawers for like 3 weeks.
Oh hell no, I can't do that.
Did I turn my camera backwards by mistake?
Uh-oh. Bro, that was the wrong time to say that.
It's only
Talking
twice.
to I thought I got caught. It's like, no, talking to
I'm just
I
saying.
can do it. A week.
Man, your business.
I can do it.
I don't even, okay. I mean, I think 3 weeks is like a way, like I'll admit that's an exaggeration. But I'm just saying, like I definitely know some people who, if they could, they would definitely wear the same underwear for like at least 3 or 4 days. Like I was just like, that's excessive. That's a lot of swamp ass in them drawers. That's crazy.
You gotta learn to live with that person first before you sit there and get married. So, I'm sorry.
I 100% agree. I gotta figure out, because that's the thing. I gotta figure out like stupid quirks. You know what I mean? Also, I need to make sure you're not a serial unaliver, bro. Like I don't want to get married to you, and then we're sitting there, and I find out you poured the milk before the cereal. That's gonna fuck with me.
Hello.
You
talking to me? Somebody just called me?
See, y'all don't even be listening to me. Never mind.
Somebody done called me. You said milk before the cereal. That sound like me right there.
Bro, you put the milk before the cereal.
Damn toenails on top of the
A lot of times I do that though.
Bruh, what?
I like eating my cereal less soggy.
I'll let you know straight up. I don't like certain shit. I'll tell you straight up about what I don't like. Just please don't do that.
I don't like my cereal sitting in the milk too long.
Chris, I love you, bro, but nah, dog, that's a crime to me. That is a whole crime.
Is that my brother Chris? We on the same team. We on the same.
Bro, that's like
milk before
me handing you a
cereal.
bag of chips. That's like me handing you a bag of chips and you open it from the middle.
And it be colder too.
I just tell you, don't paint your toenails near my bowl of cereal. Don't put your feet into it and paint your toenails near my damn cereal.
Oh yeah, that's gross for sure.
Because I might backhand you. I'm not my really like what the fuck. Okay.
Oh dang, man. That's a little bit creepy, bro. It's a little creepy. How many bowls do you eat usually, Kev? I think Kev lives on cereal, to be honest. Like I think
got
that's
a point
what's
because I
keeping
might
him
make
alive.
some. I might make some right now too. That's crazy.
Fucking knew it, dog.
It is 4 o'clock in the morning, so really, like, it is breakfast time.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
okay,
you preaching?
y'all have to understand. Okay, this is Kev's MO when I'm up late with him. He gonna go get a fucking thing of cereal. He gonna eat it, and then he gonna fall asleep.
Yes, yes. You know me also well.
I already know him, bro. Like he's not my brother. I know him. I know how Kev is. We've been through this so many times.
Yeah, no me also. Eh.
But I could also say I have never, I guess, I don't know, maybe I just know how to make cereal correctly. Where I've never had a problem putting the cereal first and the milk. Like my cereal is not soggy. I don't understand.
Uh,
It's like where someone like, I don't know. I did date somebody who put ice in their cereal. That shit was weird.
huh?
Yeah, they put
They
ice in
wanted
their
it
cereal.
extra cold, I guess. And I got the
Yeah,
coldest
just
cereal
make
ever.
a freaking smoothie.
I don't know, bro. It was weird. I was like, what are you doing? They're like, yeah, I gotta put ice in it. And I was like, ice in what? And they like put it in the cereal, and I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And they were like, he keeps it like extra cold. And I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, because then otherwise the cereal gets warm. And I'm like, how do you fail at eating cereal? Like, what do you mean? And Chris, I disagree with you. There is definitely a wrong way to make cereal, dog. Definitely.
He needs some milk.
Bro, why don't you just that's like people who put peanut butter in the if you put peanut butter in the refrigerator too, that's a deal breaker for me.
What? Oh, wait a minute. Wait, what?
I think I'm about to go sneaking some
Alexa, shut up.
lives.
People who put peanut butter in the refrigerator, like I don't understand why.
And
Like why do you
jelly.
need
Who
cold
puts
peanut
the
butter?
jelly in the?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even
legit
say nothing. I wouldn't even say it to my partner. I'll put a sticker. I'll put a sticky note in. Please stop putting me in the refrigerator. It's cold in there.
report. And
Thank
also
you.
like I don't care what
Okay,
anybody says, I can taste it. I can taste the difference.
That's what she
It
said.
does not taste right. But I understand. Look, this is the reason why I said, like, again, I already said, I'm probably not somebody who would get married. Okay? I'm way too fucking quirky for most people. I'm very quirky. I don't know why. I just am.
No, you just normal.
But like, nah, don't be putting no peanut butter in the fridge. Like I gotta go, you know what I mean? Like I'm afraid like I'm gonna open the pantry and there's gonna be like, I don't know, somebody's face in it. I'm cool. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I'm not
Oh, one thing it gets on my nerve. If you stick your damn spoon in the piece of peanut butter and then lick the spoon, put it back in the peanut butter, I'm going to slap the two Jesus out of you. Stick your nasty lip, your saliva into the peanut butter.
who
that
do
yeah, that
that?
is kinda gross, yeah.
Who do that?
Oh, people do that.
Yeah,
You
people
just
do
gotta
do
catch
that.
them.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I will do that, but that's usually if I'm about to eat like the rest of like the jar of peanut butter. Cause like I
I'm
can
gonna
eat
have a
peanut
Nerf
butter.
gun. I would have a BB gun. Catch you doing it, hit you with a BB gun. Ding! Put that down. Put that peanut butter
It's
in the
like my
garbage.
personal jar of peanut butter. Like I ain't sharing that with nobody.
Don't even do it in front of me. Just do it. I don't see you. If I see you, hit you with a BB gun. I'm shooting.
That's true. That's true. That makes sense. That makes sense.
If I'm like, I gotta make sure it's your peanut butter. Put your name on that peanut butter. You're nasty. You're nasty. Put your name on it.
I'm the same way, Jigga. I don't necessarily see myself getting married, but if I ever do, I'm only doing that once.
See, I see myself getting married. I'm gonna make certain things a joke out of it. I'm gonna be dead serious about it. Like,
Mhm. Yeah.
Speaking of cereal, I will be back.
Yeah. Nah, I only see that ever happening one time in my life. As a matter of fact, that's only gonna happen one time in my life. And if it ends in divorce, I'm not getting married again. Like it just is what it is. Um,
I asked Craig before we get done already. Do you take these vows serious? Like dead serious? If the answer is no, we're not going in the aisle.
exactly. That's kind of where I'm at. I don't know. I feel like even though I don't necessarily always like agree with, I guess everything that marriage has to offer, just because again, I have yet to meet that person that makes me change my mind. But like, you know,
So I'm
it
gonna
is
ask you
something
before we
unfortunately
walk
that
this
is.
aisle. Do you think being married is hard or easy? If they say easy, nope, we're not doing this. Nope, no. I already know it's gonna head and divorce. No, we're not doing this. No, pineapples. No. You my ring. You my ring. Go about your business.
It's like the same concept. Like when people, I don't know. I feel the same way. Like when people tell me they love me, like after like a month, I'm like, there's no way in hell you love me. Like you don't even know me, dog. That's crazy.
Now, some people love a different way because, like, some people, like, say they had no physical contact with a woman in mad years, and they finally get that physical touch, and they find out they love language is physical touch. Yeah, they get mostly attached very quickly.
Yeah, I don't know. I believe in like honesty, but I also like having. I don't know. I guess like when I was in my 20s, like when it came to dating or whatever, because like I wasn't ever thinking about marriage then. I didn't really, you know what I mean? I was just kind of up for kind of whatever, because I was figuring myself out. But it's like since I've kind of, like I'm in my 30s now, I'm taking shit a little bit more seriously. But I also know myself a lot more. Yeah, there's a lot of questions I gotta have before I even enter a relationship with someone. There's lots of shit
I just like do
figure out.
coffee dates. I'm gonna tell you straight up what my intention is and what I do take serious. And I take relationships serious and I love hard. So if you're not really with that, you're not looking for that, we can get up. I pay for your tea or your coffee. You go about your business. You want to waste no 5 more minutes? Come on,
Hmm.
come on with it. And I'm a little stubborn, a little pig-headed sometimes, but I do know how to compromise. But at the end of the day, I love hard. I mean, I love hard.
For the right things, I'll compromise. Well, depending. Right? I'm pretty open, but there's certain things that are definitely hard hell no's for me, for sure. Like there is no budging. I'm not budging on it.
No, I get you. I ain't being meta. I be more direct. I write you. I write a whole list of stuff I not gonna budge on. Now patch that list. Read that right there. If you live by those rules right there, no standards right there, I'm not budging on those. So those are not unbudgeables. Those are hell's no's.
Yeah, those
So
are
if you can deal with
hard.
that, then we cool. If not, go about your business.
That part. That's why I be telling people. I'm like, I can't.
This generation, you gotta be direct with these motherfuckers. No, if
You
I
gotta
say
be
I'm dating with intention to get married or be a husband, and you say I don't know what I'm doing, or I'm just going with
I'm going with the flow.
flow.
Yeah.
I like nope. We're not gonna continue this conversation. Lose my number. We're not talking no more. I don't want to hear it. Nope. Go.
Yeah. My biggest thing is like also you need to know what intimacy is that isn't just smacks. Like there are different levels to intimacy and like it's not just
Oh yeah, I know the
sexual
levels.
all the
There's 3
fucking
levels to
time.
me, and trust me.
Like if you don't know what those are, like I can't even fuck with you.
Because I found by living by myself, I found weird things about myself I like sexually and physically, and it just got weirder and weirder. Like, okay, this is weird. So now I'm gonna break this down to my partner if I get one.
Yeah. Hey, look,
It's not crazy, but it's a little kink to it, but still.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, just finding the right people, and when it comes to kink, it's just being honest and having conversations that are safe. But I don't know. Like I said, like for me, it's again like intimacy is more than just sexual. Like we got to be able, like I have to be able to have a conversation with you, and like actually legitimately have a conversation. If you cannot hold a conversation, like I'm not interested. And also you have to be able to rub 2 fucking words together. Because like I am not the type of person who wants to be on the phone with somebody and then I have to listen to you breathe. And no, I don't want to be on FaceTime with your ass all day. I don't.
If you can make me laugh, you got me all the way.
That too. Yeah, you gotta have humor for sure. Humor is a
I'll keep it dry sense. I have dry sensitivity too, so I don't really care about it. Cause I find it funny anyway. Like,
nah, I gotta have
I
humor.
don't laugh. I just
Have that
smile.
friendship.
I'm just laughing inside.
Yeah. I also have to have like friendship with you though. Like I can't just be like I just can't just be in a relationship with somebody and there's no friendship. It's like, oh, okay, well we're just together.
But
Like
that friendship
that's
is gonna
weird.
come down the line eventually.
Oh
Cause
no,
certain
no,
things
we
you used to
gotta
do.
establish that pretty early on. Cause like if I don't feel like there's gonna be a connection for that, like nah, I'm cool. I gotta go.
I'm very outgoing, so I'm just like we can be friends while we build a relationship. Cause I'm like very laid back and cool, and collected.
Wow.
We can sit there and smoke a whole Mary J, and lay on the floor and just talk for just about anything and just buzz the hell out.
I'm just saying, man. Like, if I can't be silly with you, you know what I mean? And I'm a jokester, right? And I'm the type of person where it's just like, you know what I mean? I'll keep it a buck. I don't believe in being like vulnerable, right? Like, I'm not a super vulnerable, like, oh, okay, I'm gonna open up to everybody and everybody. Like, some things for sure, you know, I'm comfortable within my vulnerability, but when it comes to certain things, like, nah, I can't. Right. So it's like if I can't joke around with you, I don't have that type of like comfortability with you. Like I ain't trying to date you. I ain't even trying to
I'll be
entertain
myself. I'm
you.
a big ass kid. I'll let you straight off the bat. I'm a big ass kid. We go to Dave Buster's. We gonna take laser tag. We'll tell you this. We doing this.
That part.
We go mountain climbing. And I like to be a jackass sometimes. I would hit you with a BB gun and just keep catching out of nowhere. So I'm letting you heads up now. It's
That
not
part.
gonna be a dull moment.
That's why I be telling people, I'm like, bro, if I can't play, if I can't build a fort with you, I don't want it. I don't want it.
If I can't play water balloon fight with you, I don't want it.
Oh
Now, if you
man.
got your head, just got your head done, then I get it. Okay, you just got your head done. I'm not paying for that shit again. I'm not paying for that. No.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing. That shit's expensive. Hair is expensive. But I'm just saying, I mean, like, either way, like, we gotta be able to have
I don't
fun.
even mind because I'll tell you. Look, we're going to the bedroom real quick. We're going to mess your head
I
real quick. I
expect
don't
you to
worry
be
about
able to
it.
roast me. I should be able to roast you, like, when you do some stupid shit. Like,
But you can't roast though. That's the crazy part.
I can't roast, bro. I will roast you. What you mean?
No,
No.
or
I know
like
you ain't talking shit.
microwave or something. That's what you
I
talking
know you ain't talking shit with you putting fucking cereal in your air fryer. That's why it's taking you so long.
Yeah. It is. You caught me though.
What cereal you get?
I'm trying to. That's what I'm looking for right now.
I
What?
crack jokes just to be funny. Like,
Queen
babe, your
chicken.
fart smell like the back of the dumpster.
Oh my goodness.
She'll be able to say some shit like that. I should be able to buy you, like, if we're out somewhere, like, say at a bar, and somebody's hitting on you, I should be able to go buy you both a drink and laugh at you trying to get out of that situation. I find that shit so hilarious. And if you can't do that shit to me, and I can't do that shit to you, I don't want it. I don't. I want to be able to have fun. I want to be able to
I'm
plan
like,
vacations. I
why
want to do
would you
stupid
put me in a
shit.
situation and now I feel like I'm in trouble and you over here think I'm trying?
I'm not one of those people though. Like I'm not one of those people who puts people like no, like I'm not one of those people who like has to go through your phone. I'm not the type of person that go through your wallet. If it's gotten to that point, we don't need to be together. I'll just fucking end it.
I'm like, look, it's not
But
like
I
this.
mean what the fuck I say. But I'm also again, I understand I'm a very different breed. I'm not the jealous type. I don't get
Nah,
jealous.
I was like, I know you're joking. Like, why would you joke like that? I'm not even trying to flirt with this damn chick. I don't even like
Cause
her.
it's fucking funny to watch you squirm
You
the
don't
fuck
watch me
out of it.
squirm. Like, you just let me sit and stand and squirm.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Well, you trying to squirm out of it and giving me death stares. I'm sitting on the other side of the bar laughing. And I bought you both a drink. Cause why not? That's funny to me.
I'm gonna look at you while I'm sitting in the car like this chick, this damn girl. I swear, got me over feel like I'm about to be interrogated in that FBI room, and she over there joking around.
I turn you into no FBI.
I love your ass, but you got me over here squirming it. See,
But that's what I'm saying. If I can't have that type of friendship, laughter with you, like I don't want it. Because I'm that person. I promise you I will not fuck with your food because I feel like that that's crossing the line. And also like I will fight you. If you give me a donut with mayonnaise in it, I'm fighting you. I don't care.
wait a minute. What?
Yeah, somebody tried to do that to me for an April Fool's prank. We are not friends any longer. It was like end of friendship. Like no. I don't prank with food. Everything else I don't care about. Just don't prank with food. Like don't prank with food and don't do nothing that's gonna cost like thousands of dollars. So don't be putting sugar in my gas tank talking about that's like, oh, I was playing. Like, no. That's not funny. Don't be fucking up my cars and shit. It's gonna piss me off.
That's pushing it too far. I'll do the whoopee cushion thing or something, but
That's what I'm saying. Like whoopee cushions, that's funny. Little scare pranks, that's funny. You know what I mean? Buying you and like somebody else a drink at the bar and watching you squirm out of it, that's funny. Having little
That's
inside
not
jokes,
funny.
that's funny. Dude, that's funny, bro. You know what I mean? Going to a restaurant and me telling them that it's your birthday sometimes, even when it's not, that's funny.
I'll just look at you like
Perkins is like, that's a hell no. All those things.
no, not a hell no. I'll just look at you like you crazy. Why? Why would you? Why? Look, they bring a big ass cake with
Because we get